Φύγαμε. Good morning to everyone present here in person or virtually. I would like to express my gratitude and welcome you to the 24th International Health Services Management Conference. Moreover, it is my honor to welcome our distinguished and keynote and integrated invited speakers from all over Europe. Unfortunately, our Mr. Plevris, who really looked forward to be here with us, unexpectedly has to be at the Parliament. But he sent us a welcome message, which is in Greek, so I want to ask for you to be patient for a few minutes to read it in Greek language. Με ιδιαίτερη χαρά χαιρετίζω το 24ο Διεθνές Συνέδριο Management Υπηρεσιών Υγείας. Σοβαρές, ανελημμένες υποχρεώσεις δυστυχώς δεν μου επιτρέπουν να έχω την ευχαρίστηση να παραστώ. Το συνέδριο, υπηρετώντας το σκοπό του για την προαγωγή και εφαρμογή των καλών πρακτικών στις υπηρεσίες υγείας, έχει καθιερωθεί ως βήμα παρουσίασης υψηλού κύρους, ενημέρωσης και επιμόρφωσης. Επιπροσθέτως, αποτελεί αφορμή για ανταλλαγή απόψεων και για την επίτευξη νέων συνεργασιών εντός και εκτός χωρικών συνόρων με σημείο αναφοράς τη διεπιστημονικότητα ως μέσο εξέλιξης των συστημάτων υγείας. Η προετοιμασία για την αντιμετώπιση της επόμενης κρίσης είναι σε απόλυτη προτεραιότητα από το Υπουργείο Υγείας, παρά τα αλλεπάλληλα επιδημικά κύματα της COVID-19 και την πίεση που ασκήθηκε, το Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας έδειξε μεγάλη ανθεκτικότητα
all gone through COVID together, and it's still ongoing, and God knows what is forthcoming. So what have we learned from the pandemic crisis? What have we learned from crisis altogether is the main topic of today's session. And we have a series of speakers. Some of them are remotely, and some of them will be here in person. I think without further ado, let's say a little bit of house cleaning. We'll try to keep it within the time frame that has been provided to us by the organizing committee, which is 20 minutes per speaker, and then a little bit of time for questions. For the people that are in the room, I think straightforward how you will ask your questions. The ones that are in virtually attendance, they can write them and they will be forwarded to us. So I think that we need to give the floor to Mr. Wolfgang Philipp, who is the acting director of Ημέρα, the European Commission tool, if you will, on how to prepare the Union for a forthcoming pandemic. And so I will ask, can we connect with Dr. Wolfgang? Yeah, there he is.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, how are you? The floor is
I'm fine, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation. Can you see the slides?
No, right? Yes, now we can.
Okay, super, perfect. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I will try to stay in the 20 minutes that you provided me kindly. And I'm very happy to be here. I'm the deputy head of Ημέρα at the moment. And we are working on something tangible that has been coming out basically of this pandemic. And that is a certain level of underpreparedness on many fronts, at least to deal with a pandemic of that size. So this is just a couple of points to which the activities that Ημέρα is taking up are responding, basically. We have seen in 2020, we were short on many fronts. We were short on surveillance, we were short on good quality data, we were short on good quality assessments, on good quality scientific advice. It went all up and down and left and right. And at the end of the day, we thought that we should establish a kind of a central organization that, in complementarity and cooperation with the member states, corrects some of these shortcomings that we identified throughout the pandemic, in particular in the first part of the pandemic. So this is just a short list. It's not exhaustive, but we thought it should be feasible to have a better surveillance, better quality of data, better scientific advice. Financing is very much at the forefront. It came back into the focus. Some emergency tools that could actively and rapidly be activated were lacking. It was, although we had a legal base, the coordination was rather difficult. It was also difficult to activate additional research funding, additional funding for vaccines, and so on and so forth. The coordination, I mentioned it already. We saw that all countries suffered quite a lot through disruptions and problems in supply chains, in particular for medical countermeasures, for PPE, and so on and so forth. A real pan-European, a consolidated approach to clinical research was missing. I'm not talking about the need or the lack of particular investments in healthcare systems that could deal with a pandemic of that size. I'm not talking about the staff here. The staff has been doing fantastic work across the globe, but I'm looking here more at surge capacities that need to be there and in order to be better prepared in the future. And then a big problem, in particular, when it comes to vaccination or the whole vaccination campaigns across the countries. In many European countries, we saw a lot of disinformation and misinformation. So this is just a couple of points. Not all of them are dealt with directly by Ημέρα, which is the European the health and the Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, excuse me, of the Commission. It's a Commission service, and it was created starting back in 2020 when Commission President von der Leyen spoke about it the first time in her State of the Union speech in September 2020. And then afterwards, we developed quite a package of proposals to get or to correct already during the pandemic what was not running perfectly well. So one was we came up with a proposal for a regulation on serious cross-border health threats before, or at the moment we still have a decision on this, which is very much focusing on ways of coordinated response between member states. We extended the mandate of the European Medicines Agency. We came up with a proposal to extend the mandate and to strengthen the operations of the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control. And as a very tangible new piece in that setup, we created HERA. And the idea here is really to have a end-to-end solution to make sure that medical countermeasures are available or are accessible when the next health crisis hits. I said already, it is an end-to-end solution as we defined it. It starts really with data information gathering, intelligence functions on the epidemiological side, but also on the supply chain side. We will combine this. We strive towards having a consolidated research agenda and possibilities to run and activate quickly clinical trials in case of need. If threats are recognized or identified, they will be assessed. That will be done obviously with partners around the globe. They will be assessed, and then we look into the availability of medical countermeasures in case that the assessment says we need to do something about it. If nothing is available, we would look into triggering specific research to deal with that particular threat. It could be biological, chemical, environmental, radionuclear threats. So we would really look into triggering research and development of specific medical countermeasures, support the production, and then eventually procure or reserve such medical countermeasures to be able to be responsive and faster responsive. But it's not just ending there. HERA also is working on stockpiling, on strategic stockpiles for specific medical countermeasures, and also on distribution and deployment chains. That is a very important part, because at the end of the day, you have a health emergency somewhere, and medical countermeasures should reach that spot or that region at a given time point as quickly as possible. I already mentioned the different elements of the proposal for the European Health Union. You see here again how all of this is kind of interconnected. So it is not that we are creating here an additional entity on top of everything else. No, it is about cooperation and also synergies between the different policy fields, but also between the different entities that exist, like the EMA, the ECDC. It all will be expanded and added up by a new pharmaceutical strategy, which is currently under development, and should be coming out this year, next year, to be seen. There's often a question: ECDC or EMA, they're doing the same thing. No, that's not true. HERA is an end-to-end solution. EMA and ECDC have very specific mandates. EMA to make sure that we have safe and efficacious medical countermeasures on the market. I mean, not just for health emergencies, but in general, the ECDC, you're all familiar with their mandates. We will nevertheless make sure that activities going on with the colleagues and with these entities are contributing and are useful, can be used by HERA. So not everything which is done in the two other agencies, and we are not an agency, we are a commission service, a direct commission service. everything that is done there and what's interesting for our, for example, intelligence function will be used and will be integrated through connection with respective systems. So our job is really to make sure that medical countermeasures are available at an appropriate scale and can be delivered where they're needed. This is done, that's just a little bit about the governance to explain how HERA is set up. As I said, it's the Director General of the Commission, but nevertheless, we have a kind of a hybrid setup here. As you see, we are not working in isolation. We need to work, obviously, with the member states in the first instance to make sure that there's many like-minded operations and developments going on in several member states, that we work in full complementarity. We don't want to create unnecessary redundancies. That's not the job of HERA, but it's really to make sure that we have a good understanding of what is happening left and right in terms of pandemic preparedness and response capacities for the future in the different countries to align different activities. We are working with industry, with civil society as well, and then obviously with some global actors, because at the end of the day, another lesson learned is that the cooperation at global level is super fragmented still and needs more synergies. It is very simple. You need to have entities which are strong, which are staffed, which are resourced to be able to respond at a global scale in the best possible time to public health emergencies. The other actors here are obviously very important as well for the operations of HERA. They're consulted. These are different other commission services that have operations which are important for us, and our operations important for them. But we obviously have also very strong ties to other EU institutions, particularly to Parliament. So how do we do this? HERA has a budget of 6 billion euros. That is not a proper HERA budget. It's earmarked budget in different programs. One is the EU for Health program. You see the figures here. One is the research program, and one is the RESC-EU mechanism for stockpiling activities. So we work in two modes. One is the preparedness mode. That is the biggest part of it. And then the crisis mode, depending if there is no public health emergency formally declared, we work in a response mode, I would say. But there's a couple of new things here. I mentioned already this end-to-end solution. Here again, the different functions are described. And I mentioned not yet in particular the crisis mode. So in the future, if a public health emergency is declared at EU level, the crisis mode will kick in, and that will lead to a couple of triggers, like for example, the activation of emergency research and innovation plans. We will have the right to run inventories and request information for crisis-relevant MCM production. We will be able to quickly activate emergency funding and so on and so forth. And perhaps the most important is that there will be a crisis board that will be led by President of the European Commission, plus our member states will be represented there to take swiftly at the highest possible executive level, political level, decisions on what should be activated, which medical countermeasures should be secured, and how they should be distributed. So that's very new. All lessons learned from this crisis. We have a work plan that's an annual work plan, which is discussed, as I mentioned already, with the member states in particular, but also with external stakeholders to make sure that we are really aligned. Here you see the total budget earmarked under the different strands. For 2022, that's about 1.3 billion. We at the moment working towards establishing a stockpile, for example, for CBRN relevant medical countermeasures, but also invest into consolidated research towards better vaccines, antivirals, and so on and so forth. So what have we been doing and achieving so far? This is just a couple of elements. We have been running a threat prioritization exercise because we want to start really with scenarios. We want to make sure that we have identified threats which are most relevant here in our spheres. That is, for the time being, obviously agents with pandemic potential. I think we are talking mostly about viruses here, CBRN threats, and then the old very prominent threat of antimicrobial resistance. So we are developing a list of critical medical countermeasures to deal with these threats. That is very laborious work, but at the same time, we are also setting up the operational structure of HERA by investing a lot into IT platforms, into this intelligence function that is very complex, as we want to strive for interoperability and connections, for example, with member states, with other institutions at EU and global scale, but directly we continue to support further capacity building of whole genome sequencing, for example, and wastewater surveillance beyond COVID-19, as we see, like, for example, at the moment, extending this to other bugs like polio and so on and so forth makes a lot of sense. But another important element is that we want to link our capacity to deal with threats identified through these intelligence functions, that we also have a possibility of a biological characterization of such threats. So we are setting up a huge HERA laboratory network that would help us then to quickly identify biological features of threats and also identify response possibilities to such threats, viruses or bacteria, whatever it's going to be. We are also promoting, I mentioned already, advanced research and development towards ensuring the availability of medical countermeasures through multitude of different activities. You can read out, you can read what's mentioned here. Perhaps I should look at the EU FAB network, so that's to make sure that we have reserved production capacity to produce vaccines in case of a crisis. In case of crisis, that is in the making. We are establishing CBRN, strategic CBRN stockpiles. We are doing this in cooperation, obviously, with the colleagues also from the DG ECHO, but we are really focusing here on CBRN stockpiles of a strategic size and nature. We are also supporting directly organizations like CEPI to further develop relevant vaccines for which mostly there is no commercial market interest available. I spoke already about the collaborations within and without and outside of the EU, so we are a very open organization. We only can work in cooperation with the member states, with industry, with civil society, with academia. We need the input. We also need to connect closely to third countries, so not just inside the EU, but also to third countries and relevant organizations like, for example, WHO. We have very close collaboration with the Berlin hub in order to make sure that we don't develop here things that should work into the same direction, but would be divergent at the end of the day. So there's a lot of support going on here to WHO, for example. But at the end of the day, the whole idea behind it is to make sure that we have a good global setup for preparedness and response for future health emergencies. That's all. In terms of response, just a couple of items that we have been doing now in the first year of our existence. We were created exactly 1 year ago. So we continue to work on the implementation of the COVID-19 vaccine contracts. You all know that the European Union has been signing for its member states a large number of contracts. They're implemented. There's already more than 1 billion of doses that were delivered to EU countries and more than 500 million to the outside world. So that's a huge success. But I mean, now, as you all know, we have new adapted vaccines. That is all a matter of complicated and complex discussions and arrangements with industry to make sure that we get these vaccines still in at quantities needed, but also that all countries have their choice to say what actually a need in the framework of signed contracts. So implementation of vaccine contracts is important. We are running still joint procurements under joint procurement agreement for COVID-19 therapeutics, antivirals, monoclonal antibodies. That's a big piece of work that still continues on the side while we are trying to set up and continue to set up the organizational structure of ERA. We have been procuring monkeypox vaccines over the summer and donate these to member states to deal with the current monkeypox situation. We continue now, or we purchased tecovirimat, the only antiviral that can be used in that context as well, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of things going on that need immediate reaction, but on the side, there is a lot of activities going on to have HERA operational in the way and in the mode as I described it at the beginning, that we have a full end-to-end solution with all of the functions developed to its maximum. So in the future, I mean, where we invest a lot of not just budget but also other resources is to get this IT function, intelligence function set up through a state-of-the-art IT system. We are also investing into development of new generation of COVID-19 vaccines, but also antimicrobials. We have been commissioning a study, for example, for stockpiling also of antimicrobials with very interesting results that is coming out in the next couple of days. Here, there's a lot to expect when it comes to stockpiling. We are trying to work further on consolidated R&D agenda for pandemic preparedness, really focusing and trying to make sure that research funding is available in critical areas, not just those which are mentioned here. We also try to establish alternative ways of funding HERA operations to all kind of means, including public-private partnerships. That needs to be seen and how far that really it takes off, but there's a huge potential here. So I think I will stop here and thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you very much for the great presentation. Is there any question from the audience? Okay, so it's important to say that we are clear around on the why and the what we are trying to accomplish, as well as how we are going to measure it. However, we should find a better way to embrace the change within our organizations. So it's really important to note that. Without any further delay, we would like to invite the next speaker, Professor Zaoutis. Professor Zaoutis is the president of the Greek National Organization for Public Health. Professor Zaoutis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. And I'm here to scare you this morning. So by way of overview, I'm going to talk about the future threats and, yes, the next pandemic, and then the issue of public health financing and what we need to do to be better prepared for the next pandemic. So COVID-19 has been the most important lesson in public health that we have gotten in the last 100 years. The question is, will we take that lesson? Will we have learned our lesson and be prepared for future public health emergencies and pandemics? There's something called the panic neglect cycle. What it is, it's our habit of not preparing, panicking when something happens, and then neglecting what just happened until the panic comes again. This is a well-established sociological phenomenon, and that's what we need to do to avoid the same issues that occurred in our healthcare systems during COVID-19. We need the panic, the neglect comes from paying inadequate attention to the public health infrastructure, the health systems infrastructure, and functions that are needed to identify, contain, and respond to infectious disease outbreaks, but not just infectious disease outbreaks, all sorts of public health threats. Another pandemic seems inevitable. I think most scientists in the world believe that it is inevitable. And we're going to walk you through some of the rationale why we think it is inevitable. If we look at infectious diseases, more than 6 out of 10 of every infectious diseases originated in animals and jumped to humans. And this risk has been increasing for the last 20 years and increasing every year for the last 20 years. And here's where the relationship between us and nature comes into play. If we look at how these diseases emerge, the risk has been highest when human exploitation and destruction of animal habitats threaten wild animals. What ends up happening, we bring animals closer to humans. We deforest, animals come closer to cities, and then in some places like Wuhan and in other low middle income settings, these wild animals that have been pushed out of their normal habitat are either in markets or closer to humans, which makes them more likely to get infected and produce high number of viruses, and then these viruses will spill over into human species. So, and this is beyond our health systems, but we need to be advocates for environmental health and slowing climate change. This is an important prevention factor in reducing the risk of emerging infectious diseases. Because of increasing temperatures, animals are migrating from south to north, again, exposing populations to animals and viruses which they had not been exposed to. And then the animals exchange viruses, and then they exchange viruses with us. What is very important for us in the health system field is prevention. Who died of COVID-19? The people who died of COVID-19 or were severely affected were people who had chronic health problems. People with chronic diseases, we need to focus on making them healthier. So infectious diseases, when they occur and when the next pandemic occurs, they will be in a position to be able to handle that better. So what are we talking about? Good nutrition, exercise, smoking prevention, the things that keep populations healthy. Even if we go beyond COVID-19, every year before COVID-19, who died of influenza, the flu? People with chronic diseases and people who were elderly. This has been going on for decades. Every year in our hospitals, we lose people to infectious diseases, and we lose those people who have chronic diseases. And therefore, we need to focus in the future, do a better job of preventing chronic diseases. What do we need to be, if it's inevitable, what do we need to be better prepared? We need to strengthen our public health infrastructures both locally and globally, which means we need to increase public health funding. This has been now well established that one of the reasons most of the world was unprepared for this is that we underinvest in public health funding. We may overinvest in health systems funding, but we underinvest in public health fundings. Detecting outbreaks of a new disease early and addressing them quickly while they're small is key to preventing larger emergencies or rapidly emerging emergencies. Even if we assume that because of globalization, the viruses will get out, we need to be better prepared so that if they are going to spread, they spread in a slower manner to allow health systems to be better prepared. Much of the preparedness lies in the hands of public health institutions, but the public can play a vital role in this. There's been this discrepancy or contrast during the pandemic, and it has to do with public trust. We have better tools to address infectious diseases than we've ever had. Think about it. We identified the genome of the virus within a few weeks of the virus emerging, and we had a vaccine within 6 to 8 months after the pandemic. But in some ways, we were very vulnerable because of widespread lack of trust. The public, communities, governments, They did not trust each other during the pandemic. There was a lot of pandemic misinformation, which can influence people's motivations, beliefs, and decision-making, whether they're going to get vaccinated. We in the health system have to be more consistent in our communication with the public. Talk about the facts, talk about the evidence, talk about the data, and use communication experts to help us achieve that. So we end up in the health system, me as an academician, you as managers, focusing on our little world. But your little world and my little world is affected by what the public thinks, how the public reacts to information. So increasing and improving public awareness is an important part of pandemic surveillance and preparedness. So we need to think about reforming public health and its financing. The core mission of government public health agencies are informed by their focus on wellness and prevention rather than illness, care, and treatment. I think you all know this, especially in our country here in Greece. We have a focus on tertiary care and hospital-based care. We need to shift that focus, as do public health institutions like mine, on wellness and prevention. The public health departments across the countries need to be strengthened. They have the science, they have the tools, epidemiology, health planning, to support action on many of these factors that will lead to the next pandemic. This is, the title is missing. Several actions that we are taking as AOD, as the National Public Health Institute here. We're creating a new organizational chart, a new organization essentially, that will be better able to respond to future public health emergencies and be an organization that mirrors public health organizations in Europe and the United States, increase our activities in those chronic diseases, the non-communicable diseases. And then, just like my colleague Wolfgang said, we need to strengthen our data and our IT systems, and we're using the recovery funds to strengthen, integrate, and digitalize our data. And of course, strengthening all emergency preparedness and response. The G7 in May of this year met and passed a pact. They all signed a pact for pandemic readiness. What are the objectives? Is focused on building upon past and current initiatives to strengthen preparedness. However, there are challenges. Where is the money going to come from? So this, if we look at some of the challenges in the wake of the global economic shocks that have occurred, both from the pandemic and the recent situation in Ukraine, there's been a major rift in countries' abilities to fund health and public health. If we look at, in 41 countries, this is data from the World Bank. In 41 countries, government spending until 2027 is projected to remain lower than before COVID-19. So we have more needs and less funding, which will restrict our ability to invest in critical areas, including health and public health. In 69 countries, government spending is expected to exceed 2019 levels, but the increases will be weak, unable to get us where we need to go in terms of preparedness. And in only 67 countries, government spending is projected to increase steadily through 2027. In many countries, in addition to the issues just mentioned, there are rising interest payments on public debt that threaten their capacity to invest in health. Without immediate action, the lower and middle income countries will be left behind on the path to economic recovery. And you could say, well, we are not a low to middle income country, although we can argue about that, whether we are or not. It's a global world. It doesn't matter if we're prepared, if somebody else is not prepared, because infectious diseases know no borders anymore in a globalized world. So this has to be a global approach to strengthening public health. And if you're only as strong as your weakest link. And since we're now a global world, especially as it relates to infectious diseases, we need to find solutions. So what do we have? The pandemic showed us that we need more public health financing and health system financing. We have less money. The next pandemic is coming. So I think we need to really think about creative solutions around these issues. Applying the lessons learned from COVID-19 pandemic is the key to managing further public health crises, including pandemics, and to prevent the countless consequences, including lives lost, drastic effects on our healthcare systems, mental health, the economy, relationships, and careers. These are all the negative consequences. There are studies that show that children's life expectancy has been reduced because of the pandemic. In terms of mental health, suicides, depression, anxiety disorders are all up. Consequences on relationships which we don't measure, and careers. I think the ripples from this pandemic we will see them for years to come. And what we need to do is avoid this. We are all sleepwalking into the next pandemic already. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zoudis. If there is one question, okay, we'll take the one question and then we'll move forward to the next speaker. So.
Dr. Zoudis, quick question. With my title
Hopefully it works. With my title as the board member of the European Private Hospital Association, one of the issues in public financing is that we need to address the fact that private hospitals have to charge patients VAT, different VAT percentages across different countries, but VAT nevertheless. So maybe somehow, and using this forum, I would like to suggest that we should all look closer to reducing, I'm not saying making VAT disappear, from health services in the private sector, because it's also a competition issue between private and public, where one has VAT, the other one doesn't. That's just a suggestion. Thank you.
I think it's a great suggestion. I don't understand enough about the differences in VAT to know whether it's feasible, but it sounds like a reasonable approach, one reasonable approach.
Yeah. So we'll take follow-up questions after the completion of the speeches. I just want to make a quick comment for students of European Union integration, and for the last 20 or 30 years, it's always a dismal picture when you take the picture of the moment. But I do remain hopeful that we will find ways to not just broaden the integration process, but deepen it. And I will also put on the table that a European bond has not been something that we have been able to do for healthcare. And I think it's something that the European Council should very seriously look into in order to be able to have some sort of public financing to prepare us for the next pandemic. So let's move to the other side of the Atlantic now to get the American experience by Dr. George Pavlakis, who will be connecting soon, I guess. Is he with us?
I have loaded my slides, I hope. And can we start?
Dr. Pavlakis is a chief at the vaccine branch at the Center for Cancer Research at the National Cancer Institute of the United States, emeritus now.
Can you hear me?
We're having some technical difficulty connecting to him. There he is. Dr. Pavlakis, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please load my slides? Good morning to everybody. And I will go straight into my talk. My conflict statement is here. No conflicts related to this lecture, and the opinions expressed are strictly mine. I would like to start by stating again something that you have many times, including today from Professor Zoudis, the climate change the habitat restriction, the dense population structures, and rapid communications and travels worldwide contribute to the epidemics. And we believe that we have some solved problems, like the smallpox, which was the first historically documented epidemic almost 4,000 years ago, and the first and only human viral disease to be eradicated in 1980 with a minimal cost. But of course, we have surprises because a new epidemics threaten us with a similar virus, monkeypox, as you all know. So we cannot take for granted that solved problems will remain solved. So we have some epidemics under various controls, such as the polio virus epidemic, which has been almost eradicated, but not yet. But we see again that the vaccine strains comes back in America and England and many other places probably to threaten us again. HIV also, we have an unstable and very costly standstill with the virus, but we call such situations may be endemic, recognizing that we can have a certain amount of control, but the virus is with us. Now, the present threats are many, as you know, and because I mentioned the initial vaccine and the smallpox virus, this slide is of two boys, the one vaccinated and the other unvaccinated, against smallpox, and to make the point that most of the vaccines that we have, they don't block infection, they block disease development, and the vaccinated boy to the right has some pox virus signs, but has quite a different disease than his brother that is not vaccinated. So, and another old scourge, the polio, as I mentioned before, we have, I show this slide to make the point that unlike what many people believe, that the viruses lose their ability to cause disease rapidly, here we have a virus that causes the same disease for thousands of years, paralysis, and to make also the point that the vaccines that we have, again, with this virus too, protect against pathogenicity of the virus, against disease development and not against infection. So for emerging viral diseases, we have plenty. I show this slide or versions of these slides for more than 15 years now in my talks. And some of the emerging viral threats, like the monkeypox, as I mentioned before, they're not emerging, they have fully emerged and have become international concerns. And there are many to follow, including the coronavirus that have repeatedly warned us about their bad character. So the world tried to protect the worldwide populations, of course, recognizing the many emerging viral and other pathogen diseases. And this is a timeline of new viruses that they threaten or have already produced epidemics like the Marburg and Ebola viruses, that there's ongoing epidemics now, Nipah and Hendra virus, major threats, and the two coronaviruses, the SARS, the original SARS, and the MERS, that really should have warned us about the ability of coronaviruses. So WHO, among many other agencies, took the initiative to try to prepare for future epidemics, trying to prepare for the new disease that hit us, disease X. And at that time that it was established, we had no idea about what disease X would be. We now know that it is a coronavirus, the first of its kind in the new era, that we try to have international awareness and cooperation. But we're not there yet. Now, of course, in addition to WHO, many states and international agencies try to prepare the world. Mentioned the WHO, the United States, and the government is a major international player in this. For the last at least 20 years, invested heavily in plans to address emergencies, not only diseases, but also bioterrorist threats and other national disasters, and really promoted plan development and cooperation of agencies like FEMA, CDC, NIH, the FDA. And of course, very happily, we know now that the European Union tried to catch up and, among other things, created HERA, that you heard a very nice talk from Dr. Wolfgang before. I won't go obviously into that after all that you heard, but it's the same idea to promote cooperation and also with the different states. And also many other international organizations got into the fight. I will mention Gavi and COVAX, in collaboration, for example, with UNICEF, that they have worked very diligently the last period of time also against the coronavirus. Now, in general, our response to the epidemics is, of course, the first line of defense is the non-pharmaceutical interventions and the public health measures. We don't need to know very much about a new disease to try to apply this kind of measures. Of course, the more we know, the better we are. But then we have the classical triad diagnostics, the medicines, the drugs, and vaccines, if we're talking about epidemics. And presently, we are in the fortunate situation that we have a highly developed technological level, at least in many parts of the world, and we were able to improve all of these aspects of response to the epidemic with the various tools, and basically by creating multidisciplinary teams. Of course, the non-pharmaceutical interventions remain always extremely important. And we do have technological advances addressing many aspects of that. With diagnostics, we saw, I don't need to say much because we all saw the revolution that we got in speed, accuracy, actually practical home and point of care tests that are rapid, cheap, efficient, and can be massively produced and distributed to make a difference in a new epidemic. We do have the technologies, and we are indeed in new era. For drugs, we have made, especially against viruses, tremendous progress. We have already for the coronavirus 3 specific approved antivirals, 1 per year of the epidemic. Like with HIV, we have around more than 40 drugs, 1 per year of the epidemic in the average. So we indeed are in a fortunate situation, and also with the vaccines, we are in a new era, as you know, with mRNA vaccines and many, many other technological advances. So the main message that I want to give you is invest in science. It's the best thing we can do. And one of the best examples is the new era for RNA and DNA therapeutics that we have in front of us. I call it interventional genetics to denote the use of DNA and RNA and other modified nucleic acids as drugs and vaccines for transient interventions, as opposed to gene therapy, which is a permanent change in the genome. And a very characteristic example, and the major thing that come out of the anti-coronavirus defense has been the mRNA vaccines, an amazing technological achievement. Now, these things don't happen by random. We need a long-term, very heavy investment and many, many years. The process to develop new technology goes through many years of discovery in the lab and preclinical, then for healthcare to move to the clinic and go through all the regulatory approval steps. And then equally important that sometimes not thought of is the community dissemination and actually the acceptance from the society, which is very, very important because otherwise it cannot be make any good for the society. Now, I have some specific examples of successful and unsuccessful so far things. I will not go into it because of time, but the coronavirus success that we had with drugs and therapeutics was because the scientific questions related to coronavirus, fortunate for us, have been solved in the discovery process many years before. So we all had to do is to apply the knowledge, of course, create always better knowledge, but to apply mainly the knowledge. So it became an engineering problem mostly. But the point that I want to make with this slide is that also that to do all that over many years and with tremendous investment, we absolutely need many, many disciplines working together well. So, but as you heard before, also the coronavirus exposed our weak points, many weak points, multiple problems, and listed here. Some of them were just engineering of like lack of material supplies and equipment, but many are such as misinformation is much more difficult to correct. But as we realize these things, there is an opportunity to correct them, provided that we protect ourselves from the panic and neglect cycle that you heard from Professor Zaoutis, because sometimes it looks like we go to a neglect cycle once the threat seems manageable. So there is a long history about airborne transmission that I will not go into. And the surprise for this coronavirus is that we had in our hands a big problem because of very easy airborne transmission of this virus. There's a long history about that and a lot of scientific debate, but there's no question that there is airborne transmission on many different pathogens, some of them also verified in nosocomial infections. So therefore, one of the major things that I want to leave you with is that we have internationally an intensification of specific threats of airborne diseases like the coronavirus, that they cause they cause very weak immune response that wanes very rapidly, like flu, and causes, therefore, it causes repeated infections. So flu is an example. Fortunately, with measles, which is another airborne virus, we're in a better situation in terms of vaccines and immunity, but both of these diseases remain very scary in terms of producing new epidemics. And this type of transmission and virus is favored by our lifestyle with rapid travel, rapid interactions, entertaining in compact spaces and in great numbers that allow super spreader events. So many viruses and bacteria can do that under the circumstances, and the example is the coronavirus. And I remind you that Delta was the coronavirus strain that increased transmissibility worldwide and tries to become like the measles, which is still the protagonist in terms of easiness of transmission from person to person. And Omicron is still better in transmission. So we don't know where these cycles will stop, but we create more and more coronavirus. So this is very bad. And to just finish with the hospital role, of course, in many epidemics, hospitals are very critical, but they have to address the threat of airborne diseases like coronavirus, because it's no use to make a hospital a center for virus transmission. And therefore, we have to seriously think about new technologies that will allow us to protect these hospitals. And fortunately, we have all kinds of new technologies, from engineering solutions to many, many more technologies like material science, better surfaces, better cleaning procedures, and also detection. The genetics test that we have, having identified the microbiome and virome that is threatening us, they can be a tremendous help. And I'm happy that many hospitals and agencies try to implement already these things. So, but the coronavirus remains a threat. And what I want to mention briefly is that a very recent news report, in a very recent report, it was said that Germany's hospital, after October 1st, and the new wave of virus spread in Germany, they think that they will have some extremely difficult weeks ahead with full intensive care units. So this can happen in the winter that is coming in many places, including Greece. And I've tried repeatedly to warn that we are not over with the epidemic yet. And lastly, we must address also the long COVID. It's not only the people that die in the hospitals. We know more and more that we have a serious problem in our hands because approximately 6% of people that had COVID, symptomatic COVID, they had never recovered after 18 months, and almost half of the people, they had partial recovery. So long COVID is a big problem, and it's going to become bigger every day that we neglect to eradicate this epidemic. So not only the dead, we have our hands full to protect all the vulnerable and to find cures. Now, the hospitals, they have a big role in that because it's not easy to find multidisciplinary teams all together to deal with the complex problems that we don't know what causes it. So I want to leave you with this list of conclusions, and my personal bias throughout the epidemic is that for the future, we must aim for eradication of this scourge. Coronavirus is a very bad virus to have it to cause 2 epidemics per year. So we have vaccines, but the important issue that I want to leave you with is that we need to block transmissions with non-pharmaceutical interventions, using everything that we have: vaccines, drugs, testing, and restrictions, so that we manage to get rid of this. So these are a group of people in my lab and our collaborating Barbara Felber lab. And of course, I'm greatly indebted to many collaborators, including Greek teams that we collaborated on coronavirus recently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the very interesting speech. And it's always important to acknowledge the people who work for you. So it's really nice to see that in the end. Is there any question from the audience for Mr. Pavlakis? No? I know that you have a question for Professor Zaoutis, but if it's possible to ask it in the end of this session. Okay. So Professor Pavlakis, you can ask Professor Zaoutis the question that you have.
Oh, okay. I wrote a couple of questions for him.
Okay, I will help you then. I'll read the...
I can read it.
Okay,
say,
go ahead.
I mean,
It's your question.
Professor Zaoutis, you beautifully described the panic neglect cycle that we fall into with mathematical precision. Are you worried a little bit about the neglect cycle? That means that every time that we move a little bit, we become more and more desensitized, and now it looks like we have fantastic vaccines, for example, and not too many people are the takers. I hope this changes. So, are you worried about that?
Good to see you again, Professor Pavlakis.
And good to see you.
I think the way you framed your question, the answer is clear to me as well. I am worried about it because, as you know, there's been mixed messages about the end of the pandemic. So what the risk is, and if we look at least the data coming out of the United States and Europe, and the variant data, some of the new variants that are going in a very different direction. Immunity is pushing this sort of explosion of Omicron-related variants that escape immunity. So we are at risk if we neglect the pandemic where we are now. We will run the risk of creating panic in the future, because it seems like this winter will not be as calm as we all thought it would be a few months ago. So yes, I think we need to be careful before we declare that the pandemic is over and neglect that it's still there.
Thank you. And the second question was that is it correct to assume that the next epidemic will hit the old and the vulnerable or the chronically ill? Because there are examples of epidemics that they're going to hit the very young. For example, we are fortunate, thank God, our kids did not have it as hard as other times with other, with other epidemics, and I hope it stays that forever. But in my humble opinion, is that we have to remain agnostic about the next epidemic because it may hit babies.
No, I think you're absolutely right. There are two parts to the question, at least my interpretation. One has to do is what is the question? Is it who's mostly affected or who can spread mostly? If we're talking about respiratory viruses, even with COVID-19, the spreaders were the 20 to 49-year-old group. They were the ones who spread the virus during the pandemic. The ones that were hardest hit were the different population. I think you're absolutely right. We don't know where it's going to come from. But at least history, in terms of pandemics, not epidemics, has taught us that most of these are respiratory in origin, and those tend to affect the older. I would put into the older compromised patients, but even with monkeypox, the ones who were at highest risk were the immunocompromised. So I think let's broaden the definition of older to include chronic conditions, immunocompromised. I think they're going to be at most risk.
Oh, yeah, no question about that. But if I'm allowed to comment, take flu, for example. We are used to endemic flu in a sense, but new flus that we had examples, so 7 examples over the last 100 years, we had new epidemics that they hit the young and the healthy. And they died preferably, like it happened in the big flu epidemic. Young, healthy soldiers, they died from one day to the next, and some of them were from cytokine storm, and as we think now. So the new epidemics, they may follow totally different rules.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Just a quick note, the pandemic reminds us not to look at the event itself, but also at supervisory and organizational influences. So I would like to invite the next speakers, Mr. Apostolidis, as well as Mr. Patsios. I don't know if you're going to present together. Mr. Apostolidis is the Director of Technical Department at Larissa General Hospital. And Mr. Apostolidis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to welcome in Athens and in conference the colleague from European Association. And I would like to thank you also the scientific committee that accept our abstract with the title, Is there anything we have learned from a pandemic? Embracing digital change to drive sustainable health system. The distinguished previous speaker set a stage for a national and global issue from preparedness. Now we are going in a smaller specific issue in the level of the hospital. And I'm very happy because our presentation is close to the last slides of Mr. Pavlakis mentioning about the critical role of hospital and that we need to innovate not only medical but also clinical engineering issue in the hospital, and I keep that as an engineering. So, sorry. Okay. The coronavirus pandemic is a transformative experience for the health system. It highlighted silence, opportunity, but also redefined priorities. The need to digital transform service delivery and use innovative technology is stronger than ever. Our presentation will focus in the field of the secondary public health, especially, as I said before, to the attention for the public hospital. And our effort is to understand where we're going, where we should be going after coronavirus pandemic. A little bit of technology history. At the end of millennium, all the devices in the hospital, especially in Greek hospital, are discrete devices. That means we create discrete data, so the people, as a nurse or doctor, have to collect all that data and to try to find the appropriate treatment. The next decade, we connect some of that data, especially in IC unit and the imaging department, but the technology force and leading to the networking, the cloud system, and also Internet of Things, knowledge machine, and artificial intelligence. All that technology pull a little bit earlier during the pandemic. So the pandemic helped us to accelerate all that things, moving towards to telemedicine. The technical capabilities are higher, improve remote monitoring, improve home treatment that is very, very serious, and especially during coronavirus where the people have to stay in their home, and improve also robotics. So the digitization phase in a hospital, we have to create digital data, first of all. So we have to persuade new medical equipment that create and working with a digital way, re-engineering and digitalization of the process, and digital information management. When we recognize the health system as a complex adaptive system, so the source we need to monitor and to improve performance at various steps or very value is leading us for our methodology. Our methodology includes 5 stages. First of all, face the problem, communicate and discuss with the people who work or faced or attack the problem as a nurses or doctor, and after that we try to find a solution for other brand new hospital or for an innovative technology, setting goals and indicators, and also see where we're going to be in the future. So if our implementation could be a future succeed and spread it to all over the hospital or to the regional area. So we're going to present just 3 examples. I know that our example is very, very common for a brand new hospital in Europe, but it's not common in Greek hospital. We present small efforts that can spread other health structure as well as national infrastructure. Just one suggestion for the change of orientation and the type of services. So the first problem that we faced is the laboratory reagent and consumable, the inventory in the laboratory. During the pandemic, the people, the employment in the laboratory try to check, mention, and control the inventory. And that means that they go to laboratory, then to the corridor, and to the warehouse, and the fridge, and then again to the laboratory. That means that spread from the clean area to the suspected case area or to the COVID area. To avoid that, we suggest RFID technology. So we pushed the suppliers to put a RFID antenna on the products. So we have a machine just with the movement of the hair in front of the fridge or in the warehouse. You take in a few seconds all the inventory and manage the inventory with expiry date, with quantity, quality, and so on. So the people just visit once the warehouse and send it directly to the central computer, the inventory system. War access control. We're very familiar in this room with those photos. In the first phase of the pandemic, we tried to keep the clean and the red area or the suspected case area with plastic curtains or plastic paravan or with red tapes. That is not working very good, of course, because some citizens go through to see the relatives or nurses forget to change the clothes. So we'll try to implement a new system, a digital system with a magnetic card, just to network recording, mapping the movement of the employment. And of course, that is easy extensive to the laboratories or to the other world. The ward access control were part of the solution, create a special zone on the COVID ward, and of course we install a similar system for the operating room. We have one operating room special for the COVID cases, and to the imaging department. And we are going to extend this in the other place of the hospital. The third example is the communication in the first phase in ICU. The people write down on the window some of the critical measures from the ventilator, or stack paper in the window, write down the blood gas analyzer measure, and so on. Our ICU, in collaboration with ICU with University Hospital in Crete and the International Technical Institute in Crete, who they are developing a new platform with a brand new protocol. So they try to collect all the signal from ventilator, monitor, gas mask analyzer, imaging, and channel it directly to the diagnosis room, where the medical board take decision for the appropriate treatment. And of course, the continual monitoring allow for faster reaction time and guideline-oriented care, that the time is very, very crucial, especially for the COVID cases. Other example of IT infrastructure is a PACS Central connected. We've been the first public hospital in Thessaly that we implement PACS system. I know that is not innovated the TNT, but it's try to find out the solution to digital our hospital. ICU occupancy monitoring with IoT is very, very crucial, because in the first phase and the second phase, there is no information about the bed and the occupancy in ICU. Patient management system, telemedicine for emergency department, especially for the post-COVID cases, and digital map of assessed and stock. And now we just take an example for the national level. The very successful vaccination strategy, Eleftheria in Greece, supported by a platform created by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Electronic Governance, and that include vaccination free of all, choice of site. Of course, everybody going through with a private TaxisNet credential, manage the appointment, have support appointment reminder, etc. And because in Greece we don't have a national platform for the primary health system, and every primary health structure have different system, different software, and not working together. So we suggest to the platform for vaccination could be an umbrella with a little bit oriented to the services. For the primary health system could be a national appointment strategy, national program to help the primary health system with all the things that include in vaccination, as a TaxisNet credential, manage the appointment, and support appointment reminder. So the provider will need to invest different skill of digital workflow, new pathways for mobile health tool to transcend traditional implementation boundaries. Healthcare providers and developers will need to continue to work together to prioritize the standardization of application. As a conclusion, the implementation of a rapid, sustainable improvement of the above process in healthcare creates great added value. Smart digitization and performance monitoring make technology management simple, efficient, and cost-effective. And of course, we have to remember always when the digitalization is in progress, the high connectivity comes with a new cybersecurity threats and requires protecting any components of the change from system to data. So, as a take-home message, leadership commitment to continuous improvement, developing a culture of innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there a question for this speaker? Well, let me say that to bring what we heard today, we need to invest in science, obviously. We need to invest in a digital future, and that is both a defensive but also an offensive strategy for any hospital. And we are lacking money. Public funds are short, as they always are. I think both at the member state level, but also at the European Union level, this is a critical issue for public health professionals at whatever level of the system we work in. I think our member states and our leadership need to discuss this. They need to find ways to fund public health, not just to prepare us for the next pandemic, but for our day-to-day operations. By improving our day-to-day operations, by improving our day-to-day services within or outside hospitals, we will be better prepared for the next pandemic, whatever that might be. We will be ready for the next emergency, whatever that might be. So healthcare as a sector, obviously mostly towards the population health aspect, is an area that our member states should, simply put, they should invest funds. And absent those funds, it will be extremely difficult to see a major break from that panic neglect cycle that was discussed. Faye?
I think I am covered by what you said, so okay, let's move to the next session, I think.
Right. Let's invite the next chairs.
Dr. Galanis and Mr. Steriopoulos, please.
Thank you all.
Thank you all, yes.
And with time to spare.
Greetings. This is session number 2. My name is Kostas Stergiopoulos. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Metropolitan Hospital and Digital Group member of the Hellenic Healthcare Group. And next to me is Dr. Petros Galanis, Assistant Professor, National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. Our subject today is acquiring sufficient and specialized staffing in healthcare facilities, something that is obviously very easy to do. Our first speaker today is Dr. Esther Kovacs, Associate Professor at the Semmelweis University, Health Services Management Training Center, Budapest, Hungary, and collaborating World Health Organization Center on Human Resources and Health Development. Dr. Kovacs, we're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm trying to see my slides. Yes, thank you very much.
Share your screen.
Yes. Okay. So welcome, dear colleagues, and it's a very big pleasure for me to be here today and talk a little bit about the health workforce issues. Within health workforce planning and human resources for health management, we always have the big aim to ensure the right number of people with the right skills at the right place at the right time, providing the right services to the right people. It's not an easy task. As you can see, we do have a lot of things to consider when we are planning our workforces. In the last few decades, the European Union colleagues and experts have worked a lot on the labor market analysis, and we could identify several crucial factors that are challenging our labor markets. These challenges are quite common if we consider the external challenges of population aging, for example, and the workforce aging at the same time. We do see that several patterns in the movement of professionals, of patients are happening. These are happening everyday life. So these are challenges, posing challenges to the healthcare systems and the delivery of healthcare. In the internal challenges, when we consider the workforce itself, there are several challenges regarding the maldistribution or the mismatches of the professionals themselves or different features of the health workforces. But these are the big framework where when we have the workforce planning in our mind. The aim is to provide something which is effective, which is resilient, which can adapt to the different kind of challenges. In the European Union, 10 years ago, they published the action plan for the EU health workforce. And this was a very important milestone in the EU level actions. The European Commission supported the joint action on European health workforce planning and forecasting that resulted in a collection of planning methodologies. Another action after this period identified very many emerging topics that are in discussion of health workforces. The SEPEN project announced a new data repository that is collecting practices, planning practices of EU countries and important repository for policy interventions as well. Currently, the Commission is also supporting different fields within health workforce development. Task shifting seems to be a key and crucial issue that can provide innovative solutions for health workforce challenges. Retention policies and mitigating medical deserts look into policy and policy agenda of different countries in Europe. And I have the pleasure also to announce that the new joint action on health workforce planning is continued, is going to start very soon, and 18 member states showed interest to participate in this action and improve their own systems. I mentioned already some challenges. If we look in depth into health workforces and human resources shortages, professionals are shrinking. The supply of professionals in different areas, for example, or different specialty groups can shrink. We experience uneven distribution or territorial problems as well in the coverage of health workforces. Sometimes we fear that we cannot attract enough people to certain areas, for example, remote areas, or as we call them lately, medical deserts. Sometimes we do feel that our recruitment practices need to be improved in order to replenish the missing workforces or the dropping out workforces. When we think on the mobility, it's obvious that health professionals move from one region to another region, or even change their country of origin in order to practice and deliver care in another country. That is highly appreciated in the European Commission, European Union internal market. Still, posing some challenges towards the health systems. How can we ensure the mismatches or the similar qualifications, the right skills and the right services to be provided to the citizens in every country? These are all very important points, and these influence the right numbers, the right places, the right time, and the right skills of professionals. So we can continue this list, and we can also consider the working conditions. That is an essential point when we think about supporting working environments or the mental health and well-being of professionals. Another upcoming topic, and we just heard from the previous speaker, the influence of digital and the digital solutions in the innovative solutions in the healthcare industry. So it can also be very beneficial for health workforces to upskill and to update their own practices. On the other hand, we also need to look on the demand side. So we are combating a continuously increasing care need. With the NCDs and multimorbidity, we do see that professionals need to provide continuously more and more care. So these issues go back, and my last point here among the challenges is the governance and the strategic planning inadequacy, because this is very much a key action that we can do in order to overcome these challenges. When the COVID pandemic arrived, we already knew about these challenges. These were not brand new challenges. We already knew about many of these HRH problems and issues from the previous times. And no doubt, the pandemic intensified these. I also have some good news because we have some potential solutions as well. And hereby I would like to highlight two very important points. One is the data. We always highlight the importance of data, the data-driven policy making, because we need the evidence to be build a very good policy strategy for health workforce planning and development. We need to know, and during the COVID, we did experience that we need to know where are our health professionals, how many professionals can we count when we need to mobilize them very, very quickly and very urgently. We need to see how can we combat, for example, the very quick shortages. As we all know that in the responses to the COVID pandemic, several countries recruited volunteers or students or recruited already retired professionals to come in and step into the front lines. There are some important and crucial data that we have to be aware of in order to plan the workforce and in order to provide the adequate staffing in the different facilities. Knowing the current scenarios and forecasting the future is a very exciting topic and a very, very exciting field. Obviously, we can see some very important studies and reports that are published from time to time. Here, I'm just showing you very briefly a brand new study from WHO that was published a few weeks ago that contains very new and important information on human resources for health in the WHO European region. These numbers are important to follow, even from a more macro level perspective and also within countries as well. Because these numbers can show us where we do have the issues, what are the big shortages that we need to concentrate on as soon as possible. So here you can see that countries have different composition of workforces, and the importance of continuous monitoring and forecasting it also shows us how important it is to know what is going to happen in the upcoming times. Also, if we concentrate on the different professions, it's very important to know which professions are missing. Are we missing nurses? Are we missing doctors? Where are the shortages, and how can we get prepared for the upcoming times? As I mentioned, we identified earlier a minimum data set for health workforce planning that contains some areas and data dimensions. Obviously, when we are planning, when we would like to provide the adequate staffing, we need to know what is the inflow, meaning how many people get graduated each year. How many people can we expect to enter the health labor market? On the other hand, the outflow is the other important information. What is the death rate, or what is the outflow because of migration, for example? These are the main and crucial information that countries should monitor in order to build up strategic health workforce planning. When I say forecasting, not only the data is important, we have some hypotheses and we build up scenarios. All the algorithms and parameters that are included in the forecasting model need to follow a plan, a clear plan for planning, a clear target set by the health policymakers and the decision makers. This is the way how we can estimate the future and how we can rely on data. That is crucial. On the other hand, let me highlight some very important policy interventions and strategies that should be taken into consideration. When we are planning the workforces and managing our human resources, we need to have a clear vision, a strategic plan regarding human resources for health. We have the common responsibility to make the sector attractive, to recruit the people and to recruit the right people to the new jobs, for example, the new opportunities that are, for example, opened by the digital and the digital solutions. We need to invest into the current workforces and retain the current workforce because it's very important to see what kind of headcount numbers, so how many people we have, and how can we combat with the increasing care needs, even if we are thinking about part-time employment of different professionals or full-time employees. The other important point that I must mention here is to develop the resilience. The resilience is the keyword that we have been using in the last few years a lot. And actually regarding health workforces, and not only the system resilience, but the workforce resilience is also an essential point. Sometimes we have to find innovative solutions, and we have to find cost-effective solutions to restructure the workflow itself. For example, when we shift the tasks from professionals to machines like digital, or when we use the patient's activities as important shift of different tasks. These can provide us very important solutions when we do not have a lot of finances to develop the workforce. On the other hand, the other solution is always the education, and strengthen the education and update and upskill the workforces, because the newer challenges and the new trends are requiring us to combat with this issue as well. I have to mention also the mental health and well-being of professionals, and I see in the program that this afternoon there will be a dedicated session to this topic, and I'm very glad about it. Because in our case, for health workforce planners, we have to know about this issue as well, and we have to consider this issue when we are doing planning and management, because we cannot plan and manage a workforce that is burnt out, that is not good, feeling well. So finding the healthy work-life balance and knowing it among the policy making is crucial. Why? It's crucial because it influences the job satisfaction, the dropout rates, the sickness leaves, and even at the end, the errors that can occur during care provision. So we have a common responsibility to level up these kind of interventions, and we have the common responsibility at individual level from the professionals themselves, from the hospitals, from the organizational management, and even the policy making, to recognize the problem and to work together to have better initiatives at this point. And with my last slides, I also would like to show you briefly from this latest report, the WHO report, the 10 actions that WHO underlines regarding health workforce development. The first two goes really about the education and the continuous professional development that is needed to be continuously developed. Also, the use and utilization of digital tools in the workforces, even at remote areas, can be very, very helpful. Creating a nice work environment and well-being of the workforce is also at the point. And let me highlight the actions 7, 8, 9, and 10. That is the governance, that is the health workforce planning itself. We do know that we need this kind of knowledge and skills of the policymakers, of the ministries, of the stakeholders who are involved in health system development. The question is always, how can we do it? And I'm also very glad to share with you that the WHO published lately a new curricula package that can help to member states, to countries, to upscale and upskill their countries in this health workforce leadership and management skills. So don't hesitate to look up to these new platforms, the new reports, and we can then work together for better and more developed workforces in Europe. So with this, I thank you for attention, and let me know if you have questions to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kovac, and thank you so much for underlying and emphasizing the ethical recruitment of foreign prospective workers in healthcare, which needs to be combined with the fact that we need to have a legal framework that facilitates the expediency in recruiting and hiring, because in many countries, as in Germany and in Greece, that is not that simple. Do you have any questions from?
May I ask you something, Professor Kovacs? Congratulations for your presentation. You mentioned that burnout among healthcare workers is a crucial issue. Especially during the COVID pandemic, we see that 1 out of 3 nurses, especially, experience burnout. do we have any resources to help them to deal with this issue?
Thank you very much for this question. And if we hear the word resources, we tend to focus on the money, on the budget that we have. But let me just underline the importance of the supportive leadership. The leadership is key. So if the leader is really taking care, the manager is taking care of the staff and introduces some training programs, supervisions, or actually just awareness raising to the staff that if you feel this or that, maybe you are burnt out. So this way people can know about their own state of health and better manage the stress or the further psychological issues they have in everyday life.
Thank you so much. I think we can go further with Mr. Seraskeris. Is it here or from distance? Mr. Seraskeris? He is not even from distance. So, I think we are going to, yes, to the next one. Mr. Konstantinidis is here? Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Good morning. Mr. Konstantinidis is a radiographer at a general hospital in Athens here. He is going to present us the experience and challenges from the COVID-19 pandemic regarding training, regarding healthcare professionals.
Is Dr. Apostolakis with you at the same presentation, or is just...
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Mr. Apostolakis is here.
All right.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Kleanis Konstantinidis. I'm a radiographer from CAT Hospital of Athens. And on behalf of my co-author, Mr. Apostolakis, we want to congratulate and thank the organizing and scientific committees for this session and the opportunity to add a small piece of knowledge. Starting this presentation, we wish to declare that we have no conflict of interest. And we all know what happened at the beginning of 2020. Humanity was faced with the outbreak of COVID-19 respiratory syndrome. And the World Health Organization declared the event as a pandemic on 11th of March of 2020. We know what followed: many human casualties due to the virus, repeated lockdowns, and many people in the hospitals needing urgent and intensive care. As a consequence of the pandemic, healthcare systems began to experience a strain, an unprecedented strain, as they had to treat more and more patients with COVID-19 infection. And as they were not prepared for this, shortages in equipment, infrastructure, and personal protective equipment soon became apparent. So in this work, we attempted to record the experiences and challenges which healthcare professionals have faced during the pandemic in their practice, education, and training. We have also recorded barriers and facilitators during the pandemic, attempting to answer the question, what did we finally learn and what we must change. For that purpose, we conducted research in 3 electronic databases using keywords. A review of selected studies was performed according to the objectives of our research. Now, from the analysis of the findings, the following common themes emerged regarding reported concerns, experiences, and challenges from healthcare professionals and learning or training strategies adopted during the pandemic. Many concerns about healthcare professionals related to the pandemic are recorded. These concerns have to do with cases where there were no specific instructions or guidelines for the management of the infected patients. In these cases, healthcare professionals have had to modify the existing guidelines or even improvise to accomplish their mission, protecting the other patients themselves and their workplace from the potential spread of the virus. In addition, problems emerged due to the unavailability of personal protective equipment and the loss of clinical experience for graduate and new healthcare professionals. In some cases, the severity of the disease combined with the overwhelming amount of information caused insecurity and uncertainty to the professionals about their preparedness. In contrast to these concerns, the importance of interprofessional training as a response to the crisis is highlighted, as well as the role of the internet in disseminating and sharing good practices among healthcare professionals. The most significant challenges healthcare professionals had to shift to online learning for training sessions and seminars which were traditionally delivered in person. Challenges due to remote interaction with patients or colleagues, like the lack of physical examination, data protection, and privacy. In cases where the suspension of academic sessions and clinical placements of graduates occurred, this caused problems in the rapid integration of new healthcare professionals into the healthcare system and to their preparedness. Healthcare organizations have been called to play a crucial role in the training of healthcare professionals during the pandemic, but chronic organizational problems such as the understaffed departments, reduced opportunities for frontline healthcare professionals to be trained, and problems that arose during the pandemic, like severe staff shortages and burnout, posed significant obstacles to the training of professionals. Now, against these obstacles, we have the adoption of training approaches which either engage healthcare professionals in simulation scenarios in their academic or clinical practice, or they use digital technologies for the delivery of training remotely. In-situ simulation and team-based learning may be useful to enhance learning on an organizational level during a health crisis. These educational activities could serve an important role in facilitating hospital preparation and training of a large number of professionals during a crisis like the pandemic. The establishment of a simulation task force is considered imperative, as these training approaches across a hospital require coordination and rapid enrollment of healthcare professionals. Digital technologies, telehealth, virtual tools, and the internet have been employed also to serve the needs of healthcare professionals for remote training, offering flexibility and accessibility. Now, a trend of the scientific community to transfer its training activities to the internet is also noticed during the years of the pandemic, with scientific conferences, hybrid conferences, publications, and achievements, as well as opportunities of professional networking and remote collaboration communicated via the internet. Now, the opportunities of these facts. Digital technologies can facilitate remote interaction, either for the delivery of telemedicine or for training. The pandemic forced us to use these tools, and we should examine the evidence of these actions to determine what else needs to be done for the successful continuation of their use, like policies, implementation frameworks, and new competencies for healthcare professionals. How these approaches we described can promote creating a sustainable training environment for an effective workforce. Interprofessional training can promote interprofessional collaboration, which is essential during a health crisis. Virtual simulation can help healthcare professionals learn in a safe environment without time or space restraints. It must be ensured that all healthcare professionals can be trained equally, and to be able to do so, there must be sufficient workforce and leadership which will provide equal access opportunities for all professionals to training. About telehealth. Telehealth has improved remote access to telemedicine services by increasing healthcare delivery and reducing costs. In addition, as a teaching tool, it has facilitated the educational process, especially in developing countries where the frontline healthcare professionals are few, and therefore the access of students or new healthcare professionals is limited. Nevertheless, a roadmap for the implementation of telehealth as a training tool is essential to ensure that all stakeholders are engaged in the implementation process, the appropriate policies and regulations are applied, and the necessary competencies for healthcare professionals are achieved. And healthcare professionals with digital competencies. Some new virtual opportunities were identified to meet educational and research milestones during the pandemic. Incorporating virtual solutions as a cornerstone of future educational and training planning should be considered by academics, researchers, and healthcare professionals as we prepare for future health crises, but also as a means to prepare a workforce for digital competencies. Now, as new norms set by the pandemic for the use of digital technologies are likely to continue in the future, and have a significant impact on future of professionals' education and training, the direction of change must be towards adopting blended learning strategies and developing digital competencies. These two publications, at the dawn of the pandemic, had already highlighted these needs. In conclusion, a successful shift for the training of healthcare professionals to a collaborative model must contain all these components, starting from the necessary additions in academic training and early engagement of students in health professions in real-life practice. The healthcare organizations must monitor the ever-changing environment and adapt to new training practices, fostering an internal culture of learning among healthcare professionals. Some references, and we want to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Konstantinidis, for your great presentation. You cover all the challenges that healthcare professionals face off during the COVID pandemic. I think if you perform again this literature research now, you are going to find another issue, long-term COVID. Almost 20% of the patients experience long-term COVID complications.
Yes, that's an issue.
Sorry.
That's an issue indeed.
Okay. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you again very much.
Thank you very much.
I just want to add, connecting with Dr. Kovac's previous presentation, that Mr. Konstantinidis is one of the specialties in demand. So, you know, in the healthcare sector. And having said that, I would like to welcome Mr. Michael Seraskeris, a Health Economics Masters, Managing Director of the Tolokarnania Group of Hospitals and Rehab Institutions. The title of his presentation, The Shortage of Healthcare Professionals Worldwide, a Modern Human Resource Management Challenge. Mr. Seraskeris, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to propose how to use modern human resources management in order to improve and to retain, of course, personnel. During the last 40 years, a significant global shortage in the number of health professionals of all specialties, physicians, general practitioners, nurses, laboratory technicians, recorded in absolute and relative figures. Given the growing demand for consumption of health services, this shortage has a serious impact on the very functioning of health systems worldwide. The reasons of the shortage should be attributed primarily to the disproportionately increasing demand for health services, which is generally generated by major factors such as population aging, diseases related to our modern life patterns, increase of scientific specialization, assignment of large percentage of health professionals to geriatrics, physical medicine, rehabilitations, and chronic diseases. In all European countries, scarcity of health personnel in absolute figures could not be met by non-European residents due to linguistic constraints, as for example in England, every non-European individual has to take such a hard examination in order to certify English language command that even native British could hardly pass. The phenomenon has already reached alarming dimensions. Researchers predict that, as in the United States and the United Kingdom, that really seem to suffer, the rest of the developed countries will follow the same path, concluding to shut down of health units. It is really a severe staffing crisis, not just one of many other problems. Lack of younger Europeans employees in the US or UK is estimated at least 20%. Many of them prefer working in retail stores rather than in hospitals or other health care providers. Human resources administrations worldwide experience substantial pressure, as open positions remained at unchanged status for many months during each year. Same findings recorded in other European countries, with the Germans and the Scandinavian looking mainly for physicians, while France and Austria for nurses. With healthcare professionals keep fleeing every day, deciding to keep working hard but wherever else, supermarkets, hairdressing salons, factories, hospitality sector, to fill this 20% gap, we may need normally 2 decades. Patients may suffer inadequate care, as severe staffing shortage push some healthcare providers to break the rules, especially in care homes and other small facilities. Especially in the UK, staff shortages rose by 52% during the COVID-19 pandemic, while in other European countries, a 25 to 35 is already recorded. What about the results delivered every day? Average waiting time out of the acute and emergency departments almost doubled, while surgery waiting lists also registering new negative records by extending waiting periods. COVID-19 was the most recent occasion to re-emerge the problem, but the main cause of it is sought in our own life patterns, which have turned the attention of young generations to any other professional specializations than the health-related. Governments, during the last decades, insist to promote mainly studies such as business administration, marketing, information technology, tourism, or even arts, rather than healthcare. Will we be stronger in the short run as pandemic seems coming to an end? No, definitely not. As patients prohibited to approach hospitals or primary care facilities now return in droves, many of them with tumors left unattended for more than 2 years. And this means, of course, that we are probably at a worse condition than when pandemic started. Health occupations seem to offer more disadvantages than incentives. Most important of them are. Could I please have the next slide, the next 2 slides? I'm sorry. I would like to discuss about the disadvantages, the disincentives. First, disproportionately higher job risks compared to those of other jobs in relation to the salaries and benefits healthcare workers receive. Average hourly pay in independent care homes in England is £9 per hour, while Starbucks baristas earn more than 10 an hour, and Amazon warehouse workers earn a basic wage of 10 to 12 an hour. Second, demanding shifts at nights, working weekends and last-minute shift changes. Third, especially during the COVID-19 period, permanent personnel in many countries did not take annual vacation or regular day-offs for more than a year, while in some countries, a year and a half. Four, lower sense of professional recognition compared to other much advertised disciplines, especially among nurses. 5, demanding family issues such as babysitting and other kind of support children need, like attending school events or participating to family events. 6, increased sense of pressure from the community members, patients, family members, hospital procedures, emergencies, leading to increased absenteeism and low personnel morale. 7, lower opportunities for ongoing training, in-house or external. 8, as medical and nursing personnel becomes more and more necessary, opportunities for further career development in other positions, such as administration positions, seems in our days more or less impossible. 9, occupational risks such as infection from COVID or professional burnout tend to skyrocket. New or chronic occupational stress incidents seem to be unstoppable, while family violence incidents are dramatically increased. Burdened epidemiological patterns of chronic patients and increased despair among vulnerable population group members affect negatively morale of health professionals. Modern human resources management methods and training, opportunities like time management, people management, stress management, team building, diversity affairs training are reduced to minimums instead of increasing in those tough times. I'm sorry, I skipped one. Or something is missing. I'm sorry, I think a slide is missing. I see it over there, but I can see it to the right, the next slide, but it's not viewed here. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit new technology illiterate, but you made a significant change to me as I'm trying to learn fast. Cultural as well as linguistic constraints among employees of different origins generate communication problems among health professionals. On the other hand, the crisis is self-feeding, as given the lack of health professionals, existing workers are called to undertake more duties on behalf of their absent colleagues, resulting in the overload with more responsibilities and consequently increasing working hours. Due to the lack of new hired employees, hospital demographics are turning red, as current employees growing up without timely replacement. European governments have to recognize the priority of the issue in order to deal with it on a long-term basis. Changing the standards that must be noted in principle in order for the health professionals to regain a competitive status requires the cooperation of the main industries of health, labor, and education across all European countries. But what has to be done starting yesterday, as tomorrow will be very late? It runs. No. What has to be done? Yes, this one. Thank you. First of all, first proposal. Developed countries have to recognize and therefore prioritize healthcare professions. Healthcare personnel should be recognized as humanity agents, not just professional, not just health technicians, as their role is one of the most critical for our life status. Second, review all kinds of incentives, financial and other, that are currently provided to health professionals in order to make them competitive to those of other sectors. Third, acknowledge that praise is better than raise, as many health providers tend to insist imposing orders rather than asking for the collaboration of health personnel. In other words, health management in many countries of the world still insist on disciplinary actions instead of providing personnel with the organization's vision and call them for fully alignment with it. This is one of the most impressive findings, as health organizations are by default based on teamwork, and they had to be more sensitive as well as progressive on state-of-the-art people management techniques. 4. Apply modern methods of management and evaluation of human resources in order to support career planning with scientific methods. Professional development, organized training of health professionals in order to support their professional aspirations. 5. Provide health professionals with knowledge by introducing courses in economics, management, health law, etc., in order for health professionals to acquire a broader scientific sense of their professional field and, above all, to acquire more skills so that they do not feel isolated from serious decisions. 6. We have to provide health personnel with psychological support in order to train everyone to administer occupational stress and violence, concluding to life balancing coaching. 7. Admit that telling the truth is always critical. We have to prepare students to the real working conditions. It is observed that the majority of those who leave the profession for good are among those recently entered the labor market. So we have to keep younger personnel in the system by promoting engagement with it, and this is a critical human resource management challenge. 8. COVID-19 found society more or less unprepared. We have to review and renew our crisis schedules, prepare the society to act, not only react, and train the general population to follow health maintenance schedules, not just asking health personnel to solve every problem and restore everything to its prior condition. People starved for freedom, but hundreds of millions of people worldwide did not realize on time that health providers cannot guarantee well-being. They only facilitate it. 9. In any case, physicians and nurses tend to compete. This could be attributed to the traditional training programs they followed and the working conditions they experienced. There are more to be done towards this phenomenon. The most important to give both sides the opportunity to manage collaborative efforts with each other, conduct common research, attend common training sessions, so to improve practice environments. 10. Yes, nurses in our modern times are scientists, not patient helpers as they were 130 years ago. We have to promote scientific research within their community, as researchers must remain in the healthcare organizations environment and stop pursuing an academic career in order to escape from working pressure. Do not forget that healthcare organizations are by definition learning environments. 11. We have to introduce or enhance mentoring, as traditionally it is normal for doctors and nurses with many years of experience, while looking for promotions and recognitions, to forget transmitting their fine art to the younger, because they keep working in extended shifts with many responsibilities. 12. Exploit all opportunities that internet can provide, as they are numerous. Any healthcare professional could, even during working shifts, connect to a short university lessons and attend it for a while, just to change the scene and get some refreshing impressions, like looking out of the window. 13, especially the hospitals. For hospitals, we have to lower the patient to healthcare professional ratio by enhancing primary care providers. Hospitals are the tougher employers by enhancing hospitals are the tougher employers, thus the less desirable by younger candidates, where job dissatisfaction due to the work overload concludes to less engagement and higher resign statistics. Last but not least, give power to the people. The more they know about their job environment, the more they feel safe, satisfied, and engaged. We have to provide them with power, authority, control of the economics, so to give them a clear path to their self-completion. Our times need more leaders and less managers, as well as more managers than administrators. Most of the proposals presented above need two prerequisites: money and better human resource management. Not so self-explained for many countries that pay lower salaries to doctors and nurses, when at the same time pay much better other occupations like banking, information technology, while human resources management and leadership are understated. To me personally, and I guess to most of you, it remains still unexplained how we, as a society, manage to underestimate both health sector salaries and modern management methods. Supermarkets, where I served at the beginning of my career 30 years ago, were preparing a significant percentage of their employees and definitely 100% of their management members with leadership training courses, repeatedly delivered year by year, already during more than the last 40 years. To managers and employees achieving annual targets, every reputable retailer still pays a very good bonus. But why we fortified supermarkets by modern management methods while omitted to do so in healthcare, the cornerstone of our society's well-being, along with education? It seems that we underestimated critical risk factors, as we were so absorbed by the challenge to make more money, take more education, find a better job, travel to interesting places. Bernard Kouchner, doctor and former health secretary of France, in a book he wrote before the year 2000, predicted that within the next 40 years, a major pandemic will threaten to destroy the fundamentals of our civilization. 30 years later, with this prediction almost confirmed, and the whole planet still suffering, let's bear in mind how lucky we were when from the first moment, millions of health workers stood for all of other billions of confused people. As the Chinese General Sun Tzu 1,500 years ago mentioned in the book The Art of War, as a leader, if you embrace your soldiers and treat them like if they were your beloved sons, they will be willing even to die for you. Human resource managers understand that the triumph of management is life, not death, of course, but all of us must conclude to the same result. As a society, we have to treat healthcare personnel as they are our beloved sons, our beloved daughters, not just employees get paid for what they do. This is the most dynamic challenge, as healthcare personnel is the only glue our society's broken health pattern needs in order to keep going to what we all care for. Tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Any questions from the floor? I have a question for you. How can we combine what you just said with the great resignation on the other side of the Atlantic, where people left during COVID pandemic and they never returned to their work? That's just...
How that combined? I'm sorry, because it was a noise.
In the Atlantic, in the Americas, during the pandemic, people were forced to be out of work, and then upon the end of the crisis, most of them never returned. They found other ways to survive. And that's also another interesting challenge that comes.
I think it is a part of the Great Resignation, a phenomenon not only noticed to the health occupations, but all over, across all the other occupations like workers, drivers, hospitality personnel also. I think, and from the point of view of human resources, I am already 29 years human resource management. We have no explanation still, and I'm very sorry for this, because we see frightened people believing that staying at home is a better occupation. I don't know why, primarily among the younger, we see more than 30% of positions we have the phenomenon of positions looking for candidates in nowadays. And there are millions, tens of millions of positions. Of course, I made some explanations about the phenomenon because in the healthcare sector, it's a matter of stress, of professional burnout, and of the fear that I could be infected and left alone.
And last but not least, how are you doing personnel-wise in Eltoloakarnania? Are you fully staffed? Are you suffering of personnel shortages?
Of course we're suffering, as the whole health sector in Greece, because so many scientists left the country, many of them for good, and we have to review salary status and incentives. The Greek government passed a new legislation recently, the law so-called 4940, for the first time recognizes and establishes and introduces the incentives in the government sector, paying an annual bonus up to 15% of the individual's annual income. I think this is the starting point for changing the whole public sector, and especially hospitals, where incentives were starving for incentives.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Seraskeris.
And now we are going to the last presentation on this session. Ms. Harizani. She's an administrative director, and her title of presentation is The COVID Pandemic as an Opportunity for Hospitals' HR Departments.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to speak to you today. My name is Hariklia Harizani, and I represent the HR team of Papageorgiou General Hospital. With the topic, With the topic, the COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity for hospitals' HR departments. So, as you can see the map, Papageorgiou Hospital is located in the northern part of the mainland, in Thessaloniki, which is the second biggest city of Greece, with 1 million residents, which is almost 10% of our country's population. Before we start, let me tell you a few things about our hospital. It is a non-profit organization, a legal entity of private law. It is fully integrated in the Greek national healthcare system. It operates under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Health, and it is governed by a 7-member board of directors. I'm sharing this slide with you to see some data at a glance. From all these, I would like to mention 3 numbers. The one of total beds, which is 800, the occupancy rate, which is almost 90%, and the number of our employees, which is 1,900. Now, let's see now what happens during COVID-19 pandemic to hospitals' HR departments. They were forced to operate in a crisis mode, readjusting operations in a few days and aligning the HR procedures with constant legislative changes. And what about our HR department? We had to set new strategic priorities, to embrace changes, either legislative or regarding operations, and to quickly adapt to the new reality. So in order to face this unprecedented situation, we focused on 4 strategic areas: sufficient and qualified staff, health and safety, flexible working arrangements, and cultivating organizational culture. To secure sufficient and qualified staff, we implemented right away mandates issued by the Ministry of Health and by the 3rd Health Region, which is our supervisor, and our actions included facilitation of staff transfer from primary care structures to hospitals, recruitment of auxiliary staff, extension of duration of fixed-term contracts regarding current auxiliary staff, recruitment of medical graduates on 4-month contracts as medical residents to staff the COVID departments. Commission by force of private doctors with the medical specialties of pulmonology, pathology, anesthesiology, and general medicine. Contracts with private doctors of the above specialties on a voluntary, full-time or part-time basis. Nurses recruitment on 18th-month contracts, specializing in emergency and intensive care nursing. All staff categories recruitment on fixed-term contracts, and external staff contract provisions following a call for expression of interest. Our second strategic area was about health and safety, and our actions included compliance with national authorities' guidelines, hygiene measures, social distancing measures, occupational health services, workload, working hours and work organization, and mental health and psychological support. More specifically, compliance with national authorities' guidelines included free testing for employees, quarantine, and isolation in accordance with national laws and infection control doctors' instructions, access to medical care when infected employees were hospitalized, and earlier access to COVID-19 vaccination programs compared to the general population. The hospital also implemented hygiene and infection control standards across all departments, provided personal protection equipment to all staff based on the risk of infection and on the evaluation of job tasks, together with proper training. Concerning social distancing measures, there were strict measures for avoiding crowding and social mixing. There was prohibited access of non-essential workers and visitors, modification of common spaces use, and remote work was strongly encouraged. As far as occupational health services is concerned, occupational doctor served as an important advisor, providing recommendations and organizing immunization campaigns in collaboration with the hospital infection control team. Measures were also taken for the optimal organization of working hours, shifts and rest where possible, introducing flexible work arrangement, on-call schedules, and working from home to improve the health and well-being of employees. Concerning mental health and psychological support, there was free access to mental health and counseling services, facilitating access to psychological support. Series of workshops were held providing employees tips on how to cope with the pandemic and how to reduce one's own stress. And finally, we designed and implemented a workplace policy to prevent violence and harassment and promote fair treatment of all staff. Our third strategic area was about flexible work arrangements, and our actions included home-based teleworking and flexible working hours. Physical presence in Papayogou Hospital's administrative department was minimized by working on site, but on different shifts, and by introducing teleworking. Introducing teleworking for administrative employees had benefits for both hospital and staff. It offered a sense of security and employee job satisfaction. It reduced absenteeism, and it increased workplace efficiency. While the benefits for flexible working conditions for both hospital and staff was the minimization of physical interaction, the mitigation of the risk of virus spreading, and the work and family balance improvement. Our last strategic area was about organizational culture, which defines how our hospital functions on a day-to-day basis regarding its mission, values, objectives, and expectations that guide the employees. And our actions towards this strategic area included communication and transparency, training, empowerment, and engagement. So we try to build communication and transparency by providing data in a transparent and timely manner, fact that played an essential role in guiding rational and need-based decision-making. By updating employees about new COVID-related protocols, issuing almost every week relevant internal mandates. By directly communicating any changes to all employees, by organizing virtual team meetings using internet technology such as Zoom, and by sharing new cultural ideals through regular communication and annual report publication. We provided training by adopting online orientation procedures to new hirings and equipping the workforce with the right information on COVID-19 issues, by ensuring new employees gain an understanding of hospitals' culture using virtual tools such as corporate video and presentations, by developing a student ambassador program to act as a liaison, promote partnerships, build trust, mentor and support incoming students in learning and adopting the hospital's culture. By designing and offering training programs that promote crisis management skills, culture building, empathy, employee engagement, and enable healthcare professionals to deal with the crisis and think outside of the box. We fostered empowerment and engagement by organizing practices that nurtured the desired culture, such as establishing awards of the best employee of the COVID year and the best team of the COVID year, by assigning interdepartmental tasks and projects that encourage a sense of sharing responsibilities, facilitated exchange of experiences, tools and methodologies, and strengthened mutual support. By promoting collaborative problem solving, by delegating authority, and by fostering a sense of belonging in the hospital's history through quarterly publications and photographic display of interdepartmental teams and projects. By developing these 4 crucial areas, although the workload got multiplied, we managed to survive. However, the dominant emotion of all of us during this period was fear. Fear for the virus, fear for the loss of infected colleagues, fear for the health of everyone's families, and fear for the next day after the pandemic. So, we realized that we had to be better prepared anticipating the next crisis in healthcare. And therefore, here are some no-fear action plans proposed by us in order to be discussed. We need to secure extensive funds in order to obtain the necessary equipment and staff. We should fill all the vacancies in our organization because each and every position is necessary. We must develop specialized nursing staff. Emergency and intensive care units require specific skills, not just any skills. We have to train medical school physicians to serve in a future health crisis. Medical degrees need to be accompanied by soft skills. Partner with the private health sector. During crisis, we are together. We are not competitors. Establish non-bureaucratic recruitment and selection procedures, because every minute counts. Update hygiene measures and protocols. We have learned a lot about this during the pandemic, and now we are familiar with all these procedures. Provide more flexible working arrangements. We have seen during the pandemic that there is another way to work too, and technology is on our side. Reform the role of occupational health doctor. This role is absolutely important, and his advice was highly valued during the pandemic. Ensure mental and psychological support procedures to take better care of our staff. Foster, engage, and empower employees to achieve our common goals and better serve our patients. Build resilient, last but not least, build resilient and inspiring leadership, present all the time, providing guidance and motivation. We strongly believe that if all these action plans and best practices are further developed through collaborations of all European stakeholders, including ministries of health, health regions, medical associations, national authorities, universities, and hospitals, we will be ready to prevent, prepare for, and control health crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic, and rise up to the challenge with no fear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harizani. Are there any questions? Or I have to do one?
I am very impressed with 2 points that you mentioned.
Okay.
One of them was the idea of the student ambassador at the hospital. That's a great idea. And
This is something that happens to all universities of European Union. So we thought that it was a very good idea.
It's an excellent idea. And I would like to emphasize what you mentioned about educating new physicians to respond to emergencies and pandemics, something
Medical.
we don't have. Yes, correct.
New physicians to educate?
Educate medical students in new
It was
pandemics.
about the medical
Yes,
schools
yes,
that
yes.
we need to have more skills, more soft
Correct.
skills.
More
Yes.
soft skills and be able to address pandemics, because what we experienced during the COVID pandemic, and I have a very vivid example of a friend, doctor, that he didn't go to assist his in-laws because they were infected with COVID. So we need to learn how to address, patients regardless of what the disease is.
Yes, to be flexible and to act like this.
And you mentioned about the mental health issues of healthcare workers. Especially during the pandemic, there are too many issues, like
Yes.
sleep disorders, fatigue, fear. Do you have any measures to help them regarding this?
Yes, we had in our hospital. There was a committee that, not exactly a committee, there was 24 hours a day a telephone number where every health professional could apply if there was a mental or health problem. So I guess this was the one. And the other one, the psychologist and the psychiatrist was every day on our site, and they were available every time we need them.
Okay, thank you again.
Okay.
I think we're going to close this session and to call the chairs of the session 3, Mr. Fragoulis and Professor Simou.
The chair is yours.
Δεν ανοίγει το... Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third session. Αυτά τα, ναι, τα διαδικτυακά γενικά έχω. Το χειρότερο είναι όταν σε βιντεοσκοπούν. Να ξεκινήσουμε μία. Επειδή είναι μία στο πρόγραμμα, να ξεκινήσουμε. Ωραία. Κάντε μας όμως... Τώρα μας παρακολουθεί το κοινό που είναι εκτός. Τέλεια. Οπότε μπορείτε εσείς να αναλάβετε πιο πολύ το discussion για να το πάτε εκεί που νομίζετε ότι πρέπει να αναδείξουμε περαιτέρω. Ελεύθερα από μένα, δεν είναι. Θα κάνω παρεμβάσεις, αλλά αν χρειαστεί, έτσι, δεν είναι. Δεν έχουμε εικόνα πόσοι μας παρακολουθούν.
Κανείς Έλληνας εδώ. Όλοι αυτοί ξένοι.
Ναι, πέσανε σε βροχερή ημέρα όμως. Γιατί η Ελλάδα για όλους είναι...
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ και μιλάω σε ένα συνέδριο. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Σαν call center όμως, όχι ο ίδιος.
Α, το call center του Πατούλη. Για καμιά εκδήλωση.
Είναι εκλογές του Σάββατο.
Α, εκλογές γιατί?
Ιατρική σύλλογη και πανελλήνιες.
Και ξαναβάζει.
Δυστυχώς.
Ξαναβάζει. Νομίζω μετά το Ακαδημία πρέπει να κάνουμε ένα άλλο φόρουμ.
Είναι πιο δύσκολο.
Καλά, εγώ δεν έχω βγει να το βάλω. Πόσες φορές πρέπει να βάλει? Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third session of the 24th International Health Services Management Conference. It's good to see so many people to attend the conference, and I'm sure today will bring lots of benefit to all by spreading knowledge and also stimulating some new ideas. Across the world, investments in public healthcare services improve equity and access, healthcare performance, accountability of health systems, and health outcomes. While some of these factors are directly related to the health system and access to health services, the evidence is clear that a broad range of factors beyond health services play a critical role in shaping health and well-being. Primary health care is also critical to make health systems more resilient to situations of crisis and more proactive in detecting early signs of epidemics. There is a widespread recognition that primary health care services is in the front door of the health system and provides the foundation for the strengthening of the essential public health functions to confront public health crises such as COVID-19 pandemic. So we are here today to discuss all these things. Dr. Fragoulis.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be with you. Strengthening the front line, it's very important for the Greek context when we had to face a pandemic without an organized front line. I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Melita Jacob, head of the WHO European Center for Primary Healthcare. we have a strong collaboration since the foundation of the center with our compatriot Pavlos Theodorakis working there. And during all this reform process, we have technical guidance and strong support from Dr. Jakab. Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon and a warm welcome to everybody. Let me just do a quick sound check with you. Do you hear me well?
Everything fine.
Very good. Then I would like to ask to put up my slides, please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and it's really an honor to be part of this discussion. I very much like the title of this conference as well as the introduction of this session to strengthen the frontline. And I will be speaking from the perspective of the WHO Regional Office for Europe, which works with 53 countries in the European Union, in Central, Southern Europe, and in the former Soviet countries. So I will speak a little bit from a bird's eye view, and I will try to ask some provocative questions for some further discussion. I titled my presentation Responding to the Triple Agenda, and let me start there of outlining what we see as the triple agenda affecting economic recovery and resilience. And I will conclude that primary healthcare is more important than ever. First of all, if we think back to the pre-pandemic era, we were really trying to work hard to improve the response to non-communicable diseases, which often present at primary healthcare level as multimorbidity multiplied with mental health and social health issues. And honestly, we weren't very good at it. We haven't cracked that nut. And that inherited NCD burden continues to carry forward in the post-pandemic era. During the pandemic, we understood that we thought we're very well prepared as European countries for such emergencies, but our preparedness is lacking, and all countries are now working very intensely to fill the gaps in preparedness for pandemics, but for other hazards as well, be it armed conflict or earthquakes or other natural disasters. And the evidence is beginning to emerge that we are facing post-pandemic epidemiological shocks, which also affect primary healthcare very much. A few weeks ago, this very interesting figure circulated and was ultimately published from the Financial Times. It is from the United Kingdom, and it illustrates the very large increase in the number of deaths caused by heart attack by age group. And you can see that with the exception of the oldest age group, there is a tremendous increase. And we're seeing that at primary healthcare level, we're seeing quite a large increase in non-communicable diseases, people presenting with NCDs, mental health problems. And then, of course, we know that there is a reverse relationship between chronic conditions as well as COVID and pandemic response. All this to show that primary healthcare is more important than ever, and non-communicable diseases are more important than ever, and we need to carefully look how well are we able to respond, how well our frontline is performing. I would now like to use the words of my regional director, Dr. Hans Kluge, at the regional committee in Israel. He said, "The only thing that kills more people than tobacco is hypertension. 2.4 million people a year, or 1 in 4 deaths in our region. We are doing a terrible job at preventing and managing hypertension." We have to look at very carefully if we're talking about primary healthcare and strengthening the frontline, because hypertension is not something complex. And we are better equipped than ever to address this hypertension, as well as more comprehensively this triple burden. We know more than ever. The science is on our side. And we have been very good at translating that science into guidelines that can be used at the front line. We are very strong at training family doctors, nurses, and beyond that, multidisciplinary teams at primary healthcare level. And we do have the medicines. The medicine is also on our side, although I will open a bracket here. This is not my topic. Not everybody benefits from it, and we have to take a hard look at our coverage policies. But we also fail at some things. We fail at intervening early. We see people at primary healthcare level when their disease is more advanced, more difficult to change, when their conditions are more advanced, more difficult to change. We're not very good at eliciting behavior change, and underlying many of these non-communicable diseases is a behavior change. We're good at diagnostics, we're good at prescribing, but how good are we to working with people to change their behavior that has led to that condition in the first place? We are not very good at tailoring our approach to individuals and communities. We have a tendency to use a one-size-fits-all. We tend to govern by ratios, 2,000 population per family doctor, so many nurses per family doctor, etc. And we need to carefully look at how we can be better to tailor primary healthcare to the needs of that particular community. And we are not very good at thinking beyond silos and integrating vertical programs into primary healthcare settings. So what to do? How to move forward? First of all, we need to move forward from a one-size-fits-all approach towards tailoring to need, and I will return to this. We need to move away from monoprofile teams towards expanded teams that have the ability and knowledge, know-how, skills, and time to work with the people on behavior change. Moving towards these multidisciplinary teams is really critical, but multidisciplinary in a way that we address behavior change as well as social determinants of health. We need to move away from focusing only on clinical skills towards clinical and non-clinical skills, such as counseling, such as eliciting commitment to behavior change, and so on and so forth. We talk to young graduates very often who enter the primary healthcare workforce, and we ask them the question, how was the transition for you going from medical school to working in primary healthcare setting? And invariably, they highlight that they were poorly equipped for the non-medical aspects of the services they needed to provide. They highlight how they were trained by specialists in hospital setting or in specialty settings, but they were not trained or they didn't practice sufficiently at the community setting where people present with their problems that are embedded in their social and psychological circumstances. And often the response that's required is to work together with other organizations, with NGOs, to facilitate some of those more complex needs. And the fourth major transition we need to face is we often focus in our daily practice of primary healthcare from clearing the waiting room to we are dealing with the people who show up, the people who are here. We need to move away from that towards outreach and being proactive, to be proactive with those people who didn't show up. Maybe they have been experiencing some metabolic signs of metabolic syndrome or hypertension, but they're not coming in. Maybe they have missed some of the screening tests for which they have been invited for. We need to know who they are, and we need to proactively reach out to them. So to strengthen the frontline means moving forward with these transitions. And to take this a step further, I put this very, very powerful photo here to really say that if we continue in our old ways, we're going to keep running into these very same barriers. Our old ways are not enough. And sometimes we need to reflect on these questions. Are we a little bit too conservative as health system organizers? And are we attracted to simple answers that we can legislate at a national level and then expect their introduction to policies, such as the ratios of health workers to population that I already talked about? And are we uncomfortable with a non-standardized and more tailored approach? Now, we have been looking very carefully at what countries are doing, and we have published a series of 17 country vignettes of how countries have taken the opportunity of the pandemic to pick up some of their older practices and replace them along some of these lines of transformations. We have published them as our series on primary healthcare vignettes, and I invite you, you're very welcome to take a look at them, because so much has happened in the past 2-3 years in terms of transforming primary healthcare during very, very difficult circumstances. And let me highlight a few of those transformations we're seeing in the ground that help us think about how to make these 4 transitions happen. The first of all, that's very important, is a national policy framework for primary healthcare is critically important to put the boundaries, to put the vision down. However, implementing primary healthcare really requires initiative on the ground at the provider level, at the community level, at the regional level. And this in turn requires distributed leadership within a national policy framework. What that means is we have to make sure that we provide sufficient autonomy for our healthcare providers to tailor, to innovate, for example, to change the needs, to change the composition of their multidisciplinary team. Then we have to make sure that they're empowered to take those decisions. They have a way to monitor the impact of their decisions, create feedback loops for conversations, and that there are mechanisms at the community and regional level where other important actors, such as public health agencies, such as non-governmental organizations delivering complementary services, can participate to remove bottlenecks and address barriers. Primary healthcare is becoming increasingly complex, and we need to invest in management skills. Managing a small practice with one family doctor, one nurse is not very complicated, but managing a large practice of 70,000 people with a large multidisciplinary team is a very different endeavor. And we're very good at investing in management skills for hospitals and pharmaceutical production, but specifically management skills for primary healthcare is an area that all countries need to carefully look at and invest in. And finally, we talk a lot about the content of primary healthcare and the policies, but often these transitions I highlighted, they require an organizational change. For example, moving from a monoprofile to a multidisciplinary team, a small practice to a larger practice, individual provider to a network provider. These are transitions that we cannot regulate or describe on paper. The organizational culture needs to evolve and needs to change. And this needs resources and know-how that we're not always good at providing. The second instrument to make these transitions happen, and I refer to it a lot, is to invest in multidisciplinary teams. And I'm always asked when I go to countries, but how should these multidisciplinary teams be composed? And of course, there is no answer. Any country that has moved towards this approach, they choose different approaches to this. They have different compositions of multidisciplinarity. There are a few principles that are really worth considering. The first one is, even though we're moving to multidisciplinarity, there has to be a strong core. And this core is strong family medicine and nursing to lead the care. Now, when we think about what other professionals to add to primary healthcare teams, what's emerging in the post-pandemic period, that we need to add increasingly those professionals who help us address social determinants of health and help us go closer to root causes of illness, such as mental health specialists, social workers, counselors, other behavioral change therapists. One of the biggest changes we're seeing in the European region is adding these type of health professionals to primary healthcare teams. And here on this slide, I repeat again that the importance of organizational culture, because it is not just about recomposing the primary healthcare team, but really thinking about how these professionals will take decisions together, how they will move together, how they will jointly consult patients, and what are their different roles and responsibilities in communication. The third instrument to facilitate this transition is primary healthcare networks. More and more countries are realizing that we used to think about primary healthcare providers as individual providers, but combining them into networks provide really great opportunities to address, for example, a broader service offering. For an individual provider, it is very difficult to scale up, especially to services where a larger population size is required to make it worthwhile. Could be mental health, could be physiotherapy, could be some other areas where the size is needed is larger than the size needed for family practice to make it worthwhile. By several providers coming together into a network, some of these resources can be shared. For example, a psychologist can visit different practices on different days. Equipment can be shared, or a mobile brigade can be shared to visit patients at home. It's important in these cases to steer the patient journey through the system, but it also helps us to address professional isolation. And this is, again, one of the big benefits. When we look at some of those medical deserts in Europe, where it's very difficult, despite financial incentives and other incentives, to attract health professionals, when we look at what is the main reason why people are so unattracted to work in those remote areas, professional isolation always is on the top of the agenda. Professional isolation, especially of the young graduates who seek to learn, who want to grow. In networks, provider networks, we can facilitate professional growth. For example, a family doctor can specialize in some area while their colleagues specialize in some other area, and then continue to grow beyond the requirements in family medicine. So these are very, very helpful approaches. Some of you know that we have a talk show, Let's Talk Primary Healthcare, and I invite you to join us. We do this on a regular basis, where we invite policymakers and practitioners to converse around important topics. And in June, we had a very interesting session on the formation of primary healthcare networks. You see the QR code on this slide. We have posted this episode on our YouTube channel, and you're very welcome to check it out and find some interesting tips from people who work at the formation of primary healthcare networks, either at policy or practice level. The fourth instrument that I will highlight is, of course, integrated digital solutions. It can help with these massive transitions that I was talking about. And this is such a vast topic that I don't even attempt to cover it. And I know in this conference there are lots of interesting presentations about it. But I would like to focus your attention on the importance of 4 particular digital instruments that are very useful in primary healthcare, in a way that they actually strengthen the practice towards this multidisciplinariness. First of all, during the pandemic, we have learned about the importance of remote delivery of services. And we in WHO are now seeing a lot of good practices, and I know Greece has a lot of good practices in this area, but we're also seeing, and I'm afraid to say this, a lot of bad practices when it comes to the introduction of telemedicine and telehealth. We're seeing them being introduced as self-standing projects, not integrated with the already existing family medicine, primary healthcare, face-to-face delivery approach, and the continuum of care. So it's absolutely critical to build these approaches into a multi-platform delivery, so that I, as a patient, don't get to consult somebody else through a telemedicine solution, then I get to consult through the face-to-face mechanism. And then there's also the specialist getting involved in the delivery of the care. All these need to come together in what we call a multi-platform delivery. Face-to-face consultations combined with remote consultations combined with services. This is very, very important. The second aspect that I want to highlight, and it's very important, is interprofessional health records. If we want to move towards multidisciplinary teams, we need to make sure that the health records serve the interest of all the practitioners, the family doctor, the nurse, the mental health worker, the social worker, and they together are combined. There is more to do here, and I'm not even touching the integration with the rest of the system, public-private boundaries, the hospital integration, and the specialists and the diagnostics. The third aspect that we learned in the pandemic is there need to be digital tools at practice level to identify the high risk and vulnerable people. We're very good at national and regional levels to say so many percentage of our people, let's say, are high risk from a socioeconomic perspective, even from a disease perspective, we can often tell. But at primary healthcare practice level, do we know who are the 5-10% most vulnerable people? And defining vulnerability not as a single disease vulnerability, but in a multi-morbid context, and also adding the socioeconomic dimensions and the mental health dimensions. Countries that are able to do this, who are the front runners in population health management and risk stratification of primary healthcare population, countries that were able to do this were very effective during the pandemic to work with the high risk and support them comprehensively not just with health services, but also with social services. They were able to reach out to them even if they didn't reach the practice. And this is absolutely critical for non-communicable diseases and for that to change that hypertension outcome we were talking about and to change some of our cancer outcomes. Knowing who are the high risk in the community, working more intensively, more proactively with them, improves their outlook, helps change their behavior, reduces the use of specialist visit, reduces hospitalizations, and ultimately reduces mortality. And the fourth important digital tool that is important to prioritize is people-facing self-management tools. We could talk much more about this, and I'm very interested in your experience as well, but for the sake of time, I'm going to now move to the last instrument, and that is about investing in well-being, investing in health, investing in primary healthcare. WHO has carried out an analysis of how much countries are spending on primary healthcare, and we can see quite a large variation. It's very difficult to define this, how much countries are spending, because every country is defining the boundaries of primary healthcare differently. But within that, we actually see quite a bit of underinvestment in primary healthcare. Beyond investment, we also need to do a little bit more to rethink how funding is flowing in the health system and what kind of services it incentivizes. Beyond underinvestment in primary healthcare, in many countries we're seeing that primary healthcare, the incentives are not there to do more. The incentives are not there to do outreach. The incentives are not there to do health promotion, prevention, work with the complicated patients. These incentives are there at specialist and hospital level because they're paid on the basis of some kind of high-powered incentive, such as fee-for-service, such as case-based payment for hospitalization. And even if those are kept, they're really having a big impact, and their incentive is to see anybody who shows up, improve productivity. But these financial incentives are quite weak at primary healthcare level. And so they're not supporting the objectives we want to achieve, which is to keep as many people at primary healthcare level as humanly possible, keep expanding the task profile, address non-communicable diseases, even with increasing complexity at primary healthcare level, and only go to specialist and hospital level if it's absolutely necessary. So I stop here. Those were my main messages. 4 very important transformations and 5 instruments to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob. I would like to emphasize that you mentioned that primary health care is more important than ever. Dr. Fragoulis?
Dr. Jacob, thank you for the great talk. You highlighted many different ways how we can go further. We are in the very beginning in Greece. We have, with the latest reform attempt, we have just managed to enroll half of the population to a family doctor. We have many things to do, and we want your continuous support in that. Thank you.
Are there any questions? So thank you so much for your great presentation. Let's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Jacob. My name is Aristomenes Sigelakis, and I'm President-elect of the Council of European Chief Dental Officers. So I would like to ask you, what about the position of oral health into the primary health system and in the frame of the historic resolution of the WHO regarding universal oral health coverage? Maybe you do not know that, but in Greece, oral health is totally neglected by the state. The public oral health expenditure is 0%. And In the primary health centers, although most of them had a dental department, now it is locked and people do not have access to dental services. So what do you think, under the light of the new scientific data that under stress, the very important role of oral health to the overall health and quality of life, as well as to the health system economics? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for bringing that important issue to the discussion and to the table. I know that in the program later on there will be a full presentation on that. And you in your question already gave some of my answer, which is there is increasing evidence that oral health is important for a range of other health outcomes and well-being outcomes. So of course, this is critically important. We are seeing in many countries that many cost-effective services for oral health, but for other conditions as well, are undercovered. In other words, not covered sufficiently with public funding, or the service is covered, but the medicine is not covered for it. So what we always recommend for countries is to have a solid process for priority setting of what's covered with public funds, that maps to the scientific evidence of what's cost effective and brings together cost effectiveness arguments with the ethically vulnerable. These discussions are often happening on an ad hoc basis within budgetary discussions, where historical pattern is dominant in allocating resources. So I think an important role for associations or advocates is to make the business case for changing those funds, be oral health, be inclusion of medicines for chronic conditions into the publicly funded benefit package. Making the business case and making the investment case in part is technical, but it's also a political skill. And it's very important to do that and bring these arguments to the table.
Thank you very much. This priority setting is absolutely necessary. And you may know that the WHO has adopted a Greek proposal about introducing dedicated oral health budgets. This is a Greek proposal which has been adopted by the global strategy on oral health. And for Greece, it is absolutely necessary to be implemented. Otherwise, other priorities would be always stronger, and dental care would be excluded by the essential services provided to the people. And finally, as my friend Dr. Pavlos Theodorakis likes to say, there is no health without oral health. So let's do something about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sigelakis. So we can move on. It's a pleasure and an honor to have with us Professor of General Practice at Primary Health Care at the School of Medicine, University of Crete, Christos Ioannis. He is involved in the development of primary health care at general practice in Greece, and he has translated the theory and the principles of primary health care into practice through the implementation of significant amount of primary health projects in the region of Crete and in Greece in general. Professor Christos Ioannis.
Thank you very much, Professor Simou. Also, Dr. Fragoulis, it's a great pleasure for me in being with us, and apologies for not being in person. But I'm feeling that you're very close, since you are both scientific colleagues. They promoting and supporting in a great way primary care, and I'm now I have an opportunity in changing my slides. We decided, and firstly, I'd like in expressing my gratitude and a privilege to Dr. Georgia Economopoulou and the host organizing committee for kindly invite me and giving this important place and in that round table. And I suggested a little bit focusing more on lessons learned from Greece and with a focus on evidence-based approach from a medical faculty, University of Crete. In the next 15, 18 minutes, I'm planning a little bit in giving some spots, especially for a new vision that we have discussed at the Department of Primary Care of the University of Crete, a little bit highlighting some of needs that until today have not met, giving an illustration what we learned in primary care for pandemic, but also in a very painful and multi-crisis period, thinking, as always, new collaborative models, but just a little bit of highlight from an evidence-based approach, the new challenges and priorities from primary care services in Greece. I think that that's our drivers, and also I'm very grateful to WHO, since always is giving opportunities for the University of Crete and the medical faculty in promoting aspects and views, always learning from research. And I'm thinking that also as a medical faculty, our drivers now is the WHO declaration in Astana. A second and a key source for us is a European Commission, and especially expert panel committee I having the honor in serving at, but also just strengthening the front line as importantly this roundtable and conferences support is also a fantastic paper of OECD published in February 2021. I think that is resources and driving our vision. And I'm trying in that, without having the aim in discussing this slide, giving some highlights of needs that have not met, especially in primary care in Greece. That was from editorial in the Greek journal, where I attempted before pandemic in saying that there are specific population groups that are not entirely, only exceptionally, taking care from the existing primary care services in Greece. And just I'm mentioning people with illegal drug users. I'm talking about patients with severe mental illnesses, including bipolar depression and schizophrenia, including the people with severe physical chronic conditions that having the opportunity in visiting hospitals from a couple of conditions, including the cancer, heart infarction, etc. Patients with ICV and AIDS, people with severe disabilities and physical impairment needed care at home, and especially people living in long-term in facilities. I'm thinking that's summarizing a couple of groups that independently, if primary care practitioners are having the capacity, unfortunately, that's due to many reasons. Those type of people has not received continuous-based and comprehensive and well-coordinated as WHO already supporting. The next slide is giving some evidence, local evidence, and I'm very happy since my presentation, you follow the presentation of Dr. from WHO, that already was focusing on the excellent work of WHO on transformation of a primary care services during pandemic, and giving concrete example from different settings. And this slide is talking about some experience already gained from Crete, but also just raising the issue to paying more attention to home care with a focus on multimorbid and afraid people. That is an issue that needed to deserve proper attention. We're talking about also other activities and publication. We have already uploaded based on European project they implemented during pandemic. I'm not giving more time on that. I'm thinking that's already discussed. This is a key source of information that European committee, the expert panel committee of European Commission is giving. Since at the beginning of pandemic, our attention was just focusing on not only on medically vulnerable with the people with the underlying conditions, but also with a focus on social marginalized and also mentally and psychological vulnerable people, but also to the poor. Poverty, as aware, it is an important determinant of morbidity and mortality, and WHO standard declaration has already stressed it and asking governments in reducing the health inequalities. I'm just not discussing this fantastic paper, Dr. Fragoulis. We needed to discuss this evidence from OECD because it's giving concrete also direction to what extent governments and policymakers what actions needed to be undertaken in strengthening the front line. I think that is a very important paper. I'm giving something that we needed to discuss, especially in the important primary care reform that is under implementation now in Greece. We already discussed in that Lancet paper a group of academicians and researchers. We discussed the most important in a policy maker that needed to reduce the burden from a pandemic, and just saying that primary care practitioners needed enhancing their voice, approaching the so-called perceived risk, utilizing motivation as a key tool, and of course take into account another important concept that the WHO has raised since years, health literacy. The key message of this paper in the Lancet was that without utilizing proper skills, recognize the risk perception by the people, without using motivational interview and other motivational tools, and giving more attention to health literacy is quite difficult in implementing successfully a policy towards the elimination of the burden from the pandemic. I think that this important that I missed the picture of the chief of United Nations. I think that we are in a period where we're having a global crisis, and especially a global mental crisis. I think that in the Ministry of Health, there are specific actions just to eliminate the burden for mental health, but I'm thinking that primary care needed to be strongly involved, and certainly the integration of mental health into primary care is a very important priority. Having the opportunity in chairing the Working Party of Mental Health of VONCA, we had the pleasure last year in just publishing, just following the WHO Astana declaration and making more specific steps. What is the role of primary care, and especially general practice, family medicine, in reducing the burden? And I think that's a couple of key messages that you can see in that slide. The most important is just we needed in thinking more about the people with severe mental illnesses, because those type of people die prematurely, living in unhealthy condition, frequently are unemployment and living in poverty. I think that is a key message from the Vonca Working Party, but also just we strengthening the need for primary care intervention, means focusing on mental health promotion. I think that is an older story. I'm very grateful to the WHO officer already mentioning many times and many slides the concept of integration. The integration of primary care with the public health, it is a very important issue. We had the pleasure since years in 2015, just with this prophetic article in strengthening and saying, if the primary care and the national health system in Greece does not focusing on the management of health, chronic health conditions, that's unfortunately will be a disaster. And that's a paper is focusing. And one of the photos here is from the WHO journal just before the Astana Declaration, where strategically we suggested some steps how primary care could be well integrated with public health. I think that's another important issue is the integration of primary care with social care. In Greece, unfortunately, social care, and I'm talking about the long-term facilities that belongs to another ministry, and Ministry of Health has the accountability of a primary care. We strengthening in that paper in a European project that how important is in this even functionally collaboration between primary care and social care. And also, in this paper, we strengthened another message of WHO, just saying that primary care practitioners needed in giving a more focus to the home helpers, to caregivers. That is another important task in these days. I think that's Dr. Fragoulis is also your field, and you're doing certain and many actions together with Anargios Mariolis and many other colleagues from other societies in promoting a personal doctor. I'm not a politician, but I'm thinking that this primary care reform at the moment needed to discuss further and needed sufficiently in strengthening the role of a personal doctor. I think that this slide highlighting some issues that potentially could be included in an intensive retraining program that already have been highlighted and discussed. And we needed at the moment a personal doctor who just could be effective, communicate with the patients and their families. We've been equipped with empathetic and compassionate care skills to communicate effectively to the patients and recognize the risk and communicate the risk. In being capable in changing the lifestyle and promoting a new behavior style, and working effectively with the point of care, with the technology suitable in primary care. In managing effectively the most common problems, chronic conditions, working in teams together with the other primary care disciplines, which is so very important, but also important to engage community stakeholders and also be capable in making appropriately contributed to evaluation of primary care services. I think that's, and now I'm coming at the end of my presentation, there are many challenges at the moment from the Greek primary care services. I think in that already mentioning the important step for retraining, and certainly I'm very happy she's listening at the moment a lot of announcements that potentially such a strategy to be incorporated in the new current policy. We needed more discussion about the technology that will be suitable and appropriate for primary care. We needed to discuss rehabilitation services, palliative care, and the end of life. And that's a scene how strongly primary care services to be involved. We needed efforts to transform the primary care services to a more integrated and collaborative primary care model, and a sufficiency we needed in focusing on the assessment of quality and safety in primary care. Quite quickly, I think that few slides for our effort in Crete. Our effort it was in behavioral care. We're working in translated the experience from European project in guidelines and training material. You can see that how many of the subjects have been already tools developed by the research team at the medical faculty of the University of Crete. We're having a lot of tutorials, but also YouTube and scenario with pragmatic physicians, but also with the patients or people that imitate the patients. I'm in the position that announcing that already we have developed a digital primary care training hub that is giving, unfortunately, that pictures as not illustrated, but they cover many of the topics and hoping to such experience to be shared with political leaders in helping the effort at the moment in enhancing primary care, and especially with a focus on retraining of primary care practitioners. I think with such effort, I'd like to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity and hoping if any questions, I'm ready to respond. Thank you very much.
For your great talk. You always focus the attention in topics that we are not discussing in the public dialogue. And more we are focusing on the height of our remuneration, the terms of our contract, things like that. We have to see the vulnerable, all these things you have stressed. Any questions from the floor?
So, thank you, Professor Leonis. I would like to emphasize what you mentioned that we have to increase our efforts to prevent a global mental crisis. I think this is very important. That in Greece, we have addressed chronic disease as part of an integrated team. So thank you so much. I think we can go on with the next presentation. Dr. Maria Gamvrouli. Thank you. Primary care systems responses during COVID-19 pandemic worldwide, a systematic review.
Good afternoon. Let's start. Primary care focuses on medical care and is the provision of integrated, accessible healthcare services by clinicians who are responsible for addressing the majority of patients' healthcare needs, developing a sustained partnership with patients and practicing within the context of the family and community. In keeping with the commitments of the Declaration of Astana and of the Political Declaration of Universal Health Coverage, primary care services as a foundational and central element of robust health systems faced the risk of being overwhelmed by the current COVID-19 pandemic. A primary care setting is often a patient's closest and first point of contact with the healthcare system. In the early months of 2020, tremendous pressure was placed on healthcare systems due to the pandemic. Countries worldwide responded to these demands and prepared for future waves by rapidly building up dedicated tertiary care facilities and other treatment centers. The health systems of some countries were not able to expand hospital capacity and the health workforce capacity as quickly as they would like. Primary care became increasingly important and in both high and low income and middle income countries, as secondary and tertiary hospitals were overwhelmed with patients who needed intensive care. During the 2009 H1N1 pandemic, primary care was important in managing patients and implementing pandemic policies. The primary care safety net is critical to treating adverse population and providing surge capacity in such situations. Due to the middle to the moderate onset of COVID-19 symptoms, primary care is crucial for the prevention, triage, diagnosis, and management of patients in the community. A robust, comprehensive set of guidelines was needed to support the primary care response to pandemics. Public health functions provided by primary care included health protection and promotion, disease prevention, community-based screening, testing surveillance, and emergency preparedness. Given that the main benefit of guidelines is to improve the quality of care received by patients, there is a need for rapid research and synthesis to inform and the creation of guidelines that support primary care providers in the delivery of quality care during the pandemic. The aim of this systematic review was to investigate the available national primary care guidelines for COVID-19. Let's see the material and methods that we use. Search was performed on PubMed and Scopus for studies published until December 31, 2021, with the keywords guideline, Ministry of Health, COVID-19, Centers for Disease Control, and country name, which were searched in the title and in the abstract of the studies. We also searched references of the selected relevant policy documents for additional related information. We consider guidelines to be documents issued by national authorities within countries that communicate the intention of the national authority as to how COVID-19 should be diagnosed, treated, and managed in a primary care setting. Studies were excluded if they were not published in the English, Greek, French, and German languages, were conducted on animals, and were case studies, editorials, and letters to the editors. Data extraction based on a framework outlining primary care challenges and responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. The framework outlines 4 key domains: clinical service delivery, public health functions of primary health care facilities, operational level functions at the primary care facility, and the health systems level factors, all of which may act as barriers to or facilitators of care provision. A similar framework was used during the 2009 H1N1 pandemic. Here we can see on this slide the table of the framework of primary care challenges and how this responds to COVID-19 pandemic. Here we can see the flow diagram, where in this systematic review we have in the final 24 documents to examine. And let's see the results. We're identifying 19 documents from the grey literature and 5 studies from the databases which comprised national COVID-19 guidelines from 19 countries worldwide. Of these, 14 were general national guidelines for COVID-19, which referred to primary care within the text. 6 were specific to primary care, and 4 had primary care as a specific subsection. At the time of the study search, documents and studies were found from 2 Oceania, 3 North American, 6 European, 4 Asian, and 4 African countries. The guidelines were commonly reported on COVID-19 service delivery and primarily made specific recommendations to ensure the continuity of essential primary care services through telehealth or other methods of virtual care. All national primary guidelines included information on control measures, ways to minimize risk of spread and communication mechanisms. Specifically, all studies provided guidance on how to implement outbreak response measures, primarily through a flexible and coordinated organization model with patterns from different sectors. The majority of national guidelines also referred to integrated planning mechanisms for primary care. Fewer national guidelines reported on aspects of clinical service delivery in primary care, with only 8 of the countries offering guidance on surge capacity. Only 5 of 19 countries' guidance described access to medication considerations, and fewer described legislative or financing considerations to support primary care. Only national guidelines from one North American country covered all domains. Lack of guidance to support supply chain management and resilience practices in primary care and the lack of personal protective equipment posed a serious threat to providing quality care during a pandemic. The role of primary care is central to providing quality care for common infections and now also for COVID-19. Guidelines based on the most recent evidence play a crucial role in ensuring high-quality care, especially during pandemics, which strain healthcare systems worldwide. Guidelines for COVID-19 primary care focus on infection control and reducing the risk of spread in primary care while supporting new technology and coordinated care. The pandemic was exposed to weakness in health systems worldwide as health systems implement strategies, reconfigure models of care, and pivot towards technology. There is also an urgent need for research on optimal configurations of primary care services for a resilience response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you. Now to the final talk. It's from Zoe Tsarnava. Universal Oral Health Coverage, the WHO resolution as a call to Greek health systems reform. We have already a small sample from
introduction.
Dr. Sigelakis. So the floor is
Good
yours.
evening from me too. My name is Zoe Tsarnava and I'm going to present you our study with the title Universal Oral Health Coverage, the WHO resolution as a call to Greek health systems reform. We declare that there is no actual or potential conflict of interest for this study. And here is the structure of the presentation. So it consists of introduction, aim, methodology, results, and conclusions. For the introduction, oral diseases are the most common non-communicable diseases. They cause pain, discomfort, deformation, and they can lead to death. They affect today more than 3.5 billion people worldwide. It's 1 billion more than in 1990. And oral cancer is one of the most common cancers worldwide, and it is a serious burden for households and the health system. It was found that in the year 2015, oral diseases costed globally $544 billion, and social and economic situation affects the appearance and the severity of oral diseases. Oral health can give information that is critical for overall health. It affects the defense of the human body, and it was proven that it is connected with the severity of COVID-19 symptoms. Oral diseases have strong links with general diseases and share common risk factors with non-communicable diseases. So, targeting common risk factors, we can promote oral health. Although oral health is significant for general health, it seems that it is neglected by the state in Greece. And according to the data from OECD for the year 2019, public oral health spending as a proportion of total health spending for Greece was approximately 0. It was 0.3%, while at the same time, the European average was 31%. And in the same year, catastrophic health expenditure for Greece was 8.9%, 1.9% more than 2010. As for unmet dental care needs, they reflect existing inequalities in access to health and oral health, and it was found that the determinants of the use of dental care services in Greece are the age, sex, income, educational level, place of stay, private assurance, personal perspective of one's oral health situation. Also, it is significant that in 2020, the percentage of unmet dental care needs in Greece was 7%, while in the same year, the same percentage for the European countries was 3.2%. And worse, Greece in the same year ranked third among the countries of Europe with the largest differences between the first and the fifth income quintile, as we can see from this table. The WHO 74.5 resolution on oral health was approved at the 74th meeting of the World Health Assembly. And it sets the goal for universal oral health coverage. It recognizes the burden of oral diseases and calls out for integration of oral health in universal coverage services and national health policies. It calls also for reorientation towards prevention and enforcement of professional capacity of oral health professionals, and of course, strengthening of the effectiveness and the quality of health, oral health provision. Here is the timeline that was set by the WHO resolution. So after the resolution, in 2022, a global strategy was approved. And according to this timeline, in 2023, there will be an action plan from WHO for public oral health with measurable targets that will be achieved until 2030. Also, in 2024, WHO will recommend best by evidence-based oral health interventions. And the aim of the study was to investigate the current situation of oral health in Greece and determine the conditions for a successful implementation of WHO resolution for oral health in Greece. Qualitative research was developed by conducting semi-structured, in-depth interviews with the use of an 11-item questionnaire. For the stages of the research, first of all, the questionnaire was created after the literature review. First, a test review was conducted in order to check the effectiveness of the questionnaire, to correct any ambiguities, to set the questions into the right order, and to approximately find the duration of the interview. Then, the selection of the participants took place with proposed sampling. 16 participants, specialists, participated to the interviews, 2 representatives of the Ministry of Health, 1 patient group representative, 8 representatives of the academic community, 2 representatives of the Hellenic Dental Federation, 2 dentists occupied in the national health system of Greece, and 1 dentist working in the private sector. At the stage of the communication with the participants, an email was sent to all that was containing a research information sheet, a consent form, and the 11-item questionnaire. The interviews were conducted from March to September 2022. The 14 of them were conducted online using a teleconferencing platform, and 2 participants chose to answer via email. Then, each interview was transcribed, and the resulting text was sent to the participant for corrections, and of course for final approval. The data were analyzed and coded, and the results were interpreted. In order to the results were linked with the literature reviews findings, and in order to confirm the validity of the answer, the method of triangulation using multiple data sources was used. This is a method that helps confirm data that are coming from multiple sources that come from different aspects. And finally, the documented responses were grouped into 2 thematic sections. The first is current situation regarding oral health and dental care in Greece, and the second is interventions proposed. Let's begin with the first section, current situation regarding oral health and dental care in Greece. As it derived from the study, oral health in Greece is low prioritized. There is no oral health policy. Oral health is publicly underfunded, and apparently it has worsened due to financial crisis and COVID-19. Also, national health systems, health centers are understaffed, and prevention and promotion actions are not fully implemented. Furthermore, common risk factors approach is not implemented, social determinants of health are not effectively targeted. COVID-19 has affected oral health and dentistry as a profession. People do not claim the right to oral health, and there is no systematic recording of oral health and dental care data. Moving to the second thematic section about the interventions that were proposed. Adoption of a minimum share of public expenditure that will be exclusively dedicated to oral health. Development of public and private sector cooperation, but under strict rules in order to maintain the character of oral health as a public good, and systematic recording and processing of oral health data were proposed by all the participants. Oral health literacy improvement also was highlighted, along with interdisciplinary cooperation, inclusion of oral health into chronic disease investigation protocols, the development of an observatory for oral health inequalities and policies, the enforcement of NHS health centers, integration of oral health in primary health care, and of course strengthening reinforcement of primary health care, and actions to raise public awareness. Other proposals include a recording of oral cancer in the National Cancer Registry, dental services voucher subsidy, training of health professionals, strengthening some vulnerable target groups based on parameterization, application of individual digital health record, implementation of the existing institutional framework that it seems it was highlighted that is, although it exists, it's not implemented, it's not fully implemented. Cost participation based on income criteria, establishment of a national oral health committee, increased taxation of unhealthy food, reimbursed preventive dental care by age group, and zero participation of the insured people for some basic dental services. In any case, all interventions should be included in a national oral health policy, or even better, in a national health policy that will be actively including oral health. Moving to the conclusions, this is the first research in the literature studying the terms and conditions of the implementation of WHO 74.5 resolution in a country. Although qualitative research methods have the disadvantage of limited validity compared to quantitative studies, these studies' findings are in accordance with literature reviews findings, but there is a need for further research and future comparison with other studies that will be possibly conducted as policy concerning the WHO 74.5 resolution are currently being planned. Proposals highlighted by the majority of the participants was the adoption of a minimum guaranteed percentage of public health expenditure that will be exclusively dedicated to oral health. This was a proposal of Hellenic Republic and was adopted by WHO and approved in the recent global strategy. And of course, as a country, we're obligated to adopt. Emphasis on a people-centered holistic approach through strengthening of primary health care, activation of the National Organization for the Provision of Oral Health Services, inclusion of dental care in essential services that will be universally provided, development of a network of interdisciplinary collaboration, creation of an observatory for oral health policies and inequalities, and reorientation of the oral health system towards prevention. Finally, the WHO resolution on oral health and the lessons learned regarding the weaknesses that emerged from COVID-19 pandemic set a historic chance for Greece to reform its dental care delivery system towards a universal, effective, efficient, and human-centered model. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Zoe Jarrava, for this systematic review. Do we have any question from the audience?
It was a qualitative research.
Sorry. I thought the change the conclusion.
This was
all right. You're right. So the main findings of this research highlights that we don't have oral strategy or policies in Greece.
Yes.
So what do you believe furthermore that we can develop the efforts we have to concentrate on?
Okay, as a country, although we have institutional framework for oral health and its provision from primary healthcare centers, it is not implemented, and this is the first one we can do, but also strengthening the public funding for oral health is crucial, as it was zero, almost zero for 2019. And the solution of the adoption of minimum guaranteed public health expenditure that will be dedicated for this, for oral health and dental care, it is a solution that we can and we must adopt as a country as we have proposed it.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. So, oral health, it's very crucial to primary healthcare services. Primary healthcare services is the most inclusive, cost-effective, and efficient approach to enhance people's physical and mental health, as well social well-being. Primary healthcare services can play a crucial role in prevention and management of health crises. Thank you all for the participation. Thank you all for here in this afternoon. And I believe that we deserve a break. Thank you.
Habe ich auf irgendeinem auch die Augen auf? Ach so.
Dear colleagues, welcome to this afternoon session of the conference. My name is George Feretzakis, and will be co-chairing this session with my colleague, Professor Dimitris Kales. We remind the audience that every speaker has 20 minutes for the presentation, and we ask you to reserve your questions after all presentations have been concluded. We also remind the speakers that 2 minutes before their time expires, a notification will appear in their screen. Our first speaker is Dr. Pierre Michael Meyer, President, CEO of Ecosystem and Zeiderberg Fabric.
Yes, thank you so much. It's a pleasure for me to being here and talking to you. My presentation is about big data, AI, and how they work together. Coming to myself, I studied international hospital management and business informatics, and I have a doctorate in public health. Yes, I'm leading the ecosystem in Zeiderfabrik, the e-health incubator, let's say, in the German-speaking countries. And I'm also active in other associations like the Association of Health Information Management Executives. There I'm the Vice President and CFO. And for the European Association of Hospital Managers, I'm in the IHE Europe Steering Committee. And this is also something what is very useful for our association here in Brussels and now here in Greek. And yes, I'm also an assistant professor. When I get the title for the speech here, I think to myself, how should I prepare the presentation? Because artificial intelligence and big data are 2 points which you can see separate, but you can also see that in a holistic view. Why I'm saying that? If you take a look on artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence deals with the automation of intelligent behavior and machine learning. So far, the term is difficult to define because there's already a lack of a precise definition of intelligence. Nevertheless, it's used in research and development. Artificial intelligence usually describes the attempt to replicate certain human decision-making structures, e.g., software is programmed in such a way that it can process problems relatively independently. Often, however, this also refers to imitated intelligence with simple to complex algorithm simulating intelligent behavior, and thus achieving simple or strong decision support. This is important. Simple and strong decision support, because when it comes to medicine, this is a crucial point. Big data, with big data, algorithm-based decision support is raised to another level, i.e. software learns from a large amount of data, software gets better and the decision support gets better and hopefully so precise that the user can really rely on the decision support. The statistical challenge that has to be overcome is that a statistically relevant population of the data required for this decision support must be available. Without this relevant population, this is difficult. Sorry about that, but I'm German native speaker, so my English is, but you will challenge me. So what are the consequences? Consequently, software for decision support in medicine falls under the medical device regulation and must therefore meet the requirements. As a consequence, the hospital operator, who cannot partially delegate responsibility for hospital operations, must think very carefully about which clinical applications, AI, and decision support should be used how. Ergo, this use should be anchored in the holistic digital agenda and digital/IT strategy. 2 different points, or 3 different points: agenda, a digital strategy, and IT strategy. To make it concrete, I will show you our digital agenda and digital IT strategy. What means our? Our means hospital community hosp do IT. These are the members of the hosp do IT. These are rather 33 hospital groups with more than 25,000 beds. Beds is, let's say, what we in the German-speaking countries always count our hospitals. For sure, you have to count it after cases, but also in these days, beds are popular. So what we figured out for us is no success without a digital agenda. We have to earn trust from patients, so we need something like a digital patient relationship management. We want to have a smart hospital at the end, so we have to think about our digital business. For sure, we need a digital transformation roadmap of our hospitals, so we have to do a digital strategy. And we want to show digital leadership, and that means at the end, digital work. If you want to hire nurses and doctors, and you cannot deliver digital work, you will not get workers. For us, this ends in this triangle. For sure, quality is on the top. Then you have the citizen, the injured person, and the patient in the middle. And around this person, you have health information management. Yeah, you have to manage the information around the patient. For sure, on the left-hand side, you have health information exchange, because if you can't exchange data, then you have not health information management. And with that, we will get more and more pay-for-performance model. So this means pay for quality, pay for performance, pay for health information exchange. And I think in each country, especially the German-speaking countries, we have more and more this pay for performance models, and all are related to health information management. So, and our digital and IT strategy is guarantee future security with a scalable software and hardware landscape under the following conditions: interoperability and revision security for the consumer hospital information system. Why there is consumer hospital information system? Because a hospital information system, the people are working in the hospitals knows very well. But normally they are not satisfied with the systems they have. But when it comes to consumer electronics and their smartphones, they love that. They have it. Nobody here in the room has no smartphone. And this is consumer electronics, so you give a positive attitude to the hospital information system, what you have. And for sure, for the successful management of this, you need a competence center for cloud and hospital information processes. These are the 8 pillars of our strategy: become master of the data, reduce dependencies, and integrate best practices. First, introduce an IOP platform. So IOP stands for interoperability. You know, the IT guys have always abbreviations for long terms, yeah? And achieve revision, security, and interoperability. For sure, we have to digitize paper. We have to integrate medical device output, and we have to work with clinic data repositories. So we need clinical data repository management, and this is the base for AI and big data. Because without that, without a clinical data repository, no AI, no big data. For sure, then we need a digital interaction and communication between health professionals, in brackets, electronic medical record, and patients, in brackets, electronic health record. For sure, cloud readiness, and then for sure strategy-aligned use of cloud storage. And here it's highlighted in orange what makes for us, AI and big data important. When you have this, in German-speaking countries, the boss always say, okay, that makes sense, where's the plan? So this is why we have such an IT strategy reporting, what's working in years and in quarters, and to show progress within your project with numbers and different colors to make it easy for the executive officer to see which budget is achieved, aligned, and yes, is this our projects which are for the hospitals, or is this our projects which are cross hospitals, so to make it very easy. For sure, this also needs an IT mission statement for the IT strategy. For example, our vision is the best possible patient prevention, treatment, and experience through digitization. Our mission is we enable useful information processing, shape digitization, automate and standardize, and invite decision support, AI. Yeah? A code of values are, we are the helpful, the solution-orientated, the prudent, the continuous learner, and the professional. And we think with this, we get trust of our employees and our patients. And therefore, everybody can be sure if we use AI, it's safe. And for this, for sure, we built up a competence center to guarantee this. Our member service are then onboarding, so we bring all this in our members. We have operational excellence. This is all the reporting stuff I presented you. And then we have the decision support on our side to our members. Yeah. So we have a platform where we deliver forms, best practices, standards, and for sure we have a management information system with all the benchmarking data in that one executive officer can ask the other executive officer, why are you so good in that and we are not so good? And then they can talk about the numbers and we can help to interpret the numbers. For sure we have continuous improvement, so we have different working groups to become better. Typical working group are information security management, interoperability, key performance indicators, corporate governance and procurement, IT staff, competence centers. And for sure, we also do special responsibility, information security officers, data privacy officers, and planners and controllers of integrated care projects. And we increase the attractiveness of our members with plug-and graduate and trainee programs, digital manager and experts. And now the artificial intelligence committee we have, because we don't work without an order. We want expectations, we want orders, and then we will solve this, the problem. With respect to the quadruple aim of AI, risk models have to be adapted: predictive analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and cognitive computing, to improve the effectiveness and outcomes of care to deliver, and to improve the speed of delivery of bench to bedside innovation to deliver better care. Wow, cool statements. Cooler car. Yeah. Getting the right team together for AI so that the users feel comfortable driving the car. This is an important thing, yeah? I hope you like the picture. Mercedes is not so bad, so. And this helps the implementation to be successful at the end. This are here, for example, composition of a good AI clinical implementation team. You need an executive sponsor, could be diet physician and manager. For sure, you need a clinical informatist. So who or someone, in German we will say Digitalisierungsbeauftragter. So for every other people, someone who really do clinician work and understands the processes and is guiding the IT folks to really deliver best practices. For sure, then you need analysts and data scientists. This is what I said. And front end and future user. So at the end, AI is super, but how you present the results, the decision support, is also very important to highlight things because the people have a lot of work to do. These are oversight and risk assessment, success factor and characteristics. We have accuracy, reliability, and safety. We have fairness and non-discrimination. And for sure, we have privacy and security. These are all the things you have to have in mind, yeah? To make double sure that at the end, the AI piece, the decision support piece you want to bring in place is working for the employees and the patients. This means at the end, appropriateness, transparency, very important, to get trust, yeah? Accuracy, reliability and safety, fairness and non-discrimination of something or someone, privacy and security, human values, shared benefit and prosperity, and for sure, at last, for the FOs, accountability. Here I can show you the current AI models in our hospital community. This is our first no-show model. So we don't want no-shows because we have to plan the staff. And if we have no-shows, this is not good. For sure, then sepsis and sepsis deterioration. We have then risk of ICU readmission and mortality. And we have plan for patient flow, likelihood to occupy a bed, and we have not operationalized. So what's about remaining loss at the end, yeah? Coming to my last, so after model validation, operational adaptation required for models, for sure, yes. Coming to the summary, so my last slides, dear chairs, so I should be in time. The summary, for me, artificial intelligence helps in emergency care, support in all cases where the clinics do not have the necessary expert. In acute care, use in cases of critical clinical processes and suspected rare diseases. And standard care, achievement of better level of care on site. So this is my summary on that, and I hope you enjoy my speech, and thank you so much for your attention. I'm here to answer your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The questions will be at the end of the session.
Okay. Then I have to be polite and say, sorry, but I have to leave because my wife and my kids are on Creta and they have the will that I come back today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Perler is on the room. No. Mrs. Zoe Rakopoulou. Let me introduce Miss. Okay. Our next speaker is Mrs. Zoe Rakopoulou, Deputy Manager of Sismanoglio General Hospital, Athens, Greece.
Hello, I am Deputy CEO of a quite big hospital here in Athens. It has about 500 beds. And my speech today has to do with applying artificial intelligence techniques on hospital big data. Let me tell you a few things about big data. The healthcare sector generates large sets of complex data, big data, from various sources such as laboratory tests, X-ray machines, electrocardiograph machines, electron medical records, wearable sensors, medical devices, and more. The big data and analytical solutions have turned healthcare providers into digitalized laboratory slides, electronic health records, and high-resolution radiology images. With increasing digitalization and the adoption of the information systems in the healthcare industry, big data is generated at various stages of the care delivery process. As a result, healthcare is one of the major sectors generating big data in the market. In the coming years, the volume of big data in healthcare is expecting to increase. Artificial intelligence is used in healthcare majority for the analysis of the complex data of patients and for performing the required tasks, which usually needs human intelligence. Using AI, diagnosis and medical treatment can be made quickly in less time with less human intervention and more precision. Artificial intelligence has increased the health in healthcare in many sectors. Organizations from healthcare of different sizes, types, and other specialities are nowadays more interested in how artificial intelligence has evolved and is helping patients' needs and their care
also reducing cost and increasing efficiency. Data in healthcare, like information about a patient, research findings, and diagnosis information, is being generated in massive volume each day. With the help of analytical tools, organizations could collaborate and achieve insight needed to treat patients efficiently and effectively. Sysmanoglou Hospital has a team of scientists in collaboration with universities and studies many topics from the big data generated by the hospital, like using machine learning technologies to aid empirical antibiotic therapy decisions in the intensive care unit of the General Hospital. They use an applicability of machine learning algorithms in predicting the surgical outcome for patients with being prostate enlargement, using machine learning techniques to predict antimicrobial resistance in stone disease patients, analyzing acute care surgery patients' flow in the emergency department during COVID-19 pandemic, admission and discharge following ambulance transport to the emergency department. There are more that we are doing with the big data of our hospital. Today, I will present you such a study which talks about using machine learning for predicting the hospitalization of emergency department patients. The most significant challenges that most emergency departments have to face daily are the sudden surges in patients' volume and limited medical resources capacity. The current COVID-19 pandemic exacerbates the problem, making the delivery of essential services ineffective. Fast recognition of emergency problems requiring direct admission to the hospital is of utmost importance to have an efficient triage workflow. Need more quicker and better decisions. In the emergency department setting, the medical and nursing staff must act quickly by reading clinical information to arrange patients and foresee results. This is crucial for emergency and medical decisions and directly affect costs, effectiveness, and patient outcome. Machine learning approaches might help medical staff settle on quicker and more sustainable decisions, decline excessive testing, and reduce emergency department overcrowding. Fast triage leads to reduced length of hospital staying and potentially economic benefits. For example, a USA hospital estimated that lowering emergency department congestion through expediting transfer to inpatient settings may save $3.9 million per year. The aim of this study is to evaluate 5 classifiers to predict the need for hospitalization in the emergency department. The materials that we used was coagulation test, biochemical markers, age, gender, triage, disposition to the emergency department unit, and the corresponding emergency department outcome. We investigated 13,991 visitors from patients who had the underground routine laboratory test. The place was at the Sysmanoglou Hospital, and the period that we studied was 1 year, 2010-20. The methods that we used was programming in R using the Carrot package, multiple imputations by chain equivalence mice, method of missing data imputation, a classic 2-class problem, admitting discharge on patients who visited the emergency department, and experimented with linear discriminant analysis, recursive partitioning and regression trees, support vector machines, k-nearest neighbor, random forests. The descriptive statistics for age, gender, and admission are summarizing in this table. trained the models through a 10-fold cross-validation procedure to minimize overfitting. The performance metrics of ML techniques that were evaluated in this study were sensitivity, specificity, ACU, ROC, and apart from applying the classifiers to the whole data set, we also examined their performance separately for each ED unit to determine the best performing case. The results, among several classification algorithms, test through 10-fold CV, a random forest model with MTRY was 14, outperformed all other models in terms of ACU ROC, where MTRY, denotes the number of variables randomly collected to be sampled at each split time. A random forest model seems to do quite well. After performing the 5 classifiers in the whole data set and each emergency department unit separately, the best performance regarding AUC ROC was observed in the pulmonology ED unit. The performance of the 5 classifiers in the whole data set is close overall to those in the pulmonology ED unit, which are summarized below. Discussion. Artificial intelligence procedures are increasingly being used in emergency medicine, notably for supporting clinical decisions and potentially improve healthcare services. The rapid advancement of AI has introduced the possibility of using healthcare data to create reliable ML models that can automate clinical decisions in a timely and dynamic manner. Study limitations. There is a single data collection point. We only collect data at one hospital. The relatively short period examined. Machine learning models limited explainability. We primarily expect to include patients' data over more extended periods in future studies. Focusing on the institute is less of a problem using such an approach. It may improve the odds of successful technology acquaintance experiments by capitalizing on the knowledge sharing by physicians who work together in the same ED. It is exciting to note that the transformative capability of AI technologies can be felt even without fielding AI at the production level. Future work, more extended periods and better explanations might lead to a per-hospital view. Communicate the findings to the ED staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Rakopoulou, for your interesting presentation. May I now invite to the floor Dr. Ioannis Kotsiopoulos, the General Secretary of Minister of Health in Greece, and the title of his presentation is The Digital Transformation of Healthcare, a Pan-European Challenge.
Right. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Καλό απόγευμα σε όλους. Give me 2 seconds and I will be with you. Okay. How do I change the slides? Right. The clicker is here. Right. Thank you. Ready? Brilliant. So thanks for the kind invitation to your conference. It's a really great honor to be among many distinguished speakers. So I know this is a difficult time at almost 4 o'clock to attend a lecture on digital challenges, but I'm sure we'll try to make it as interesting as possible. I know there are a few people watching us from abroad, so I'll try to make things as simple as possible. So let me give you a few words on my background. I'm the General Secretary for the Ministry of Health here in Greece. I've been in that role for the last 3.5 years, and I've been part of the team that has led the Greek response to the pandemic. I've also drafted the Greek proposal for e-health on the Recovery and Resilience Fund, which you might have heard of, and we'll talk about this later. And I'm also responsible for leading some of the key projects on digital transformation on the Greek healthcare system, just for background purposes. So, right. So Europe has been dealing with this aspect of digital transformation for quite a few years, but I think, and I feel that after the pandemic, I think the focus is really on digital transformation. And I think it has been at the forefront and at the kind of heart of policy making across Europe. So I think in terms of how the people, the citizens felt about digital transformation before and after the pandemic, I think we all agree that the digital solutions deployed during the pandemic have really won the hearts and minds of the people. And to be more specific, here in Greece, we have seen quite a few successful examples of digital transformation. We have seen the digital response to vaccination. So you've all had on your mobile phones the application for booking a slot for the vaccination. We've seen remote, how do you call, e-prescription. So I think all these digital solutions have really changed the way we feel as Greek citizens about digital transformation. And I think Mr. Pierakakis and the collaboration that he had with us at the Ministry of Health is really an example, a successful example of how we should be working in the future. So clearly Europe has, as you can see, has set some very ambitious targets. And I think by 2030, it will be really important for us as a country to make sure that we have reached these targets. And as you'll be able to see, they are really quite ambitious. So where are we in terms of how well we're doing? So you'll see in terms of this is one of these quite well-known KPIs of how we measure digital readiness. And clearly you can see that Greece is lacking behind most European countries. We're actually third from the bottom, and this hasn't actually changed over the last few years. Now, over the last 3 years, we have actually deployed quite a few solutions, so we're really accelerating, but we're still not there yet. And if you can see the arrow in the middle, this is the EU average. So I think the challenge for us as a country will be to catch up with most European states and reach the European average. I'm sure you would agree with me on that one. So digital healthcare, right. So digital transformation is for the whole public sector, but when we talk about digital transformation of the healthcare systems, it's all about how we improve the services we provide to the citizens and the patients. So I would start from, I think it's not very clear on this, but I would actually start from the right-hand side where it says the digital tools and data for citizen empowerment and patient-centered healthcare. And I'm sure in 30 years' time or 15 years' time, the way we approach healthcare will be completely different. And it will be completely different if we manage to use the digital tools to make healthcare more personalized. And I'm sure in 15 years' time, we won't be talking about generic policies, we'll be talking about personalized policies and personalized healthcare. And the only way to do this is to actually use the digital tools, use the data that come out of these digital tools, use tools like artificial intelligence to personalize the care we provision to the citizens. Now, when we talk about the vision of digital transformation, I would actually try to turn things around a little bit, if you allow me. So for me, it's more about how do we eliminate inequalities in access to healthcare services rather than how do we use digital tools? Because the challenge here is how do we make sure that old lady in a remote island in Greece has the same access to healthcare services with the young professional living in Psychiko, for example? Can we use the power of technology to make sure we provide equal access? And this is the challenge. It's not about the tools themselves. It's about empowering the clinician, empowering the patient. And now, with these new tools, you can think of digital services in a quite unique way. So, for example, instead of going to your dermatologist to examine a rather innocent mole on your skin, can we use a digital tool to give us a little bit information about this mole on our skin? And perhaps it's completely innocent, or if we get something like 10% chance that this might be something weird, then perhaps there is no reason to visit our dermatologist. We can actually see our GP and get some advice from our general practitioner rather than go to a specialist. So you can imagine that the model of service provision actually changes when we redesign services around new digital tools. And that brings me nicely to another thing. So when we deploy digital tools, they should be deployed in a way that they assist the clinicians to make more informed decision-making rather than replace clinicians. So, for example, we see radiologists struggling with the volume of the work that they have to do. Now, if we have tools like artificial intelligence to identify lesions in breast, for example, then what that means is that the clinicians can actually process more data in less time, because we know that clinical time is very scarce, and we actually do struggle to hire more clinicians. So we need to deploy tools to help clinicians optimize the time they have to treat the most important cases rather than replace clinicians, which is not the case. You still follow me, right? Yes, okay, excellent. So the fourth thing that I would actually see is we all go to the hospitals, and we do know that the provision of care, the quality of the provision of care is not standard across the board. I'm sure you would agree with me, right? So if you go, for example, to the best center in Athens, it wouldn't be the same with a remote place somewhere in the Greek countryside. So how do we digitize our hospitals to make quality of care standard across the board? And how do we link professionals from somewhere, I don't want to say a place because it might sound like a little bit weird. How do we connect a remote hospital somewhere in Greece to the center of excellence in Athens or in Thessaloniki so that they both provide equal access to services or equal quality of access to clinicians? And the other thing is, how do we measure things? But I'll come back to that. So you might have seen from previous talk this slide about our existing healthcare strategy when we drafted our Recovery and Resilience Fund. So I won't stay with this too much. But I can tell you that we have 5 big programs of work. And one is the National Patient Record. The second one is around cancer and how do we digitize all the processes around cancer. And I can tell you that this is now underway and we'll have the tenders coming out sometime, I hope, before Christmas. How do we improve the digital readiness of the hospitals? Telemedicine is also in progress. And also there's a program around AOP. But I've talked about that quite a lot. Now, let me stay on this one a little bit more. We might have a lot of money now to invest on e-health, which is very promising. But the challenge here is the organizational challenge that we'll have to face when we bring in technology to the Greek hospital. It is not about the Greek hospital itself. It's a European-wide challenge because we do know that e-health is not about so much, the problem with e-health, it's not so much about technology, it's about change and about how do we enable change within the hospital. So organizational culture can very easily eat for breakfast e-health. And unless hospital managers do understand that it's about how they enable the clinicians embrace it, then they'll have to face huge problems with these programs. And again, it's not about technology. It's about how do we enable personalized care and how do we improve care, and sometimes it doesn't need to have too much technology to do that. Now, if we want to improve, we need more data, and data, and especially clinical data, is hard to get. It's often hard to get. And why is it so hard to get it? It's because it's in different electronic health records in different systems that are provided by different vendors. They're not connected. We have very strict legal challenges to face. And also there is lack of interoperability that we have not now started to address with the work that we have been doing on the National Health Interoperability Framework that we have been doing with the Ministry of Digital Governance. So there are quite a few reasons why access to healthcare data is a European-wide challenge. And that's why Europe has really realized the problem, and all the member states have come together to produce a European-wide legislation on the European health data space that's now nearly finished, and I think it's going to go through the European Parliament very soon. And I think when we do that, we will have the ability to harness the power of the health data. And this is really important for the future, and especially important for digital transformation. And why is it that important? Why is it a problem to get health data? It's because individuals like myself, we want to have access to our own data. And especially in Greece, I'm sure you would relate to people carrying around on the hospital emergency departments bags with their x-rays and all of that. It's a familiar picture for everybody. Healthcare professionals, they want to have access to more clinical data because we want to help them with clinical decision-making. And the more data we provide to them, the more informed they are to be able to do their job more effectively. And what about these people, these vendors creating these digital solutions? They do also struggle, you know, because they do have issues with interoperability, lack of standardization, a very strict legal framework, and that makes things even more complicated. And as a result of that, you will see that innovation and research, which is at the heart of what we want to do, has real problems to, researchers have a real problem to get access to all the clinical data that they need. So I've talked about this before, but the healthcare data is scattered in different systems. We're struggling with legal challenges. And moreover, what I wanted to say on this slide is that the data itself is collected for different reasons. Therefore, the granularity of the data is different. And granularity means that not every data set has the same level of information. And to make things even worse, the semantics of the data that we collect are different. And when we try to integrate things, then it really doesn't make any sense at all. So how do we change this? We have this European-wide legislation for primary and secondary use of data, and we hope that if it becomes a national legislation, then it will set a very concrete framework for how we do access primary and secondary data and how do we use it. And I think it will be very beneficial for Greece as well, because we don't have that framework. We don't have that legal framework, and whoever tried to access clinical data here in Greece, I'm sure you do know how difficult it is. So I'll stay just for a couple of seconds on this one. So what the European proposal says for the secondary use of the data is that we need to create an institution that will be responsible for dealing all the requests for secondary use of the data. So when you do want to do your own research, you'll have to address your kind of request through that institution that will have to do all the due diligence, collect the data, do all the legal checks, and then give the data to you, which I think it will be very, very beneficial for the Greek healthcare system, because we do not have this organization and we do not have the processes there yet. So I think we'll benefit tremendously from this approach. Now, there are quite a few challenges for the European health data space, but I won't bore you to death with that. Let me explain a little bit about where we are here in Greece and what we do with digital transformation of the healthcare sector. I think there are 4 things to take into account here. One is politics. So digital transformation, as I said before, the challenge with this, it's not technical. It's mainly political, it's legal, it's processes, and sustainability. Now, it's sometimes hard to convince politicians that this is the thing to do, but I think now we have the right team in place to understand this. So the more we continue this work, the more beneficial it will be for the citizens. We have to work very hard on the legal framework, and I think it will be, as I said before, the actual European legislation come at a point in time where we actually need it, because GDPR has its own problems. So I think by when the new legislation comes into power, then we'll be in a better place to enforce it here in Greece. Time management. I've read somewhere that everything will be done in a year's time in terms of digital transformation. No. Digital transformation takes years, and that's why we need a sustainable effort of people backing up this project. It will take years before we are able to catch the other member states that are more mature than Greece. So we need to keep up the hard work. I think we've done many things over the last 3 years. We need to sustain this effort for the next few years. We need to benefit from the Recovery and Resilience Fund. We can also achieve some quick wins, as we have already demonstrated, because these quick wins do win the hearts and minds of the people and do make people believe in what we do. And I've explained before about some of the quick wins that we have managed to achieve. But the whole thing is not a quick win. We need to invest on infrastructure, we need to invest on people, and that will take years. And I know that some people, because I'm reading a lot about what's written about digital transformation in Greece, it's not something that can be completed in a few months. Now, sustainability, and do have a few seconds to spare, right? Sustainability, actually the European legislation is very useful because it advises the member states to create a single authority for e-health. And I think that's something that is missing in Greece. We need an organization that belongs to the Ministry of Health that is responsible for e-health. And I think if we go down this road, no decision has been made yet, but if we don't go down this road and nominate an authority to be the e-health authority, will be of tremendous help and it will play an important role for the sustainability of the effort. Especially as we have a habit of changing people over the years, dealing with e-health, and people come and go, we need to have some sort of stability. Now, opportunities. We have the money from the Recovery and Resilience Fund. We need to use the money wisely. We have put everything in place. We are working very hard to make sure that we launch all the programs that we have promised as quickly as possible. You'll see some of the tenders coming out very quickly. We also need to invest on our people. We need more people to be working on e-health in the Greek hospitals. That's something that I keep saying, that the hospital managers should try to do their best to get as many people working in their IT departments, to empower them with a lot of responsibilities, because in the NHS now the chief information officers are part of most boards in the NHS, so we need to do the same perhaps. We need to convey the message that digital transformation is key for policy making here in Greece, but we also have some threats as well. We can't be too optimistic about e-health. We need to work very hard, and there's a lot of pressure for fast results, but some of these results will take years to materialize, such as the infrastructure that we need in the hospitals. So we need to be patient. Also, some of our Greek organizations, in terms of digital maturity, they're not quite there yet, and I'm sure you know that some of the hospitals are quite behind of where they should be, and we've done some assessment at the Ministry of Health. So we need to support these organizations. And also, I talked about organizational change and about how difficult it is to change the organizational culture within the NHS, and that's something we should all be working together to do that. And especially, and I'm closing with this statement, because this is a management conference, I'm addressing to healthcare managers, and they are responsible for working with the people within the organization to change that culture. And I think when they work with IT projects, they should try to adopt a different approach, a more soft approach, a more kind of inclusive approach that includes everybody, the nurses, the clinicians, everybody in the hospital should be involved in how we deploy and how we implement these programs. Now, with these kind of last remark, let me thank you again for the kind invitation. It was a real pleasure to be able to convey my thoughts to you, and at your disposal for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kotsiopoulos, for your interesting presentation. Next, our next speaker is Dr. Alexander Berler, the Strategic Business Development Director of Integrating the Health Enterprise Catalyst.
Hello from my side as well. It's always a pleasure of being in this conference, and I hope that I really like the approach from the Secretary General. I think there was a tremendous work being done in the last 3 years, and I will try with to try to emphasize even more the need to try to not reinvent the wheel and try to reuse things that are out there. So I think I'm pressing here, right? How do I change slides? Here, good. So Ioannis Kotsopoulos mentioned about the complexity of the healthcare system. So we are in a phase, and I think COVID showed us how much we can achieve with the use of technology, where we are in desperate need of finding new ways of providing healthcare. But there are a lot of parameters that will remain unchanged that we always need to take into account when we make any type of decision. So the first thing is that all this needs to be done for the patient. So we have to find ways to simplify the patient journey and make it even more, let's say, better than before. We also know the complexity of the healthcare system. So that's a slide coming from WHO that tried to make a map of only the primary care part. So you can imagine also with hospitals and tertiary care how complex things are, and how to try to create the digital transformation here. The other parameter that is being discussed more and more is that healthcare, in fact, doesn't start when you reach a hospital. It really starts way before, which means that we need not only to try to harmonize how data come when we are in the healthcare system, but also in what we call the social determinants of health. There are several parameters that are influencing this. So we need to try to think about that, and there are a lot of work being done, especially again by WHO on that domain. The human complexity, Secretary General mentioned with another slide about the cultural change, but I think this is another picture of when you are confronted in healthcare to see the different groups of people that are there, and you always need to take into account their needs. Otherwise, you will make more enemies than friends. Also, healthcare is evolving. We are changing. We are moving to new ways of making the system work because, as we all know, we all live longer, which means that we live in a good quality of life, but with some chronic conditions, which means that the healthcare system needs to adapt to it. It cannot cover the cost of this type of treatment. So there are also different models that are being changed in healthcare as well. Now, technology is not here as the main scope. Technology is here to support the business of healthcare. So we need to see it in that way. And this is what e-health and mobile health and digital transformation has been trying to do in the last years. And that's also the strategy of the European Commission. I'll come back to that afterwards, to try to find new ways to use technology to make the life of the people in the ecosystem of healthcare better and simpler. So let's say that now we are in the domain where most countries, and they are not yet there, so Greece is not an exception, to try to create shared care records. So that's the one thing that people are struggling with. And the second is care coordination, find ways to use technology to provide better care and simplify the clinical pathways. So all this European health data space is about that, try to find ways to make a better use of primary use of data, meaning the healthcare system, but also in secondary use, so finding new innovative ways of providing healthcare. And this is based on work that has been done for cross-border healthcare to create what they call the European exchange format for electronic healthcare records. And this is going to be a primary change in the regulation, which will be, it will be required at some point of time that all electronic healthcare records will be certified across Europe to be able to create and share the same type of information. So that will be really beneficial for Greece because we won't have to reinvent the wheel, but we will have to adapt to the European policies. Trying to go in a world where everything will be connected, which is already the case in other domains, but not in healthcare. So devices, medical devices, people, everything needs to work together for a better healthcare. And the other parameter which the European health data space tries to adopt is to try to create models where the end user, meaning the patient, the citizen, have a say in his healthcare. And especially in prevention and primary care, this is mostly the case. So we try to avoid to have patients to reach the hospitals, and we need to find ways to create this way that the citizens are active participants in their healthcare. Now, for all this, there is the part of standardization, and this is the core of the European policy at least. Try to harmonize the way that we can collect and exchange data so that we can, on one hand, provide better care in the primary use of data, but also on a secondary use, try to have better quality of data for innovation, research, whatever. And if we have structured data, then we can achieve that, because the current models with these ETL transactions and this data warehouse and data lakes, they are okay, but they take quite a lot of time. So this is where we are. We are confronted with all these challenges, and the idea is to create ecosystems based on standardization that will help us work together, both the people that are working and the people that create systems that could help the end users. And this is about creating health information networks, and this is more or less what the European Commission wants to create a pan-European cross-border health network where all countries will share the same type of data. At a center point of time, this also influences how countries are organized so that they can produce this data. All this is based on the concept that was introduced by the European Commission about 10 years ago, which is the e-health European interoperability framework, which is a way of harmonizing the information exchange, in other words, interoperability. It's a word that you might have heard many times, in all levels. And interoperability, it's not only about technical interoperability, it's all about semantic interoperability, about organizational interoperability, legal, and all the other parts. So we need to address everything if we want to achieve. Now, interoperability, no, this is very important because you don't have to create everything all together. You can try to split the problems into what we call use cases and try to harmonize the use of standards based on each use case separately. That's the role of an interoperability framework, which means that you can create this step by step in a, let's say, program approach, that you can do something that is easier now and something more complex next year, and you can have a roadmap that will be implemented in many years. And I would agree that trying to change healthcare is not a quick win. It will take several years. And if the Commission, this European health data space, has a vision of being implemented in 2030. So that's a good point for us as well. So the core of all this is to agree on what information we can exchange, how we can organize them in such a way that they are understandable by the different information systems that are the core of all the systems that are serving the people in the hospitals or in the healthcare in general. So this is what we call the interoperability specification, and this is the core, the technical part that we can really solve quite easy. And this is more or less the important part, because this is the core that drives also the policies, because if you have the tools, then you can make a plan. If you have a plan, then you can split the money. If you have the money, you can make projects, and this is the cycle that we try to affect. And you can make your ecosystem. So an interoperability framework is about creating an ecosystem of users, but also an ecosystem of vendors. And just to give an example, in France, they're using this strategy. They have a 2 billion euro program, which is a national program. It's not funded by the Commission. And they have an ecosystem at the Ministry of Health of 383 companies. So I hope that sometimes we'll have a singular ecosystem around the Ministry of Health. Now, if you have this type of, you can have a governance and you can organize all the specifications in such a way that they are reusable, which means that the first set of specifications you create the infrastructure, so it's a little bit more complex, but all the next use cases that you are creating, you are reusing the previous one, which means the effort each time is smaller and smaller, and the next phase is much easier to achieve. And this is more or less an approach that can be done quite easily. Now, the Commission, to try to facilitate this, as has already been mentioned, they have proposed this new regulation for the European Health Data Space that was sent to the Member States on last May. And now the final comments from the Member States are being pushed to the European Parliament, which means that hopefully in the next 6 months to 1 year, it will be voted and will be part of the European regulation. It's not a guideline, it's a regulation, which means that Member States will have about 18 months after that to put it in their legal framework, and I think that's a huge opportunity to make an e-health strategy and the legal framework in Greece, because we really lack that part. So, trying to see how this is work, the European exchange format is the center of this strategy, so how we exchange this information. And this is not something that we have to create, it's something that is already partially created and used, so patient summaries and e-prescriptions and e-dispensation are already coded and exchanged between member states. And IDICA will go live next March, so Greece is okay with that. And there's an extension, which again, the Ministry of Health here is participating, which is called the ICSI Health Project, which has already created the structured data for at least 3 more groups of such clinical, structured clinical documents, meaning the medical images, domain and reports, the laboratory results, and the hospital discharge letters. So by that, we can more or less harmonize and structure the data about 70 to 80% of the clinical data that we need for primary and secondary use. And here, this is the power of working with standardization organizations that could try through this use case approach to harmonize and to provide tools for creating those specifications, but also testing those specifications before they go into production, into the different projects. And that's the idea behind the need of testing of those specifications that then could lead in a second step to conformity assessment, which means that you create certified testing, and then you can accredit those systems that they are conformant to a specific subset of specifications. Those could be national, European, or whatever this could be. And more or less in healthcare, I think we will need about a lot of certifications. Some of them are already in place for the medical device regulation, for example. And the European Health Data Space will provide the grounds and the regulatory background for the certification of the electronic healthcare records. So there are already some conformity assessment programs out there that are being reused, and a lot of other countries are trying to reuse that. They are proposed by IHE International, for example. There is a Swiss certification program, so Swiss, and I have some slides about that at the end, is a country that is leading this exercise about certifying electronic healthcare records, leaving it open to the market and to the free will of the citizen to select which provider they will have. So that's another democratic approach that we should think about. And the European Commission has funded a project called Eurocas to create a pan-European similar approach. So testing is crucial in all this so that we can ensure that whatever specifications are created, they are not tested during the implementation of a project, but they are adopted and accepted by all the stakeholders way before. And that's an important factor, and it's also a part of an ecosystem around interoperability. And there are testing tools out there. We have recently had the European Connectathon in Montreux, and we had the pleasure of having Dr. Kotsiopoulos there, representing Greece. So testing is already there, and we need to find a way to introduce this approach into national or way of, let's say, governance. So, as said, there are many instances of these tools, and there is also, because we made a pilot project also in Greece last year in 2021 with very good results and with creating the first subset of lab reports, which we hope that they're going to be used in the RRF projects, let's hope. And there is already a set of tools, test tools that have been used for that subset of information. So the grounds are there, we need to make them work. So I'll keep the 5 last minutes to give you some examples of how this has been used and been implemented in other projects or let's say strategies around the globe. So trying to explain that this is not something that someone has in his mind, but this is an approach that has been globally adopted as a best practice of moving forward for digital transformation. So the first case is WHO itself. WHO itself has created a program about expanding the European work about the COVID certificates to a global one. And they are using the same testing approach to certify all these authorities that issue COVID certificates around the globe, because the European let's say specifications are one, but you have the Indian one, you have the American one, you have the Chinese one, and there are different approaches there. And they are trying to move to a new idea called the WHO Clearinghouse, so a set of, let's say, assessed tools that can be used at the global level to enable interoperability and health information exchange for the scope of WHO, which is mostly regulating epidemiology and manage diseases such as COVID, but many, many others. The other, which is already running since in pilot since 2008 and into implementation since 2015, is what we call the eHealth or My Health at EU services. So the exchange of patient summaries and e-prescriptions around Europe, which will be extended with laboratory reports, medical imaging reports, and hospital discharge letters in the next 4 to 5 years. I was mentioning Switzerland, which is by itself a small European Union. It has 26 cantons that are totally independent. So there are 27 healthcare systems in Switzerland with 5 million people. And everything there is totally federated. There is nothing centralized by law, which means that you can create very well-established information model, but you don't have to centralize the information, which in fact in healthcare is practically impossible. The type of information are different, the modeling of information are different, so you cannot really centralize everything into one database. And this is the model of Switzerland based on the reuse of IHC standards, and they are able to model all the different roles so that they can connect the different systems and they can exchange this is a workflow of how you can exchange information between 2 actors in the Swiss context, and which means that they already have tested. They are doing those testing events locally, and they are putting all their vendors. They have their own ecosystem of vendors that are supporting this structure, so it doesn't care. They don't really care who is implementing where and in which system and in which canton. Everything is done with the same specification, and it's the free will of the healthcare provider to select his, let's say, technical partner. Of course, there is a law behind all this, which we lack here in Greece, and we probably need to find a way soon to have such a law. And at the end of the day, people will be able to select their provider across 8 different systems that have been created in Switzerland based on the same specification. So there is not a single point of failure. There are already 5 of them that are operational, and the other 3 will be by the end of the year, which means that it seems that this is a model that goes forward, and this is based on the interoperability framework they have there, the testing that they are doing, and the certifications. And they are using similar specification and test tools to do that appropriately. Same thing goes in Canada, where they have done this, they're using the same approach, and they are trying to introduce the patient summary there, which is a new type of document, and they are trying to create the same ideas in a pan-Canadian, let's say, approach with the 17 regions of Canada. And this is their view of how to structure the different actors and roles so that you can collect and aggregate and create those patient summaries at the same way. Another important project is what we call the e-health exchange network in the US. It's maybe the oldest running healthcare network based on standards. It connects, it's run by the Sequoia project, but it connects all the actors in the US, and you know that the US is a fully non-public. Everything is more or less private or public-private partnership. That's the closest case. And everybody is connected to that network to exchange a similar approach of clinical documents. There they don't have the same approach as the Europeans. They have another approach with 9 types of documents they have certified, and everybody's creating those documents to be enabled to exchange between the different actors. So if you change your healthcare provider or your insurance, then you can still have access to your information. And through the testing tools, you can validate the quality of the documents that you exchange. So you know that the information that is in the documents, they are of good quality, clinical quality as well. Closing by the Greek case, which we also worked together with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Digital Governance as well, as a pilot project to enable a national e-health interoperability framework in Greece. And a lot of things have been done here with the funding of DG Reform. So there are documents about how to implement the governance. There are documents to provide proposals for a legal framework change. There are proposals of how to orchestrate so that you reuse specifications that you create that are adopted and commonly discussed in the ecosystem of the interoperability framework altogether. And then everybody reuses in all the tenders the same specifications. And then you don't really care if it's a hospital tender, if it's a regional tender, or if it's a national tender, the specifications are going to be the same. And you will know that whatever provider you select will be compliant with those specifications. And this is the result of that project. We created 2 sets of specifications as a pilot, one for lab information, laboratory exchange within a hospital, HIS to LIS connectivity, and the return of laboratory results to the IDICA ordering systems, so to the prescriptions. Now, normally, if you reuse those specifications, you will be able to put in the electronic healthcare record the lab results in a structured way. And just trying to close, this is a little bit the management behind all this, so that you can create the specification, test them, and propose it in the ecosystem so that you can really you have all the governance tools to make this happen. So this worked in a pilot for this use case. About 100 people from both vendors and users participated. And unfortunately, it's in an idle state for 1 year. So let's hope that we will revive it somehow in the next months for the other 14 use cases that we have analyzed and made a roadmap for them. So thank you very much, and I hope I was not too boring.
Thank you, Dr. Berler. And now we are moving to a presentation of a joint work of Mrs. Maria Adamopoulou, Dr. Konstantinos Koutsogiannis, Mr. Ioannis Karvelis, Mr. George Glistis, Mrs. Ioanna Michou. This work entitled Machine Learning for Prediction of Hospital-Acquired Infection Spread, Recording Antibiotics and Financial Management of Public Sector Healthcare Units. This work will be presented by PhD candidate Mrs. Maria Adamopoulou.
Okay. Can I put it up? Thanks. So, good afternoon, everybody. I do wish the best for all of us in here. My name is Maria Adamopoulou, and it is a great honor to be here among you today. I represent a large research team who is engaged in the analysis and process of medical data, as well as in the extraction of knowledge from them in an effort to create, where possible, tools supporting the clinical decision in sophisticated diagnosis problems. Lately, we have seen dealing with issues regarding health management and health economics. I would like to thank both the organizational and scientific committee for this honor, as well all of you who are here today for your attention and constructive participation in the process in order to improve what we have accomplished so far. Today, I have the opportunity to introduce you to one of the research projects of our laboratory based at the University of Patras, involving the predictive capabilities of artificial intelligence in the pharmaceutical cost of COVID-19 patients. Okay. Our goal and our target was the creation of a computing tool able to predict and offer solutions to the management of patients' pharmaceutical costs. This particular research, I'm sorry, thanks, is a continuation of the previous one, which refers to the use of artificial intelligence regarding the prediction of the clinical progress of COVID-19 patients. This specific study has been already published, and partly of it presented in the last year management conference. For our work, for our study, we have used WECA, an open source tool which runs at almost any platform and has been tested in operating systems such as Linux, Windows, and Macintosh. It provides a uniform interface in many different learning algorithms, along with pre-processing and later processing methods about the evaluation of the effect of the mathematical patterns in any given data set. Okay. In our study, we have used as an initial data set 150 cases. Most of them, the 66%, we used it to train our system, and the 34% we used it to test our system. So the division process was repeated for a number of times in order to avoid overfitting. And for the input of our for our input data, we use these characteristics, I mean sex, the age, subject, meaning if our cases had any health problems in their medical records, lab tests, specific very resistant microbes, markers of inflammation, medication, specific antibiotics under protection, duration and total cost of hospitalization, along with the medication charge, and outcome. And for the output of our data, we got the prediction of each patient's clinical progress. For example, if they are to be hospitalized in an intensive care unit, the prediction of occurrence of in-hospital infections each time and type as well, the prediction of hospitalization time, the prediction of hospital fees in a particular of the cost due to the occurrence in the in-hospital infection. Next, we initiated our test in the WECA tool. We firstly loaded the data from the patient's record to the format, in a format file of ARFF via root, Explorer, preprocess, and open file, and then we called to choose the right and appropriate classifier for the further analysis and drawing of conclusion of our data sets. We tested the data set with alternative knowledge extraction algorithms such as J48, REP3, RADOM3, RFLMT, and then combination of all of these random forest algorithms where possible. We were driven to representations in form of decision trees for better understanding by our clinicians. So we took into account the sensitivity, specificity, speciality, positive prognosis, and negative predictive value, and we utilized the best model according to the evaluation measurements that the WECA tool allowed us. Finally, gradually, we monitored each time the change brought about by the accuracy rate of their system. So now we are ready to see some of our statistics that we had of our input data. And here is the age. You can see that most of our patients were were 64 years old, and most of them were male. I don't know what that means. And about their medical record, most of them had a health issue. And here is the outcome. As you can see, 42 of them passed away. This is all the microbes that we collected for our study. And here we are. We have the accuracy of our system. And as you can see, the accuracy of it is 95.87%, not bad. Now I have the opportunity to show to you some decision trees. As you can see, the first example is a decision tree about the prediction of our patient, what is going to happen to him. And this is a prediction tree about the in-hospital infections. This has to do with the total days of his hospitalizations. And finally, the cost, how this patient will pay. To sum up, the total cost of hospitalization seemed to be related with Acinetobacter pseudomonas when we have to compare them to others. And moreover, the highest cost increase presented along with the longest average of hospital stay. And most of them stayed in hospital for 70 to 80 days. Okay, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I am in your disposal for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Adamopoulou. And now all presentations have been concluded, and we still have time for questions from the audience.
Can I raise a question to Dr. Berler? Is it possible? Thank you. I was pleasantly surprised to see that Switzerland has moved faster and further than it seems anybody else. Why don't we, as Europe, adapt their models, the federated systems?
Well, Switzerland is a very strange case. There is only another country which is very federated like Switzerland, which is the Netherlands, which again, so most countries, they have federated system by design. So France, Germany, Italy, healthcare systems are run by the regions, not by the ministry. The ministry has only the policy level, meaning guidelines, regulations, prevention models, clinical pathways, KPIs, things like that. So more or less, a lot of countries have adopted the federated model, and a lot of countries have a similar strategy. Some were more successful, some other less successful. But you have also in Europe very small countries like Estonia, like Latvia, which it doesn't really make sense to have a fully federated model because Estonia is smaller than Thessaloniki maybe. Yeah, so you need to be flexible, and that's the problem with the European Commission. They cannot really impose to the member states how they're going to organize healthcare within the country. It's not even in the articles of the treaty to do so. So the only way this can be done is by trying to request a similar quality level of service delivered to all European citizens wherever they are. And that's why they worked with cross-border, meaning that if you live in one country and then you have to go to another country, either for pleasure or for business, then you can have the same treatment. And there are several types of people that also sometimes live between two countries, many months in one country and many other months in another country, which means that they are on top of two healthcare systems. So the federated model is by definition the one which is really working, and in the US, eHealth Exchange is a federated model, which you only harmonize the rules of the game and the specifications, and then you let the users and the market do whatever is needed. And this is why things work better, because there is no God that will come and tell you what to do, but you have to do the work yourself. And you have to find the money as well. So you have to create investments, which means that where there is investments, there is new jobs and everything. So that's how you need to create a market. And that's a strategy that we need to think. If, for me, that's the best, but that's my personal opinion.
Thank you.
Is there any other question?
Maybe, let's say, a rounding comment by the conference organizer, or any speaker might want to make a second statement, having taken into account what else has been heard.
I think we're okay.
I think we're okay, yes. Thanks for being with us, and thanks to our speakers for delivering these presentations. See you in next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm very happy to coordinate this roundtable with the extremely interesting title, Addressing the Mental Health Crisis After the Pandemic. Unfortunately, my co-coordinator, Mr. Nikos Dedes, who is president of the Greek Patient Association, is absent. He can't attend the meeting for the moment. Not for the moment, for the whole meeting. So also I have to add that the Deputy Minister for Mental Health of the Ministry of Health, Ms. Zoe Rapti, will not attend the meeting too, because she has an emergency in the Greek Parliament, I think. So she has to answer to parliamentary interrogations and questions. So I'm very happy to invite on the floor Miss Dominique de Marnay. Where is Dominique? Dominique, she will be here? Okay, Dominique. Hi. Yes,
Hi.
I have to introduce myself. Sorry, she's right. Hi. So I'm Stelios Stylianidis. I'm psychiatrist, professor of social psychiatry in Pandion University, and I'm the founder and honorary president of the biggest NGO in Greece of mental health called EPAPSI, and I'm involved in the Greek psychiatric reform since 1987, I think. So it's a long, long time ago, and in European mental reform. So I'm very happy to coordinate this roundtable. So Dominique de Marnay is founder and chief product officer of Mental Health Growth, and she is a mental health advocate. Dominique, the floor is yours, and if you want to have some more 5 minutes, so the duration of your speech can be 25 minutes, you have the possibility to have these 5 minutes additionally because of the absence of the Vice Minister. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much and for the nice introduction. And let's see if I'm going to use all the 25 minutes, because I'm known to be a quick talk. We're even going to just need the 20 minutes. And I hope you can see my slides now. And I'm very honored in being able to open this session, and I'm very thankful for opening the session around mental health. It is a topic that is very close to my heart, as you will feel maybe in the next 20 minutes. And just to give you a quick introduction, as I said, I'm a mental health advocate, but I would also call myself a mental health visionary, because I focus on the goal of where we want to be, what we want to achieve, and I will come back to that at the end of my presentation. I'm an expert by experience, meaning that I've lived together with mental illnesses, various mental illnesses, for 15 years of my life, and learning through that journey that many of those years could have been saved if our approach and our conversation around mental health would have been different. And this is what I'm trying to do now and what I'm trying to change. So I'm a writer, I'm a speaker, and as you said, I'm the founder of Mental Health Crowd. I also did a bit of studying on the whole field, which doesn't do damage as well. And I'm honored to be the Senior Policy Advisor on Youth for Mental Health Europe. So it's not news to you that this world has gone mad over the last couple of years. We have, of course, the pandemic, but we also have these other troubles right on our doorstep. We have the climate change looming over all of us. And so there's really a lot our minds have to deal with. And just a couple of things that affects how it affects our mental health. There is this uncertainty, there is anxiety, fear, and worries. There is this feeling of helplessness because these problems are so big, you just cannot solve them on your own. There is the loss of resources, especially due to the pandemic with all its lockdowns. There is also the lack of control. It's just not in our hands. there's also the volatility and the duration of all of this. And so there's no wonder that many of us have maybe started or maybe continue to struggle with their mental health. It's just really a lot. And I am on Instagram quite much, and there is one account, and sometimes she finds words that I couldn't. And here she has a postcard, and it says, "Are you depressed, lethargic, fatigued, and useless? Congratulations, you're the only person I know who's having a reasonable reaction to the world." And with that, I want to say, these problems, they are not going to go away very quickly. And if we really see how many topics and how many areas are affected by mental health, and one of the mottos for my work is, everyone has a mental health. You don't have to have a mental illness, you don't have to have stress or diagnosis or a really on-point crisis to deal with your mental health. And it has always been important to take care of your mental health. But if we're just looking at our world today, there are so many factors that are really putting a lot of pressure on our mental health. So we have the climate change. How do we deal with the consequences? We know, for example, that the number of suicides is rising because the climate change really robs so many people from their life work, and there's just no more chance for them to earn any money. The economy, the recession we are in at the moment, the rising costs, we've seen the supply chains. Of course, there is the pandemic with its lockdowns, with all the interventions, with the caseloads, and yet to see, and we started seeing them, the long-term outcomes and consequences. On top of that, there are these megatrends we all have to deal with: digitalization, globalization, new work, and with media and social media, this increase of passive and active communication and really news overload. So we cannot say mental health is here and all the other topics are there. Mental health is connected to all these topics, because climate change, the bad economy, the pandemic, these megatrends, social media, they don't happen to things, they happen to people, and they do something to people. And just to put some numbers on this problem, they are from Germany, but we know from many other European countries, the numbers are similar. So really the non-existent management of mental health, it costs us. It costs us quality of life, it costs us years of life, and it costs us lives and also a lot of money. So just to give you 3 facts, the hospitalizations in 2020, mental health related hospitalization were the most common cause of inpatient hospitalization between the ages of 15 and 24. When we look at the work field, work absences due to mental and behavioral disorders, they ranked second with 388 days of work absence recorded per 100 years of insurance. And just looking especially at the young generation with the climate change, 39% of young people in Germany say they are very afraid of climate change. So these numbers are clear. And here you see the Google keyword search for mental health. The blue line is mental health. And it starts in the year of 2007 and right up until 2022, so this year. So what it shows that there is an increasing willingness to talk about mental health. The pandemic has made especially sure of that. And for many people, the pandemic was one of the first reasons that they have ever get in contact with their mental health. And this increased willingness, it meets social media that enables it and developments that require it. And yes, it just said social media can also have a bad impact on your mental health. But what I know that social media does, it did make the topic of mental health more visible. So there are some people that say, well, mental health and social media has caused many of these increasing numbers and many of these rising cases of anxiety, of depression. While studies show this is not the case. What social media did for mental health, it made it visible in the form, if I go down the street, I don't know what your mental health is. I don't know if you're happy or sad. You can have the brightest smile, but behind the scenes, you're sad and depressed or anxious. I can't see that. But what hashtags within social media did, they made things like depression, anxiety, mental health visible. And this is what encouraged more and more people to talk about it. And this is why for some people it appears so that social media has caused mental illnesses and mental health struggles. Well, I say it's not. It has empowered the community. It has empowered people and shown them that they are not alone. And so if it's all so clear, and if like the facts are there and everything, why has mental health and mental health prevention been ignored for so long? Well, first of all, there is historical reasons. Like 50 years ago, I would never walk up onto a stage and tell people that I had mental illness in my past. I just wouldn't have done it because society dealt with the topic in such a different way like we do today. And even today, in some countries in Europe, I might not really want to do that, fearing the consequences. And yes, Germany does have a special role in this. And the historical reasons we cannot change, but we can come to terms with it and we can learn from it. Then, of course, there are financial reasons, like prevention around mental health is difficult to measure overall. And there has never really been the urgency, or people just didn't know that it was urgent. And this is something that has to change. And for Germany especially, but for Europe overall, political reasons. It was just not in the agenda for a long time. There is a lack of the knowledge and the lobby, and this is another thing we can change. And of course, there are way more reasons why mental health and why mental health prevention have not been on the table and not been so visible. But these are just three key factors, and I'm very happy that for two of the three, we can do something about it. And so if we're looking at what should the mental health world of tomorrow look like, for me, there are two pillars. And the one part is prevention. We don't have to wait until the child has already fallen into the well, like we say in Germany. There are so many facts, like, for example, we know that 50% of all mental health issues have their onset before the age of 14. 50% start before the age of 14. And yet there is no school-wide prevention program, no awareness campaigns. People today, they don't learn about mental health. And I know that there are some countries, some schools that have put it into their studies, but it's not a case for everyone in every country. So the three things that are crucial for prevention is we have to raise the awareness. We have to get out of the mental health bubble, because if I go on Instagram, if I talk to people within the mental health world, I could get the impression, yeah, we're done there. Everybody's already talking about mental health. But if I leave my bubble, if I go and do a project in a school or in a company, and I see, no, we really have to start from the ground. We have to make people aware that they do not only have a physical health because they have a body, but we have to make them aware that they also have a mental health. And this is where the mental health literacy comes in. For physical health, most of us, we know what would be good things to do for our physical health. It doesn't mean we do them all, but we know we shouldn't eat too much sugar. We shouldn't just drink alcohol. We should sleep, move, blah, blah, blah. And for mental health, people just don't know it. What is this mental health? What can I do for it? Where do I get help? What are signs I can look out for? Like with my body, if my back aches for quite an amount of time, I know that this is a symptom that I should take care of. Again, doesn't mean people are going to do something about it, but the theoretical level, just people just don't know about mental health. And this is why we have to strengthen the mental health literacy. And the third crucial part is that we have to create and increase links to this care system. So, for example, in Germany, it's obligatory, or it's really recommended, and most people do it, to go to the dentist 1 or 2 times a year, just to check if there's everything okay in your mouth. And we really need to create something similar for our mental health, like going to a professional 1 or 2 times a year, checking our thoughts, seeing if there is some form of problems that are increasing, and Ideally, the professional says, well, you can go and we'll see us in a couple of months or next year. But this way, we could really detect early onset problems and early onset thoughts, like patterns that are not too healthy. And by doing that, we would reduce the caseload and the cost, and we would increase the life satisfaction. We would have a positive impact on physical health and performance, and this creating and costing us even less money, having more funds for prevention. So you see, it would be a circle in the end. And just to give you an idea for sustainable prevention, how that could look like, I am convinced that we have to link and tie the prevention into existing systems and social sectors. So for example, of course, you don't have to talk to kids in kindergarten about depression or suicide, but you can teach them mindfulness, you can teach them emotional intelligence, you can support the parents, because at the moment, we have a generation of parents that is overwhelmed with the world out there as it is, and they should teach their kids how to deal with it all. It just doesn't work. We could also go into schools and into high schools. And I am not a fan that mental health should be a subject on its own. If I had a dream, if I had one wish, I would create the school subject life, including mental health, but also including stuff like insurances and taxes and everything else. And when we look at the work sector, we can have regular workshops, we can have in-house therapy or coaching, we have theme days, and we can support companies in their culture that they create for the people that they work for them. And if we are looking at other social sectors, we can we can combine powers with media by creating programs, non-fictional programs around mental health. We could also cooperate with culture, for example, music festivals or museums, to really bring the topic outside of the mental health bubble. And last thing we could do, we could raise awareness by campaigning with athletes. And some of these things are already done, for example, in the UK with some soccer players. So these are just some ideas how prevention could look like. And of course, the second pillar have to be the services. The facts are clear, the numbers are there, and it's more important than ever to address change around mental health services. This means we have to have a higher priority on all levels. Of course, this means increased funding and visibility, and there have to be more services and also more variety, because not everybody has to do therapy. Sometimes some community group will be more important for them. Some people need coaching with media and media competence. So there is lots and lots of things we do, and at the moment we are very restricted to a limited amount of offerings that we make. And while the individual can be taught to take care of their mental health, and while we can strengthen their mental health literacy and raise the awareness, we have to ensure an environment that doesn't harm but supports mental health well-being. And this is where all the healthcare system, the political system have to put their strengths together to create such an environment. And if we are looking at what should these mental health services for the future look like, and in short, we need more, better, and more affordable services. We have to shift services to the community, really bringing them back to the people, in integrating them in their everyday life. Like, for example, in the Netherlands, there are these centers for positive health. And of course, mental health is one of the topics that is addressed there. We have to make them accessible online. There are so many reasons why people cannot attend regular therapy, being it that they are parents, being it that they're living somewhere in the country, being that leaving the house is a problem for them. We have to understand that online services have to be a crucial part of future services, while never just erasing the need for non-digital services. So we always will have to have face-to-face therapy and face-to-face offerings. So the two have to stand together. We have to include mental health in universal health coverage. And in Germany, I know we are very lucky that therapy is paid for in other countries. This is just not the case, but it has to be included. Another thing that I find very important, it has to be obligatory. But because the way it is now, the people that we reach with our programs are mostly people that have certain kind of mental health awareness, sometimes even a mental health literacy, but we have to go out into and have to be broad. And as long as using mental health services is connected with some kind of shame or weakness or all this excuse me for the language, bullshit that is going on out there, it stops people from searching for help, for looking for resources. If we would make it obligatory to go to a service provider, to attend mental health literacy lessons, whatever this could look like, then we would really have a chance to have a lasting change. And we have to include all stakeholders. The times are over that some mental health professionals think of services and things to do. We have to also take in the experts by experience, their families, their friends. We have to include politicians. We have to include the economy. So we have to bring all of us together. As we've seen at the beginning, there is no part of our society that isn't affected by mental health. And this is what, so including all stakeholders, we would really have a chance of addressing all of the levels that we have to address. So if I'm allowed to dream, and this is where I come back to my being a mental health visionary, because I like to paint a picture of, okay, if we all did it together and we really learned something from the crisis for our mental health, what is the world going to look like? And first of all, and this is so dear to my heart because I know the consequences of a non-existent prevention. We have, let's say in 2040, let's say 2040, we have emotion lessons in daycare. We have mindfulness in schools. We have obligatory workshops at work. Like, prevention really is everywhere. We have increased our services. We have increased the resources behind us. And by this, we have fewer waiting times due to better prevention, early detection, and just more support. We have reduced stigma. There are no more any media news reports like putting mental illness in a bad light. We have good media representation and up until to social interaction. We don't distinguish anymore between physical health and mental health. And I would really wish for all of us that these are the last crises that we have to face, and the future is crisis-free, but just not realistic. And so the result, if we would do all this, would that we are ready. We have recovered from the crisis, from the pandemic, and all of the things it has done to us and our mental health. We have learned. We have really taken all the bad examples and learned from them and taken them into a better future. And so we are ready for the next crisis and however that is going to look like. And with this, I really thank you a lot for listening to me, for giving the topic of mental health visibility. And I'm really looking forward to the rest of the session. And well, I only took up 20 minutes, I think, but maybe some of the other speakers are going to be happy about that. So thanks a lot, and yeah, for your patience and awareness.
Thank you so much, Dominique, for your excellent intervention. Thank you. So maybe we have the opportunity to answer to some questions, or if there are not questions from the audience, I would like to ask you about one or two things about all these important issues you have raised. And first of all, you have raised something I think which is crucial as consciousness after the pandemic. That is the dimensions of mental health are not only psychiatry. We have mental distress, we have mental disorder, we have psychosocial disability, you mentioned recovery, we have also prevention, promotion, and positive mental health. So my first question, in order to discuss a little bit between us, is why the majority, the biggest majority, I would say, of psychiatrists and the official traditional psychiatry are so reluctant, so they hesitate to promote mental health in the community. And why do they hesitate to involve in their mental health policy, in the function of their mental health services, stakeholders? Because you mentioned that one condition in order to improve our mental health services is to involve all stakeholders. So please, if you could answer that question.
I think because in the past there has been so many negative connotations to people that have a lived experience, and they were silenced. They were I would even go as far as oppressed. So they never had the chance to see how fruitful the cooperation is, and this is something they have to learn as well. And working together with many stakeholders of all levels in my country, I do know that it does have its challenges. But with Mental Health Europe, we really encourage the co-creation aspect, and we see people are not necessarily against it. They just don't know anything about it, how it could look like, what rules apply, what approaches they have to take. But we find really an openness if we say, okay, we have this workshop in co-creation, and this is how you can include all the stakeholders. Let us teach you. Then there is an openness. So I think it's more it's again the history and the insecurity, and by addressing this and helping them out with this, I think we can change that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dominique. Do you think the teaching of only the biomedical model plays an important, determinant role in order to address all these dimensions of mental health? Do you think that we can change this through the teaching of medical schools, universities, Department of Psychology, nurse, social workers? What is your idea about this? Because the core of the teaching of psychiatry still remains biomedical.
Very important topic you're raising there, and I don't have the final solution, but I think it is our role as mental health experts and as mental health organization to try and broaden the view. And I think here again, it's more the insecurity and the fear of what could happen, and really saying there are so many factors that come into mental health illnesses and how they develop, and we have to have a look at all of them. And especially if we want to raise awareness in society, it is so important to have all these factors known, and not just the biomedical model, but saying, yes, this is one option, but there are others. So I think, yes, in the professional field is important, but also in raising the awareness in the public.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dominique. Is there another question, please? Yes, please. Yes, please, take the floor, take the microphone. So Dominique will be able to listen.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you for this excellent presentation. Thank you for being here. I have a question regarding the moral distress of the health workers in hospitals or health centers, wherever they work. How about the moral distress and the effect that this has in mental health crisis? What is the role? Who is the role of the psychiatrists there, or the role of our education system there? Thank you.
Thank you. Dominique, is the question clear? Did you listen to the question? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think, again, it has to be a combination. We have to implement mental health self-care and mental health literacy in the education of health workers all across the fields. But it's also crucial that we create systems, environments that are not, and I don't know how it is in other countries, but here in Germany, it's scary what is happening in the hospitals and in the institutions. So I'm thinking of from two directions. We have to change the education of the people working in the sector, but we also have to support and secure an environment that is not destroying people and pushing them into burnout and putting them into mental distress and also moral distress. So I think that's the only way to go. I hope that answers your question.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So, thank you, Dominique, for your comments, answers, and intervention. It was brilliant. So I would like to invite through internet, unfortunately, a friend of mine, Ms. Katerina Nomidou, who is lawyer, member of the Technical Advisory Group on the mental health impacts of COVID-19 in the WHO European region. She is Vice President of the Association of Families and Carers for Mental Health in Greece. No, in you have so many titles, Katerina. So many titles, and I do sometimes forget something. Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. And first of all, she is the president of our movement in Greece of families and users movement called Posopsi, and one of the most active participants in Greece in this movement. Katerina, the floor is yours, and thank you to be with us, even from Ceres.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Well, it is quite a honor and a huge responsibility to address healthcare services managers here in front of a mentor and a leader of mine. I am a follower of Dr. Stylianidis. So today I will address the issue of how can we build better mental health services for the future, and I will address health services managers mainly. Dominique has addressed policymakers. I will address managers today. Let me see how that's right. We know very well that the rapid spread of the new coronavirus caught most of the world unprepared, despite decades of warnings from scientists. We also know that this pandemic has highlighted huge gaps in the foundation mainly of many healthcare systems, which not only have been failing citizens for decades, but also their weaknesses were particularly susceptible to the challenges posed by the coronavirus pandemic. And here, health services managers have a key role to play to change things. Why? Because as Dr. Natasha Zopardi-Muscat had said 2 years ago, nobody has been spared by COVID impacts on mental health, but not everyone has been impacted equally. Pay special attention to this. Who is this not everyone? Well, during the work we have done with the WHO tag on mental health impacts of COVID, we have discovered that it's not one only category of people, but there are too many, which means for managers that their clientele now will be enriched. They will not only have to do with people with prior existing mental health problems, but also with new patients to be, like children and the youth, people experiencing other socioeconomic difficulties and poverty, health care workers, individuals with other long-term conditions, people who have already started to show signs of long COVID, but also with individuals with frailty. In the WHO Technical Advisory Group, we have issued last summer a number of recommendations to the countries of the 54 countries of WHO Europe, especially for the short term and then for the longer term. We can see that there are many of them which apply directly to the mental health issues. For example, recommendations 7, 8, 9, and 10, we see that for the first time we are reading the word resilience and support, not to turn young people into patients because they are just afraid of the loneliness and all the other measures that have been applied for the past 2 years. We listen about mental health parity and the promotion of human rights as per international human rights instruments. In the longer term, we see also some new things like commitment to social justice. We read about well-being, integrated approaches, and focus on strengths-based approaches that value local assets and individual strengths and co-production. This is something also new, like the pandemic was something new to all of us. However, according to WHO, when we talk about mental health and well-being, health services managers should start to see the person as a whole. Like the mental health and well-being of the person, it's not only down here talking about his or her mental health care, but taking under consideration many of the issues that apply to any person, even without mental health issues. In 2018, The Lancet had a very important article issued talking about the care of people, which is often inadequate, and poor quality care is common, not only in my country, Greece, but across many countries, and also that health systems, including managers here, should measure and report what matters most to people. Not what is the problem with people, but what matters to them. Which means that many countries should leave the model of care which looks like this and which is still present in many of our countries, not only in Europe, should give voice and choice to people, as the Lancet says, asking questions like what matters to you and not what is the matter with you, and starting to know what worries you about the condition. These are the questions we should ask to people. We know that there are many exclusions in law which maybe limit the possibilities of doing things differently to many managers. However, exclusions in practice are also present and much more common, I would say. One of the things we should change is the status quo and the business as usual, which are policy choices. And the choices is yours. The choices is to managers to do things differently. We know that the world is unprepared for the next pandemic. Maybe this is one of the reasons why the title of this of today's meeting is how to anticipate the next crisis in healthcare. Well, we are not really prepared, but there are things we can do. There are things we can do, and we have already seen this with the introduction of telepsychiatry and all these Zoom teleconferences, which bring people with mental health practitioners closer. However, we read into the recommendations words like resilience, support, parity, human rights. All these things means that there should be a cultural change. This is our next steps. If we want to address the mental health crisis, not only the one which is coming, but the one which is already present, this is the next step we have to take. Cultural change. However, this is a difficult step. And this is a step which is difficult and a real challenge, mainly on the shoulders of the managers. Why? Because the main leadership challenge, the text here is from Deloitte about the UK, but it is something that stands for any country. How can we have a motivated workforce in an age of austerity, which may be worse now with the energy crisis we are already facing? How can we motivate the workforce to change things, to change this culture? And in terms of mental health services, what can make a difference in a world of mental health? Do we have organizations which prosper while others deteriorate? Why there are some which flourish during a period of change, maybe the one we already face? Why others calcify? Why do some organizations previously known for their mediocrity now become exemplary organizations? Like I said, my mentor and leader, of whom I am a follower, sent me a decade ago to the Boston University, to the Center of Psychiatric Rehabilitation, where I learned things which I find that are very, very useful for the change we want to see in the mental health service sector from now on. First of all, we have to make some clarifications about managers and leaders. Who can bring a change? Who can cultivate this change? Who can motivate the staff to follow the example of change? Well, managers on their own, not really, because they are very, very skilled and very good in solving problems, but they cannot really build the organization's future. However, managers are very, very good also to control and administer hundreds of staff. But leaders on the other side are those who can inspire, influence, and guide the change they want to see in the mental health services. It doesn't mean that a manager cannot be a leader, because leaders can both be born and made. So today we're going to speak mostly about what we call principled leadership, which is in fact a call to the development of a new type of leaders who can respond to the mental health field's new paradigms and challenges, and who can successfully transform mental health system in order for these systems and organization to build for a better mental health future for all people. Who can be a leader? It can be the real CEO of the organization, but they can also be other staff members who can also become the CEO in their own spheres of influence, and they provide the template to do so. So this principled leadership, according to the authors from Boston University, is very, very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't need any more money, but it needs the real qualities that a person can have to help others bring the change that they all together want to see. Which are these principles? There are 8 principles. First of all, the leaders, I will say managers/leaders, to communicate a shared vision, which is built together with all the staff. The second principle is that these leaders centralized by mission and decentralized by operation. They create a culture that identifies and tries to live by key values. Dr. Stylianidis is like I read you in these principles. They create a structure and culture that empowers the employees and themselves. They ensure the staff are trained in human technology and they can translate this vision into reality. They relate constructively to employees. They access and use information to make change a constant ingredient of their organization, and they build this organization around exemplary performance. It doesn't cost any money, so even in austerity times, we can have these changes. Can this principled leadership be an adaptive leadership? Yes, it can, because where we are facing adaptive challenges like systemic problems with no ready answers, see COVID pandemic, the solution exists not in the single leader, but rather in the collective intelligence of employees at all levels. So being a manager leader, first of all, means that the person needs to know himself, to be authentic, to seek to understand others, be aware of the impact on others, have a reflective practice. What have I done? Did I do it the right way? To be emotionally resilient, this is quite difficult, and to build effective relationships. And it's all about relationship. The notion that adapting to change requires leaders to keep relationship with self, relationship with others, relationship with organization, and beyond. At the same time, there will need to be a changing of the structure of power. There are some prerequisites to achieve this: ensuring protection of human rights of service users and tackling stigma and discrimination, high quality care and accountability of services, a notion that often is absent from our health systems, ensuring access to information and resources, ensuring inclusion in decision making, as Dominic said, enhancing and enabling local organizational capacity. What did Dominic say? Sports groups, cultural groups to work together, and ensuring equity. And we have to remember that adapting to change is not about others. Neither is culture. It's about you. First of all, we have to change if there is a change we want to see in the world. I understand that it's not easy. I understand that there may be difficulties, but we can handle them. How? If we don't wish it were easier, but if only wish we were better. Can we be better? We can. Are there any ways? There are. And this is also an obligation. It is a compulsory thing to do. Why? Because the majority of the countries have already ratified the CRPD. That means the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, including persons with mental health issues, which may be a disability if not dealt with appropriately. And we have also the convention having been ratified by the EU itself, which means that we have legal commitments. We have also political commitments that we have to follow, like the SDGs, but also the WHO's Mental Health Action Plan 2013 and 20. So health services managers, including mental health services managers, have to abide by the legal requirements and by the political commitments towards patients and citizens. Sometimes we think that we are doing the best of our things. We think we know everything. We think we are doing things good. Are you doing the right thing? Are you doing it right? How do you know? Are your management studies enough to deal with the new challenges we are facing post-pandemic? I give you here some food for thought with the wish that it can help you. Thank you very much.
Much, Katerina. You had also even some more time, but I think you will take advantage of this time to answer in some questions if you wish to, okay? First of all, somebody has a question to Dr. Nomidou? Not for the moment, but I have a lot of questions, so in order to, okay. So we are in an International Health Services Management Conference, and I congratulate personally Katerina Nomidou, who raised the the issue, the very important issue of management and leadership in health services and mental health services. So, Katerina, my question is, through your experience, local, national, and international, which are the main barriers, first, to implement the CRPD Convention, which is ratified from Greece, from a lot of, I think, all the UN countries all over the world, to implement them in local and national level? My first question. My second question, why today, in our time, leadership in mental health is so poor and is unable to address all the levels of mental health care and the dimensions of mental health care? Why leadership is so poor versus the effectiveness of management? And third question, how can we inspire, with which tools, ideological, technical, political, theoretical, new colleagues to become the future leaders in our field? So a lot of questions, but please.
A lot of questions and very, very interesting questions. Well, a short answer to the first and second question can be combined. I would say that resistance to change is the answer, both for the barriers about the real implementation of the already ratified CRPD Convention and other conventions in this country and in other countries. So resistance to change. Same thing stands for the managers / leaders. However, to your second question, there are more attributes which can be added here. One is that, as we know it, at least in Greece, the majority of the managers, at least in the public sector, are politically placed there. So one of the reasons, in my view, is that they don't have a vision, and this vision has not been built with the staff and all the people they work with, but they mainly abide by the political line they have from above them. So this sometimes excludes them from the opportunities to be visionary or to build things or to be innovative, to do things differently. However, I believe that given that we have not, at least in Greece, a legal system which obliges them to provide, to provide coercive services, to provide involuntary commitment, to many other things that causes trauma to people who use services. However, they are used to do business as usual. You know better in the clinical field what business as usual mean, and we don't want to change. However, we see that if we continue to do these things in the way we have been used to do them, we don't have any difference in the life of people. And now I have forgotten the third question. Dr. Stylianidis, the third question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I think I would say, I would like to express a more general statement. We have, in our times, very good technicians in health, in mental health, but very poor leaders. So we have to improve that, because when we raise the question after the pandemic and before the new pandemic, building better mental health services, we need a very intelligent and creative leadership, which is in dramatic lack, at least in Greece, and I would say, generally speaking, in the the majority of the countries of Europe. Huh?
You know,
Okay.
Dr. Stylianidis, 2 days ago,
Thank you so much. Please.
just one more thing.
Yes, yes.
2 days ago, I was on Netflix and was watching a documentary about the toughest prisons in the world. So there were many, many tough prisons, but there was something that looked like unreal. It was a prison in Cyprus. So the difference there was the manager, the director. If you see this documentary, you will see prisoners, lifers, who were behind her, like worshipping her. Why? Because she was different. She was talking about meaning, about recovery, about rehabilitation, about human rights, about human touch. She was in the gate together with them. And this was a big difference in people's lives. So if they can do it in a prison for lifers, why cannot why can't we do it in mental health services? Thank you.
It's very important, and to all the speakers, to combine the culture management, the effectiveness and efficiency of culture management, and the culture of dignity. The culture of dignity in health and mental health services, which is very important in order to respond, to answer to the rights and value-based perspective that you mentioned. Okay, thank you. So now I invite to floor Ms. Georgia Surlinga, who is coming from Frederick University from Cyprus. The issue, the intervention of Ms. Surlinga is occupational stress experienced by nurses of a Greek regional general hospitals. Lessons learned from COVID pandemic. Ms. Surlinga, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. So, may I start? May I start?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. So, the subject of our work is occupational stress experienced by nurses, as you said, in a regional general hospital, and the lessons we learned from COVID-19 pandemic. Oh, excuse me. So according to World Health Organization, health is not just merely the absence of disease or infirmity, but is the complete physical, mental, and social well-being. Occupational stress is connected with both mental and physical health, and that is the reason why it is so widely researched. And health professions, unfortunately, are ranking among the top 6 more stressful professions. That's because of the increasing demands in the work environment and the exposure to prolonged stressful situations. The COVID-19 pandemic brought changes, as we all know, in the work environment and the way that work-related tasks are being practiced. It intensified the challenges that the staff has to face. It emerged issues of structure, roles, responsibilities, and need for support. And all the above led to increased stress levels, exposure to high-risk environment, and lack of subjectively perceived safety. The purpose of this study is to investigate the occupational stress the nurses of this hospital are facing during the second year of the pandemic, and the effect that the socio-demographic characteristics, the nurses' perception of their job, their organizational commitment and health status has on the stress, on the occupational stress. So some things about the method and the sample. The sample is consisted of nurses of the general hospital that are having at least 1 year of full-time employment during the pandemic. Finally, 104 nurses consented to the study and completed the questionnaire. The questionnaire was used as asset questionnaire from Cartwright and Cooper 2002. We performed a pilot study, and the questionnaire is an online self-administered questionnaire that needed around 10 minutes to be completed. The questionnaire that was distributed was followed by a cover letter that assured that the participation in the study was anonymous, conscious, voluntary, and that the privacy and confidentiality of personal data were ensured. The methods of analysis, as you see, is described in inferential statistics, and the significance level was set at 0.05. About the questionnaire, it's a tool that allows monitoring the worker stress level in an organization, and it diagnoses occupational stress, combining both the sources and the effects of stress. The original asset has been translated into Greek using the Psyche to study, and has been refined and in the research objective of our study. So that's why some questions that did not have application were removed. In its final form, the distributed questionnaire consists of 4 parts. The first one is about demographic, professional, and lifestyle characteristics, as well as questions regarding the health the last 3 months. The second one is about perception of your job. For example, the work and life balance. Attitudes toward your organization, which is about what the organization gives to the employee, and the opposite. And the last one is about the perception of your health. It means what employees think about their health at that point. About the demographic and professional characteristics, 104, as we said, completed the questionnaire. 9 of them were women and 15 were men. The majority of them aged between 30 and 50 years old and were of a higher education level. 28.9% were employed in intensive care units, emergency departments, surgical departments, and COVID-19 clinics and intensive care units. 43.7% of the nurses stated that they felt less than 89% productive. About leisure time and lifestyle characteristics, the majority of the nurses had physical activity without following a planned exercise routine. And the nurses who smoked and seemed to drink alcohol stated that the last 3 months smoked and drink alcohol the same or more. The 5.8% of the responders always find leisure time, only the 5.8%. So nurses' stress ranges from moderate to high levels. Increased commitment is derived from attitudes toward organization. And majority of the nurses perceived their health as good and not as very good. a statistically significant difference in perception of health was found between men and women, with women declaring a better health conditions than men. Statistically significant difference also was found between stress and time to relax and perceived productivity. Attitudes towards organization were found statistically significant related to educational level and employment relationship. Significant difference was also found between perception of your health, time to relax, perceived productivity, and perceived overall health the last 3 months. Attitudes toward organization and perceived productivity the last 3 months were found to be significantly influencing the occupational stress. In other words, more positive attitudes led to lower levels of occupational stress. Attitude towards organization and perceived overall health the 3 last months were found to be significantly influencing the nurses' perception of health. So, more positive attitudes led to better health and well-being. Nurses found to experience moderate to high levels of occupational stress. Nurses define their self-perceived health as either good or poor. 43.7% of the nurses said they felt less than 89% productive, as we said before. And how productive they feel and the time they spend to relax were found to be significantly related to stress. The parameters that were found not to be associated with occupational stress was work-related parameters, lifestyle parameters, and demographics, except the gender, because as we said before, women have better health condition than men. The parameters that found to be associated with occupational stress and perception of health was nurses' perception of the organization and the attitude toward the organization. Nurses' perception of the organization, expressed as commitment, dedication, and satisfaction, related with the work environment, of course, have a statistically significant effect on occupational stress. Positive perception of the organization are related to lower levels of stress and better health and well-being. Positive attitudes toward the organization and perceived overall health the last 3 months also predict their perception of their health, how they see their health. Although we face some limitations like the online questionnaire and the small sample, we had some conclusions and we found out that maybe we can do some further research. So occupational stress is associated with exposure to high-risk environments, insufficient support, and lack of subjectively perceived safety. Perceived organizational support and organizational commitment found to predict the work stress that the nurses experience. The hospital understudy needs to continuously invest at a healthy work environment, and not only, and not just this hospital, but all the hospitals, keep the employees satisfied, and encourage teamwork not only among colleagues, but also between superiors and subordinates. Some lessons we learned from the COVID pandemic is the need to recognize the contribution of all healthcare workers, to establish a strong organizational culture and a participative leadership, and the need of continuous training, upskilling, and reskilling in an organizational learning and culture environment. All the above will enhance commitment, will empower and enhance nurses' competitive advantage, and will ensure nurses' responsiveness, flexibility, and resilience in times of crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, you raised a lot of questions about occupational stress, right?
Yes.
So, my first question is, what do you mean by organizational culture? How to empower this organization culture, and if this need, also with the participating leadership that you mentioned in your final remarks, in your conclusions, appeared during and after the pandemic, and not in the past. If you have some comments on,
yeah, of course.
on those two levels of your results.
Unfortunately, it was always a problem. But now that the needs are far more, and we need more nurses, more doctors, we need better organization. We had, I hope we will not have so many patients. We had to have more ICUs. We saw that we are not ready. We're not ready when the situation is difficult. Unfortunately, we don't have leaders, as the lady said before. We need leaders who know how to use nurses, know how to help them learn more things. Unfortunately, we don't like being educated. We are, okay, we're getting a position, and then we say, okay, that was it. Yeah, and nothing more. I don't have to be educated. I don't have to try more. Nothing. It's our fault.
You mean the permanent training, right?
Yeah, of course, permanent
Continuous
training. And the hospitals and the leaders must push the employees do it. Give them how is it?
Confidence or
confidence, of course, and
initiatives, resilience.
Yeah, of
initiatives.
course, yeah, of course, yeah. And we don't have it.
I see. Do you want to ask something, or somebody would like to ask something, even in the audience? Yes, please. Yes, of course.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Nomidou, previously, for this excellent presentation about leadership. And our study comes after Dr. Nomidou. It was try to see how how nurses see the organization and how the organization affects their stress they experience. Regarding your question about organizational culture, unfortunately, hospitals are not learning organizations. They are learning organizations, but they do not follow this initiative. They are hospitals with their leadership, with their leaders, should focus on their employees, on their needs, and should contribute in their training, other than culture, where this training will be continuously. This is regarding the organizational commitment and the organizational culture. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give you my input how to reduce occupational stress and also burnout, because it's combined, I think, is very, very closely combined. In our NGO, EPAPSI, which is a mental health NGO, and especially in the residential facilities, they host 10 to 12, let's say, chronic mental health patients coming from the asylums. And so they are residential facilities and they have the mission to recover those people and to transfer them to apartments, so in a more and more autonomy. So it's quite stressful, not only the chronicity of the mental illness, but when people, nurses and psychologists are very, very close to psychosis. Psychosis is a very difficult and complex phenomenon. And we have established supervisors, psychoanalyst supervisors every 15 days or every month. There is a meeting of the whole staff, not only nurses, but everybody. They are obliged to follow this meeting, this group meeting of 1.5 hours. And they can express their feelings, their misunderstandings, sometimes their rage, their depression, their feeling to not be helped, their helplessness, and it's very important to metabolize in a psychic level and institutional level all these feelings which are not expressed during today's work. So this is a key issue, I think, and we have to adopt this this measure in general hospitals. Please.
I would like to add something to this example. What it has been earned in mental health is that you have interdisciplinary teams, so you have team building, team working, you have shared vision to offer, to provide to this mental health patient, and you also have knowledge sharing.
We have a
knowledge sharing. You learn from the patient, you give to the patient back. There is a feedback in this relation. I think. I'm not a psychiatrist.
Ideally,
of course, ideally.
Yes.
But your work there with this patient, with these special needs that this patient has, is based on these dimensions, and of course, some other dimensions. What is missing in leadership, maybe, what is missing, yes, is that in general hospitals, in health, in mental health, in health in general, is that there is not team building, there is not team working. Maybe it is in ICUs, in ER departments, but it needs to be more empowered, this team building and team working. There isn't vision. There is vision, but it's not shared.
It's not shared, yes.
It's not shared. I have a vision. I'm a manager. Maybe I have a vision, but how did I share it with my employees? How I will enhance their commitment if they do not know what is their scope, what is the organizational purpose, scope, and etc. And of course, all this build together the culture, the organizational culture, and all these dimensions lead to the employee commitment. But this employee, all these employees, during the pandemic, gave their best in all health aspects, mental health, general health, and their recognition should be the further step. That is, thank you very much.
You're right. I think it's a very, very interesting discussion. We had the experience. We had a multi-scientific, let's say, team in order to help health workers in the general hospitals of the north of Attica. So it was a program of mental health support of health workers, funded by the Ministry of Health, which was a good example. So in the beginning, this was amazing. there was no recognition of suffering and death anxiety. After 2, 3, 4 group sessions, they started to speak. They began to speak out and to express their suffering. So it takes time, and this time is absolutely important in order to raise these very deep questions. And also in methodology, in your research work, which was very interesting, I think in the next step of your research, after the pandemic, you can combine probably the application, implementation of the asset questionnaire with 1 or 2 focus groups, combine qualitative research and quantitative research. Qualitative research in this field gives us more specific and more subtle results. We can better understand what is really going on there. These were my thoughts about...
Thank you. We could continue this discussion.
Okay, your next
Thank you
steps.
very much.
Okay, is there another question? I don't see any question here in the... no. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the next speaker is Miss Maria Gamvruli, sorry. Maria Gamvruli, κυρία Γαμβρούλη λοιπόν, Χαρίκλια Δημοπούλου and Ioannis Katsagonis. The subject presented by Ms. Gamvruli will be healthcare workers' mental health during COVID pandemic, a systematic review. So, the analogy of the previous presentation. Please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, let's start. COVID-19 is a global health and societal emergency respiratory disease caused by SARS-CoV-2. In large outbreaks such as COVID-19, healthcare workers are especially vulnerable. Healthcare workers are not only at high risk of being infected by COVID-19, but also exposed to a huge workload, a lack of protective equipment, and extensive media coverage. Routine clinical practice has been significantly altered, and many professionals have been redirected to higher risk frontline positions, while also adhering to continually changing guidelines. During the SARS and MERS pandemics, more than a decade ago, the literature indicates that healthcare workers are more likely to experience anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress symptoms during pandemic situations because of all of the above factors. A number of scientific articles have been published on this subject in line with these results. The majority of these studies and reviews, however, are focused on a particular domain or offer results about very specific population, either by geographical origin or by professional category and medical specialty. The purpose of this systematic review was to investigate the COVID-19 pandemic effects on healthcare mental health. The research was performed on PubMed and based in Scopus for studies published until December 31, 2021, with the keywords SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, professionals, doctor, nurse, occupation, employee, health provider, healthcare worker, healthcare employee, personnel and emergency worker, which were searched in the title and in the abstract of the studies. What about the inclusion criteria? Were individual studies with original data, focusing on healthcare workers exposed to COVID-19. The sample size should be over 30 participants and written in English or Greek. Studies were excluded if they were not published in English language, were conducted on animals, and were case studies, study protocols, commentaries, editorials, and letters to the editor, and studies reporting outcomes on populations other than healthcare workers, including the general population, medical and nursing students. Here is the diagram, the flow diagram, which in this systematic review, we have 2,053 final studies to examine. 179 studies focused on depression, 190 on anxiety, 87 on acute stress or distress, 62 on sleep problems, 48 on post-traumatic symptoms, and 27 on burnout. The full sample includes 300,245 healthcare workers, including articles with sample size ranging from 43 to 23,342 healthcare workers. 75.86% of healthcare workers were females. Studies included healthcare workers from 53 countries on 5 continents, 156 from Asia, 61 from Europe, 21 from America, 11 from Africa, and 3 from Oceania. Of the 300,245 healthcare workers exposed to COVID-19, 41% reported depressive symptoms, 52% reported anxiety features, 54 reported acute stress, 38 post-traumatic stress symptoms, and we have the two last, 47% insomnia and 43 burnout. Healthcare workers worldwide exposed to COVID-19 have been found to have alarming rates of symptoms across multiple areas of mental health. The impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of healthcare workers should not be underestimated. Further studies are needed to monitor its evolution during the pandemic, and effective measures should be taken to prevent and minimize the decline in mental health status among healthcare workers. I want to thank you for your attention.
Questions, remarks in this systematic review? Depression, burnout, anxiety, insomnia, and probably all the symptoms are combined, sometimes.
Maybe.
They're not isolated, depression
No.
isolated compared to anxiety, etc. So what is your feeling? How much time do these symptoms will last after the pandemic? What is the impact of the pandemic in those findings 6 months after the end of the pandemic? But do we have an end of the pandemic for real? We have a slow end, let's say. What is your feeling about this? We don't have data. We don't have big data for the moment, but
not now. We don't have.
It's ongoing. Let's say. It's ongoing.
There are surveys ongoing about this. I think that it is very important that the isolation measures had finished, so all healthcare workers can do their past lives. Because many healthcare workers, after their work, their jobs, may going for a dance, for other things to do, so as not to be very anxiety and anxious about their work. During the measures, it was very difficult because we have to go to our jobs and then to our homes and back, and then it was very painful, I think. Now, I believe that it is better. We are going to be in a balanced. I think that we are better than before with the measures.
Yeah. Can I ask you something? Do you think, through your experience and the literature review, the systematic review you have done with the other colleagues in Kapodistrian University, Athens University, do you think that pandemic represents a collective trauma or not?
Collective?
Trauma.
Trauma, okay.
Trauma.
Yes,
trauma.
yes. That the COVID-19 was the reason for the trauma or not?
Yes, if COVID-19...
I think that healthcare workers have moral distress, many times, and before pandemic, before COVID-19. I think that there are many issues in our jobs. So the pandemic was the cherry on the it was in the glass of water that
Το κερασάκι στην τούρτα είναι.
αυτόν.
Ναι. So the
I think
catalyst.
so.
The catalyst. Το κερασάκι στην τούρτα.
Yes, but I think
there was a previous distress. This is what you mean.
Yes, I think that all healthcare workers have to
Suffering
face
and distress.
moral distress, empathy, and this. And what about their mental health and their καθημερινή ρουτίνα τους?
Today's routine, yes,
Yes,
routine.
I think that they have problems. Because in our hospitals we don't have group therapies. It is very important to have a psychologist to see how the employees they work, if there are problems to solve them in groups. We don't have this in our
I
public
think in
hospitals.
the near future we have to deal to cope with this problem, and we have to combine our efforts. First, we have to make connections, mental health workers with care and health services, and also you have to use our force and knowledge in order to supervise your work, because sometimes you have protocols, you follow protocols, but those protocols cannot form a team culture, cannot form an institutional culture, a change culture, and this is I think is a very sensitive issue. If we can't cope with this in the future, we'll have more burnout, more depression, and you know the literature now is the quiet resignation. You've heard about this. There are a lot of papers and articles published, even in New York Times, even in the journals, not in scientific journals. So people quit. They retire.
They retire, yes.
They retire.
They don't want
They don't want to invest.
go to the work.
They can't be creative. So we have to find out new measures, new methods in order to empower these workers. This is my idea.
Yes.
And to combine the two fields, the three fields together: social care, social services, health services, and mental health services. And we have to start from mental health services because we have to use external evaluators, external supervisors. Otherwise, if you are the leader of the team, you cannot supervise your own team. There are blind spots there. It's impossible. It's an impossible task. So we have to ask to the managers of the general hospitals to pay, to invest in those kind of resources, which was an unknown thing 10 years ago. We have to put this in the agenda. This is my opinion. To put this in the health agenda, in the institutional agenda. Otherwise, we'll be burnout, all of us.
We have to find...
Please take, if you, yes.
I think we discussed it all day.
I try to.
Yeah, I know. I think it's the time to find the way to share our
Suffering.
Yes, our suffering.
Absolutely.
With specialists in the organization, during our work, inside the organizational structure, with the others, also workers there, with the doctors, nurses, administrative staff, managers, all the employees that work inside the organization. The organization should recognize all the employees.
Absolutely.
Should give a path. Yes, to talk, to share their thoughts. This is not. You are exactly to the point what you just proposed. Thank you, Dr. Stylianidis.
So we have to raise some difficult issues after the pandemic. Otherwise, you know, I think my impression is a general impression. We have a huge evidence now after the pandemic. The problem is how to use this evidence in a more creative and intelligent way. Otherwise, we will not learn anything from the pandemic, except the fact that we'll have another pandemic. Okay, if there is not another question, or we can end this session of the Congress. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.